Kartmasters 2026. 30 years in the making. Brought to you by Alpha Live.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are in the world. This is PF International. This is the home of British karting. This is the biggest weekend of the British karting season. This is the 2026 Uptonsteel Motorsport UK Kartmasters British Kart Grand Prix. My name's Henry Beaudette. Joining me, Andrew Mather. Andrew, this is the big one. This is not the British Championship. The drivers race all season for that. But there's 6 rounds of the British Championship, 5 events, 10 events. It's only one Kartmasters, one weekend, one race, one GP plate. The tension is palpable.
It is, and it's only the start of Friday, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome once again to Paul Fletcher International. It's that time of year. It's like Christmas.
It is.
For us karting commentators, particularly here in the UK. The first thing I've got to say is the circuit looking absolutely fantastic. Paul, Tav Kirk, all the team here at Trent Valley Kart Club as well have done an incredible job to get PFI ready for the 30th edition of Kartmasters, which is hard to believe that we're already at the big 3-0. The tension, as you said, Henry, when I got to the circuit yesterday afternoon, whilst the free practices were still going on, we've not even got competitive running going yet, and you can just feel it in the air that every single moment is so important, and you'll be able to follow each and every competitive moment across the course of the next 3 days live with us here on Alpha Live. We're not the only ones, though.
No,
this is the ugly mugs in the box for this weekend. But Ceol Lynch is with us on her maiden Kartmasters. Ceol, over to you.
Thank you very much, boys. I am absolutely thrilled to be here for my maiden Kartmasters and for the 30th edition. For many teams, drivers and competitors, this is the weekend that is circled on their calendar, with hundreds of drivers, packed grids, all competing for those GP plates. Myself, Ceol Lynch, is going to be bringing you all the action and the stories from down in the pits with the man behind the camera, Luke Jones. I'll see you shortly then, as qualifying is nearly underway.
Thank you, Ceol. Yes, Ceol has not only got the unenviable task of keeping us two in check, but she's also got Jonesy, her mobile camera, up with her. So she's going to be very busy indeed. Well, what have we got for you? Well, we've got 7 classes of kart, over 300 drivers. In about 8 minutes' time, qualifying will begin. There are 22 qualifying sessions over the 2 days. Now, today, drivers will compete in 1 frantic, fast 5-minute qualifying session and 2 heat races. Those points, the points they score in the heat races are put to one side. Tomorrow morning, Saturday morning, we will do the same again. Rinse and repeat. 1 qualifying session, 2 heat races. The 4 heat scores will be added together. That will decide the starting lineup for Sunday morning's super heats. And at the end of the super heats, the top 36 drivers in the classes that are oversubscribed, and there are many classes that are oversubscribed. Then, at the end of the super heats, the top 36 go through to the Grand Prix themselves on Sunday afternoon.
Should we have a look at an onboard lap?
Oh, I think we should. Let's take you round the home of British karting, 1,384 metres of the best kart. This is Corey Lyons, one of our Micro Max drivers, under the bridge and out onto the bowl. This is the banking that we refer to. Into turn number 4 now, over the Lichfield Bridge. Turning right, lots of moves are going to happen down to hairpin number 1, Andrew.
They are indeed. You've got to pick your braking marker using the boards on the left-hand side. That's spot on from Ceol Lynch. You can see how much time he gained there on the pack ahead. If you battle within this circuit and this point of the track, you can lose a lot of time. This is the run out of hairpin 2 and towards the Fullerton S's. How many moves have we seen here for GP plates over the years? One of the trickiest parts of the circuit. Then you're into Bobby Game corner. This right-hander that needs a lot of commitment, and then into the Mike Wilson complex. And things can happen in this part of the circuit as well, avoiding those curbs on the left-hand side. Last couple of corners round the final bend. That is a lap of Paul Fletcher International in 2026. Ceol Lynch looking pretty good through free practice yesterday, and good to see Corey back in action this weekend.
Now, you saw. Oh. Now, it always helps if you turn your microphone on. It's all right, ladies and gentlemen, I've only been doing it for 20 years. You saw yesterday that the clouds for that on-board lap were a little bit malevolent, looking omnipotent. They did spread some rain over the circuit. The sun-bleached grass, which I do say does need a bit of moisture, but not today. Skies are blue. Temperatures are set to be in the high 20s, which is going to be a glorious summer's afternoon here in Lincolnshire. You can see the grass looking somewhat thirsty, but the circuit, as we said, Tav Kirk, Paul Fletcher, the entire team here at Trent Valley Kart Club, Nigel Edwards, the club committee have been fantastic. Now, we have got the live chat feature. We will be periodically, I think, updating you with, the comments. So keep your comments coming in. Let's have a look to see who people are cheering for, where you are watching from. Now, let's have a look. You've got Let's Go Team GCR, Guy Cunnington Racing. Guy Cunnington looking for another GP plate title. There is a look at one of our 3 on-track race directors, Dan Ashton, because you have Nigel Edwards, you have Dan Ashton, and you have David Manchester on circuit. Why so many eyes on circuit? Well, if you need that question answered, then obviously you are very new to karting and to Kartmasters. Dan Ashton showing off there the standard trainers, not the brightest trainers in the paddock, I have to say. No. Well, Kart Mechanic Bingo, ladies and gentlemen, we will see that. But we have so many eyes on circuit because, of course, we do have, this has a reputation of being a fearsome event. Yesterday, Archie Cole and Levi Sanghera sent home from the meeting for driving in a manner incompatible with general safety. Hello to Gary Charlie saying, Jack Robinson, good luck. Bring the noise, Kees Boys watching from the Netherlands, and there are several Dutch drivers and several Belgian drivers here with the Sam Pollitt racing team. The first qualifying session of the weekend has begun. It is for Junior X30, 5 minutes, single fastest lap, I believe.
Yep.
And here is the driver that enters Kartmasters, and there are 300 of them. We will do our very best to get through the various stories, the underdogs, the anomalies, the drivers trying a new class for the first time. But Rocco Leon Shenton, box office Rocco, he arrives in rich form after a win last weekend at the British Championship. Does the number 6 plate.
Shall we have a run through of who we got in this one? I'm going to do this by number order, folks.
Yes.
I think that's you should note as well, on the pre-grid, they draw random lots as to whether they start at the very front of the pre-grid or the back of the pre-grid, so it gets rid of any of the ramifications and sometimes things that we see before qualifying. Here are your drivers who are in this one. The number 2 of George Edgar, I understand, is in this one. You've got the number 6 of Rocco Shenton. We've seen him in the end. Number 20 of Enzo Butterazzi is in this session as well. The 21 of Harley Musk will be out there. The 42 of George Clark, the 57 of Ryan Meta, the 61 of Zach Champney, the 77 of George House, the 82 of Henry Clark, the 87 of Archie Rogers-Tyler, the 90 of Sophie Campbell, the 95 of Charlie Wolfett, who is one of the favourites here this weekend. Has had a very good season so far in the British Championships, and particularly around this place as well. That will be it in the Rotax categories. Also out there in this one, the number 99 of Ollie Brunt, the 167 of Kai Clark is in this session, the 177 of Katie Donaldson. She had a really good run last week up at Rower at the British Champs. The 267 of Devin Taylor, the 288 of Max Endicott, the reigning Miami Warriors final champion in this category. Loves the big one-off races. Could he be a factor here this week? The 716 of Cavan Hayes and the 721 of John Foley Jr. John had a really good run a couple of weeks ago out in Poland at the FIA Karting Drive and Drive Championships, the Irish driver there. So those are your key runners in this one with 2 minutes to go this session. Still waiting for those key laps coming in. They're just still in the warm-up phase at the moment, Henry, but for what it's worth, Rocco Shenton currently top of the timesheets, 57.72 seconds.
And this is only half of our junior X30 runners. Henry Clark goes fastest of all. We've still got 90 seconds to go. Good evening to those watching in Australia. Hello to Isaac Barker. How many people are doing double duty this year? 15 in total. Hello to Glenn, 4-rotor, wishing everybody at KR Sport good luck. And Karting with John, is Freddie Lloyd racing? Yes, twice. In both classes, he is one of our double duty drivers. But with a minute to go, Henry Clark is fastest, driver number 82 for the BMR Restart team. We'll go through some, looking down there, so you've got Ori Meta for the number 57, well, in the 57 kart for the premium karting team. George Edgar, number 2, he's at the head of that pack now. I've noticed both George and Rocco are not, they're at the head of their various packs. So Rocco not getting a slipstream of anybody else. George Edgar in the number 2 Mick Barrett racing kart, he likewise has not gone out to try and get a slipstream of anybody. There, I'm just thinking, I'm going to go and do my own thing. There is George Edgar, and you can see, nobody in front of him. He's actually got his teammate, Archie Rogers-Tyler, hanging on. So that's good for Archie. Archie, I think, still being run by Oakley Pryor, who was the winner of last year's Kart Mechanic Bingo. Ladies and gentlemen, we will get into the rules of Kart Mechanic Bingo and some of the other bits of annual Kartmasters ephemera, things that in the Kartmasters canon, Kartmasters universe. We will go through that.
Checkered flag.
And our first. And, okay, driver up and out of his inverted go-kart, walking away. Kart still on its roof, but the driver already back in the marshal post. And, should we have a little look at some of the order on track, Andrew? Because we were just about to say the checkered flag has fallen when that happened.
Yeah, I think, was it one of the BMRs that has gone... that's had the problem there.
Yep.
Or was it Kai Clark? Has Kai Clark not come through the first sector? Well, either way, Henry Clark at the moment is top of this session and may well stay top of this session if other drivers have been delayed through that yellow flag zone. George Edgar's gone P2. Archie Rogers-Tyler up to 3rd. No improvement from Rocco Shenton, who's in the pits. Did not see the final take to the checkered flag on that final lap. So Henry Clark... looks like he's going to be the fastest from this first group. There is still a second one to come. And, that is a very dramatic way to start the qualifying sessions here for Kartmasters 2026. Clark from Edgar, from Rogers-Tyler, Shenton, House. That is your top 5. Enzo Butterazzi. Enzo hit that... a really sad way of how his 2025 Kartmasters ended. He was one of those mini karts that didn't make the restart. Well, he's had a good start here in juniors, P6. Charlie Wolfett came across the line 7th. Zach Champney, Harley Musk and George Clark. Was it George Clark?
I think it was. It's a BMR restart kart. Clark in the number 42. He's up, the driver from Tunbridge Wells. He's up and out of the kart, and that's just qualifying session number 1. Katie Donaldson, a top 11 drive for Katie for the the MDL Motorsport team. Kai Clark, talk about normally a driver we associate with Rotax. He is in X30. He's running with Fusion Motorsport with Danny Porter on the tools. A problem he only did 3 laps, and there, I believe, is the driver. That is Kai Clark. I think he was the driver that George House may have tripped over or barrel rolled over. Whichever one of the... you will see a lot of very unique graphics kits as well. There's the DK Academy, Ollie Brunt. Again, a fantastic graphics kit for Danny Curl. Danny Curl has got Jack Partridge here. Jack Partridge, former junior TKM British champion, currently works for the Aston Martin Formula 1 team, not on car design. He's one of the road crew for the Aston Martin Formula 1 team. So Jack Partridge, a former sparring partner in the days of junior TKM with Danny Curl, and they have helped Ollie Brunt, who's qualified 19th in that group. But just behind Kai Clark. Other drivers that you'll notice, Cavan Hayes and John Foley Jr. Really good to see a large contingent coming over from the Emerald Isle with Daily Motorsport. The Daily Motorsport team, there is the third. Well, we can't call Ceol Lynch our third wheel because, you know, she is no third wheel for anyone.
No.
But there's the third wheel of the on-track crew, David Manchester. Sorry, David. I'm going to be making fun of Dan Ashton an awful lot, so I'll get David in there. But David Manchester on track. Usually, David would be at the British Championship. He would be our camera steward. We do have camera stewards here. But this is... I haven't seen a collection of officials, Trent Valley Kart Club, for the 30th edition. They have literally got an all-star crew of on- and off-track officials. A bit like, I have to say... Alpha Live have got, you know, an all-star crew of, you know, camera ops, directors, producers, runners, onboards, you know, everybody making a huge effort for what is going to be, I would say, a spectacular event for the right reasons this year. Because 2 drivers already no longer part of the event. Let's hope that that isn't a factor going forward. But the precedent has been set. Ceol Lynch is down in pit lane. Take it away, Ceol.
Thank you very much, boys. That is Henry Clark to top the timesheets and qualifying here for the first half of the Junior X30s. One more face to note, though, further down the grid, who's looked really fast so far this weekend, is George House. Qualified 5th. This is his first year in Junior. I'm going to catch a quick word because George yesterday was really up there in the timings. George, how was qualifying for you? Because I know you've been feeling confident this weekend with Excel.
Yeah, it was okay. It was hard because a few people got in my way a bit at the end. Didn't really manage to get the best lap I would hope for, but I think it was okay. We can take where we got.
Yesterday, you topped a lot of those time sessions. Do you think there's more to come from you today?
Yeah, I think I can probably, if I can keep that pace up, I can make sure I stay at the front and try win some races.
And on that P5, you're the first couple of rows. That's not a bad position to be in. How important do you think qualifying was to this weekend as a whole?
Well, I think it's really important to make sure you get a good quali because you want to make sure you're at the front of the grid, because if you're not at the front of the grid, then it really doesn't help you for the races.
Thank you very much, George. Best of luck.
Thanks.
That's it then down here in Parc Fermé for now. Your pole sitter for the first half of Junior X30 seems to be missing, so let me know if you can see him in the background here, but I'm sure we'll hear from him further on in the weekend. Let's head back to the box.
Yes, do not panic, Ceol, or do not panic, viewers. We are going to be speaking to an awful lot of drivers. We've got 3 days of live streaming, nearly 30 hours of live coverage. We can't, there's Freddie Wood. Freddie Wood, who arrives here at PF International for the Fusion Motorsport team. Another driver in a rich frame of form. So in the 2 Junior X30 finals at the most recent round of the British Championship, Rocco Shenton won in the rain and Freddie Wood won in the dry.
Did indeed. The list of drivers in this one then. The number 3 seed from the British Championships last year, Aaron Richardson, is in this one. The number 9 of Finlay Lyons knows his place very well. The 17 of George Quinlan. The 18 of Simeon Stone. The number 19 of Knight Measures. Good to see Knight back in Kartmasters action. Has moved up to the juniors this year, the young man from Chesterfield. The number 22 of Henry James. The 24 of Colby Patterson. The number 27 of Charlie Blenkinsop, the 38 of Freddie Wood, as mentioned. The 44 of Sukhmani Kira is in this session. The 67 of Alex Riley. The 69 of Jacob Backler. The number 71 of Max Mason. The 94 of Alfie Brown. The number 117, Warrington's finest, Luca Narroway, is in this one. The 138 of Sam Mott. The 226 of Harry Radcliffe. The 227 of Louis Radcliffe. And the 283 of Alfie Ward. Those are your runners expected for this one. For what it's worth, fastest of them this morning in a warm-up with the same set of drivers, Alfie Brown on a 56.86.
All 12, 14, 16, all 19 drivers have made it out now. 38 entries in Junior X30, 36 places in the Grand Prix. That is going to be a very, very painful Sunday afternoon for just 2 of our Junior X30 drivers. We go across the bridge down towards down towards hairpin number 1. You can see that's Charlie Blenkinsop at the back of your screen. Charlie, privateer driver. Already the Blenkinsop family are leading the race for best paddock pooch of 2026. Bertie the Bulldog, Bertie Blenkinsop. I haven't seen Bertie this morning. I have been told that he does have his Team Blenkinsop shirt on, ready to support Charlie. As we look at the drivers coming out of the final corner onto the start-finish straight, Sam Mott was an early pace setter. Aaron Richardson making, in the number 3 plate car, and that is the number 2. I think that was potentially. Oh, that's Alfie Ward.
Ooh.
That is the Henry Gregory Motorsport driver, Alfie Ward, who has not been in a kart that much this year. He's been testing Ginettas. Henry Gregory, Greg's on legs, has he has a team that runs occasional events. Henry works for a number of different teams. He works for KR Sports during the rest of the season, but the main body of the year. But for this event, and I think for maybe one other sort of big one-off event, Henry Gregory Motorsport springs into life, running Alfie Ward. They've got a repair job on that kart to do. As the checkered flag falls, Aaron Richardson, 56.29. Now, I didn't write down Henry Clark's
56.26. So I think they've missed it by a few hundredths of a second. There's still a couple of drivers out there. George Quinlan comes across the line, P6. I think Simeon Stone might be still out there. It is a personal best through sectors 1 and 2. I think that's going to be all they wrote for this one. Here comes Simeon Stone, currently 16th in the order. Improves to 14th. Max Mason comes across the line, or registers across the timing beam now. P7, that is it. Aaron Richardson, fastest in session with a 56.29, but not fastest overall in Junior X30. That bit of praise goes to Henry Clark on a 56.26. Apologies for a little wobble there with our timing tower on the left-hand side of your screen. That's what we were expecting to see. So Aaron Richardson on pole in group but not overall. Clear by nearly a quarter of a second, though, Henry. That's a really impressive run from Aaron Richardson. He's been having another good season so far in Junior X30.
Yeah, he has the number 3 seed from 2025. Finley Lines, the number 9 seed. Finley going, there are 4 drivers in juniors doing double duty. Gold Chain Charlie Wolfett, Harry and Louis Radcliffe, the 2 brothers for Sam Pollitt Racing, and the number 9 of Finley Lines. Now, double duty, something else you'll only hear us talk about at Kartmasters, trying to win 2 GP plates in a single day. Now, it has been done twice in history, once in cadet and once in seniors. Noah Wolf did it in Honda Cadet and IAMI Cadet back in 2021. Ben Barnacote did it in 2019 in Senior Rotax and Senior X30. It's never been done in juniors. And Lines, Wolfett and the 2 Ratcliffes are trying to make a little bit of Kartmasters history there. I have to say, Finley Lines is very experienced in both Rotax and X30. Charlie Wolfett's done a little bit in X30, but is traditionally associated with Rotax. So are the Radcliffe brothers. So the Junior X30 class is going to be the trickiest one for any of the double duty drivers to win, with the exception maybe of Finley Lines, who has Jay Taylor working with him again. Finley was outstanding for 95% of the international trophy at Le Mans 2 weeks ago. And the other 5% was the last 5% of the final, where I think maybe the occasion got a little bit much. Maybe there was a move that went in that rattled Finley a little bit, because when he was passed for the lead, he sort of fell back a little bit. But those are the events that you learn from. As we go down, Ceol Lynch is with Aaron Richardson.
Thank you very much, Henry and Andrew. Aaron Richardson tops the timesheets for the second part of the Junior X30.
He hasn't done it. Now go.
Sorry about that, we're having technical difficulties here in the background. As I was saying, Aaron Richardson tops the second part of the time sessions for Junior X30. Aaron, how do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the biggest races of the year, really, isn't it? And I'm really happy to be on pole for this race. I don't know if it's pole overall, but it's pole's pole, to be honest.
Absolutely, and this is not the only event that you're doing well in at the minute. You are currently leading the British Kart Championship standings. How much is this going to add to your confidence going in with a strong qualifying for the rest of the weekend?
Yeah, well, this is a really big confident boost, because obviously Rowra was a good race and we came third, and what put us in the lead of the championship. So yeah, this is really big on my confidence.
And tell us more about Kartmasters for your viewer who might not know too much about it. The vibe in the paddock, it's just different. What is it like?
Yeah, it's a one-off race. It's just quite a lot of fun, to be honest. It's not as it's serious, but not as serious as the British Champs. And last year I was on pole after the pre-final, but it didn't go very good in the final. So this year I'm hoping to secure the win in the final.
Now, last year we saw the pole sitter overall for Junior X30 take the win. How does that make you feel?
Yeah, because obviously Riley last year took the win. It was really good for him. So I feel I can do the same this year and give a Fusion another win.
Exactly that. Best of luck then for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
We're actually going to switch Aaron out with Satmani Kira quickly. Satmani, come this way. It's good to see you back at Kartmasters. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm really excited. I think it's going to be a really good race tonight. I honestly can't wait.
How did you find qualifying? You didn't put yourself in a bad position then?
I think I had a good track position. It was just unfortunate I got overtaken, but I managed to put a good lap together, and I think I was P4 then, which is quite good, to be honest.
Exactly that, in the first couple of rows. How difficult is that with qualifying? Because this, like a lot of other events, it's quite intense. Qualifying is really important. You've got one shot. Do you think that makes it harder on track?
Yeah, definitely, because if you don't have a good quali, you're not really going to have a good race. But I think starting on the outside is definitely going to be hard, but we'll just have to see how it goes.
And for the heats, what's the plan? Are you going to play it smooth, or are we going all guns blazing for the rest of today?
I'm obviously not going to do anything too dangerous, but I want to try and win the heat, so yeah.
Clever moves. Best of luck, Marnie.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Some good insight here down from the rest of Junior X30. Let's move straight on.
Thank you, Ceol. Yeah, Sugars, Sukhmani Kira, one of the drivers in Junior X30 that is, well, a breakthrough win would be most welcome, because there are drivers in every class. You're looking at Senior Rotax, the first half of Senior Rotax. Within each class, there are drivers that have won before. There are drivers that have won British Championship rounds. They've won European or global titles in various categories. And there is another list of drivers who are knocking on the door. They may have had a couple of wins here and there, but they need that big statement victory to mark them out as one of Britain's finest. That statement win could well come here, and Sukhmani Kira is one of the drivers that both Andrew and myself tip for potentially a breakthrough win. Now, before we get to Senior Rotax, well, we had a Henry taking pole position in group earlier on. We've got a Henry talking nonsense on the microphone. We've got another Henry in the comments. Hello to Henry King, watching from Dubai, the UAE, probably supporting the XL Motorsport team, who are here in force. There are several other drivers. Ryan Carews, who is in this class. He is in kart number 364. This is Ryan's first trip to the UK to race at Kartmasters, and Ryan usually races out in the UAE Rotax Challenge. And there is the number 24 of Miles Roby. Senior Rotax, well, Guy Cunnington leads the way. Hard to believe, I'm looking back, Guy Cunnington's Grand Prix plate 2021. Guy Cunnington was the GP plate champion in Senior Rotax. You've got Matteo Palazzo now with Guy Cunnington racing. So there's a big in-season signing for the GCR team, who now also have their own in-house Rotax Service Centre engine building program, Ignite Racing Services as well. So good to see Guy Cunnington. Guy showed me around his workshop. Really, really smart workshop at GCR. Can we call it GCR HQ? Is that? Yeah, GCR HQ. I think
GCHQ is something completely different.
But this is GCR HQ. This is where you go to unlock the secrets of WAFT. You don't learn about the secrets of the British establishment. Espionage, yes. Now, we've got double duty drivers in senior, ladies and gentlemen. Brandon Truman, Harry Bartle, Macaulay Bishop, Joey Brown, Josh Smith, Ewan Charman, Freddie Lloyd, and Bailey Heath. So there we go. There are your 2, 4, 6, 8 double duty drivers in seniors.
These will be the key laps, because time is up now. The field is starting to come round at the moment. Guy Cunnington on provisional pole position with a 56.35, but that is all about to change. Here they all come. Let's see who's going to end up on top in this one. Miles Barthorpe goes to the top of the order. Where has that come from? 56.06. Can Barthorpe be beaten? Guy Cunnington still out there. Did get across the line before the checkered flag came out. Has gone for a personal best through Sector 1. It's not a particularly good second sector, though. Josh Turnbull up to P4. Harry Bartle, Macaulay Bishop to the top of the order. 55.81 seconds. Here comes Guy Cunnington. It's going to need to be a massive sector number 3 to knock Bishop off top spot. He improves, but only to 5th. Bishop, P1, never doubt him. It was a brilliant lap. A best in Sector 2 and 3 of everybody out there. Jared Fox-Whiteley, though, early stages, cements his intentions for this weekend.
Yes.
Is one of the, what we maybe say is the dark horses going into Kartmasters 2026. P2 for the Jax Motorsport team there. But I've got to go back to Miles Barthorpe. This is one of the things, we love all kinds of things about Kartmasters, but particularly this kind of story. This is not a driver who we've seen in the British Championship so far this year.
He's a mechanic now.
He's a mechanic mainly these days, but the drivers come back to get the overalls back on and put performances like that in. P3, that is a really, really good result.
Yes, it is. Miles, who raced for Team UK in Brazil 2018. He qualified for the Rotax Grand Finals before. He spends most of his time now mechanicking, working with with Sam Pollitt Racing. There's Macaulay Bishop. I was speaking to Miles' dad yesterday. Miles came to me and said, look, let's give it another go. And his dad went, you're gonna do a pre-race. You're gonna go and get some testing in. And he went and did some testing, and Miles' dad said he had the phone call. Dad, I think I've done my rib.
Oh, no.
So yesterday, and there are a number of drivers who are coming back into karting for this event. Louis Westover being another, Dominic Bush being another. Who are both, and Miles, hobbling around the paddock yesterday, thinking, yeah, not quite sure if I'm regretting the decision to come back. But, when the adrenaline gets going, Miles Barthorpe, P3, ahead of Harry Bartle, ahead of Guy Cunnington, ahead of Eva Morris, who finished 4th last year as a junior. She's moved up to senior. Now, there's Macaulay Bishop. I have to say that I think Macaulay is benefiting from having Mason, his brother, back. So Mason, Macaulay's younger brother, is a very familiar face around the British paddock, became the youngest mechanic to ever win a Grand Finals last year when he mechanicked his brother in Bahrain. Mason's been away from karting a little bit at the start of this year, and, I think Macaulay is, Macaulay's been missing him a little bit, but Mason is back this weekend, and I think it's, without wanting to over-egg the pudding, it's made a real difference. I think, Macaulay is a lot happier now he's got younger bro back around him. I think Ian, his dad, is also happy because in Ian's own inimitable style, he did tell me, he did have to call Mason and say, there's no way I'm mechanicking two karts on my weekend. Own. You can fill in the blanks. But that's great to see. Bailey Heath down the bottom, Arthur Brownless. Let's have a little look. Joey Brown, one of our double duty drivers, only 18th. Ryan Carews, 16th. Now that's not bad at all, I have to say. There is the number 6 kart. Hard to believe that Macaulay Bishop has only got a single GP plate to his name. He won it in Junior Rotax 2023. Yes, you got to be careful, Macaulay, to get your kart in there. There he goes over to chat with his dad, Ian, to talk a little bit about that. And now Ceol Lynch summons him. First spotting. Now, of course, I wonder who young Poochus, I'm going to call that one Poochus Gali, watching. And again, part of Kartmasters, it is such a family event. You see people at Kartmasters that you only see once a year. Thankfully, we see our next person all the time because that's Ceol Lynch, who's speaking to Macaulay Bishop.
Thank you very much, Henry. Macaulay, you do not need an introduction. Brilliant start to your weekend.
Yeah, qualified pole and group at the moment. Got myself a good bit of track position and managed to hook up 2 or 3 good laps. Not really the best laps necessarily, but still managed to put on pole position by a little bit of a margin. So yeah, pretty happy with that qualifying session.
Now, you know how it feels to win a GP plate back in 2023. How bad do you want another one this year?
I do want it really badly, but what I want more is both of them at the same time, because obviously I'm doing X30 this weekend as well. I'm showing good pace in both of them, so it's definitely possible. But you just got to do qualifying right, and obviously the qualifying heats to make yourself have a chance at the final, really. So that's my main aim at the moment.
Exactly that. And how are you feeling about X30? Because it's not something you've done too much in. Of course, you're extremely dominant in Rotax. Do you think you can do the same?
Well, I started an X30 before I moved to the Rotax, so I do know the tyres quite a bit, the engine quite a bit. And obviously I do this event once a year in X30 as well, so I really enjoy it. Obviously it's something different to doing the road tax week in, week out, so this weekend doing both the classes is really fun. But yeah, I'm just really trying to enjoy myself, really. So.
Thank you very much. We might be speaking to you very shortly.
Thank you.
Best of luck. Let's move along then. There you hear it from Macaulay Bishop, trying another driver to do the double. Well, that's it from down here in the pits for now. Let's head straight back up to the box.
Thank you very much, Ceol. The second group of qualifiers are underway for their senior road tax qualifying practice. There is the number 29 of Yusuf Alali.
Yusuf Al-Alai.
Al-Alai.
From Manama in Bahrain. You can see the red and white Team Bahrain shirt, the race suit on. He qualified for last year's Rotax Grand Finals. Now he's running a very plain graphics kit, is Yusuf Al-Ali with the Danny Curl Academy, the DK Academy, but obviously for weight purposes, Yusuf Al-Ali, you know, it's 750 grams is the weight of a graphics kit there or thereabouts. And if you're struggling to hit the weight limit, then, you know, take the graphics kit off. Is that a pair of Ray-Bans or Roy-Bans? That is a Euro mechanic because it's got he's got factory settings on his sunglasses. Oh, it's David Manchester. Oh, look at that. He's had a haircut. I didn't recognise it.
He's been on holiday.
He's been on holiday. He's come back with his factory settings sunglasses. There we go. The second group of senior Rotax drivers. Andrew Mather, you made a very important a point that surprised me a little bit earlier on about entry levels in the two senior classes.
Yeah, there's more entries in the X30 category for the seniors than there is the Rotax, which goes against the trend that we've seen so far this season.
But alternatively, in juniors, there's more entries in junior Rotax than junior X30. In fact, I think junior Rotax 66 drivers.
Largest entry.
We have still got, I mean, we've got 24. Louis Westover has not gone out in this session. I wonder if when I saw Louis yesterday and he was hobbling around saying, I think I've done a rib, whether that's not just a racing driver coming up with an excuse for maybe why he wasn't very quick, because he was quick yesterday, whether that's a racing driver saying, actually, I'm not sure if I'll be able to go this weekend. I hope that Louis is okay. One of the drivers coming out of semi-retirement to do this event. Another driver who I spoke to yesterday that will be very familiar to you, but maybe not the last couple of years, James Lowther. James Lowther, he is in kart number, and I will go down the
47.
order. Kart 47. James said, "You're coming back?" He said, "Henry, I'm going to come back every year till I win this thing." He goes, "I've had a third, I've had a fourth, I've had a third, I've had a second." Well, James, it gets harder and harder, but you've got to be in it to win it. There is the standard sight of an Ayrton Senna replica crash helmet, Alfie Littler, in that kart. Again, so good to see the Ayrton Senna replica crash helmet. That is still, this is event number 31 of the year for me, and at 30 events now, I have seen an Ayrton Senna replica crash helmet. Checkered flag out already, Andrew.
Is indeed. 55.83 is currently the benchmark in this session set by Freddie Lloyd. That is not quicker than Bishop's time, if I remember correctly. Who's jumping up the order on these final laps? Joshua Graham goes up to third within this session. We're still behind Crowther, still behind Lloyd. Lloyd puts in a 55.62, which is quicker than Bishop in the first session. So has Freddie Lloyd just taken pole position across both groups in senior Rotax? Yes, he has. Fast Freddie, who we've been waxing lyrical about across the course of 2026 so far. P1, he looks at the bit, so that will have been Freddie looking at the big scoreboard that overhangs hairpin 1. He sees his name at the top of it, and he sees that he's got a faster lap time than Bishop. That is a great start for drivers who had 2 wins so far this season in senior Rotax in the British Championships.
Louis Westover, he is out there. His transponder obviously wasn't working. He's been manually scored and placed back in. So he was 16th in that. Now, this is interesting. We talk about, and hello to Sean Arnold. Prepare yourself for a generic Welsh rambling, Sean. We talk about the old school and the new school in senior Rotax in particular.
Yes.
Freddie Lloyd and Macaulay Bishop, even though Bishop is a grand finals champion, he is still part of the new school generation. Correct? Freddie Lloyd has also joined the new school generation. I've not seen them together. They're very similar characters. They're quite funny, they're quite funny.
Forthright.
Humorous, forthright. They both know, and this is not arrogance, but they both know how good they are at this sport. But their career trajectories have only sort of come together this year. And this is the first year where we see Bishop versus Lloyd. Both are doing double duty. There's Freddie Lloyd. Both, as racing drivers are, both want to be the biggest dog in the yard. And at some point this weekend, Lloyd and Bishop will meet on track in the highest pressurised environment with the most at stake. And at that point, ladies and gentlemen, I just think we should sit back, take a ticket and watch two of the finest young talents in British karting. There's one of them. Just do their thing and hope that it doesn't boil over.
If I've got my sporting regulations right in my head, and I'm sure I'll be corrected in the chat if I'm not,
go on then.
That will not be today. Because one will go into Group A,
yes.
One will go into Group B, and they do not face... I'm the same. I want that for Sunday.
I'd rather wait till the Grand Prix.
Yeah. So keep tabs on that one, folks. Just a note as well, if you want to be a full nerd like us in the box, the team at motorsport-timing.co.uk,
yes.
They are providing all of the timing and scoring information, so do head across to their website, all of the latest news, the results, the decisions from the race officials, all over there that you can have a look at your leisure. A question of when are Junior Rotax out? They're out next. They'll be the next group of drivers to run through for what will be a very busy set of qualifying sessions with, 33 drivers in each of them. Good morning to Adam Reed. I wonder if Andrew has his Jaffa cakes on him. No one's provided me with orange cake yet. That means no one is protected from the DDMM commentary curse
yes.
so far this weekend. That is poor form from the paddock.
One way to guarantee that your driver will win Kartmasters this year.
Buy me 120 Jaffa cakes.
There are orange products in the box. There's orange drinks in the commentary box. Unbranded orange drinks, because this is a sponsored event, and we're very, very grateful to the list of sponsors. You will see, obviously, Uptonsteel coming on board to be the title sponsor of this event. So this is officially the Uptonsteel Motorsport UK British Kartmasters Grand Prix, or Kartmasters British Kart Grand Prix, to give it its all. But again, you'll see underneath the Uptonsteel logos the associate sponsors of this event. Iron Brew not amongst them. So that's the only time you're going to mention the I word. Otherwise, it's simply unbranded orange drink until Bar, the company that makes Iron Brew, start watching and, have a word themselves. There we go. Looking at the comments, we can see Mikey Walker, the fan club, is already in. The next qualifying session, the first half of Junior Rotax, has begun. We are 50 seconds into Junior Rotax qualifying session 1. 66 drivers in total. There's nearly a full grid just for this qualifying session.
Let's go through as quickly as we can the drivers that we are expecting to see out on circuit. The number 13 of Logan Howes, the 24 of Adam Beaudette, the 26 of Ewan House, the 27 of Jack Beasley, Nathaniel Gray in the number 37, the 52 of Joseph Berkery, the 55 of Casper McAllister, the 64 of Charles Kitely, the 66 of Alex Lynn. We'll come back to the rest of them because let's head down to Ceol.
Thank you very much, Freddie Lloyd, the second part of the Senior Rotax qualifying, and you have topped the time sessions. How do you feel?
Yeah, it feels amazing. Been working very hard, like up towards this weekend, and British as well, obviously with the setup, and it's obviously worked out. Went half second down the road.
Now, what we've already seen to unfold this weekend now is you and Macaulay Bishop both at the top of the time sessions. Do you think this is going to be a battle that's going to unfold throughout the weekend?
I mean, definitely, we're both very quick, but obviously I just had a little bit extra on them, see what happens throughout the weekend.
And you are another one of the drivers to try and do the double this weekend, is that correct?
Yeah, it's all fun and games till you do the double.
There is only 2 people to have ever done that. What would it mean to you, after all your successes in both classes so far this year, to be able to do that?
Yeah, it'd be an honour to win it. You know, last year I should have done a lot better, but obviously it didn't work out. And try again this year, see what we can do.
What are you changing? You touched on last year. Obviously, that wasn't the result at all that you would have wanted, and not to get the finish. What is the biggest change going into this year for you?
Not much change. Just I'm a bit older now, so I can keep my head focused, keep it cool, and just see how it works out.
Thank you very much. Best of luck.
Thank you.
I'm sure we'll be hearing from Freddie more this weekend. We were going to get a quick chat with Mikey Walker since he's got such the fan club in the live chat, but it looks like we've already missed the chance. Let's go back to Henry and Andrew.
Thank you very much, Ceol. And yeah, it's been something we've noted about Freddie Lloyd across the course of the season, that he just seems that, you know, a little bit older, a little bit wiser at the wheel. Just to run through the rest of the drivers out in this one, where did we get to? 64, Charles Kirtley. 66, Alex Lynn. 68, John Richardson. The 73 of Conor Large. 79, Teddy Cooper. 84, Tobias Johns. 85, Alex Shepherd. Number 95 of Kartik Kumeta. The 100 of Blake Southern. Oh dear, as we've got a bit of a traffic jam forming up through the Fullerton S's.
I'm already annoyed.
Yep.
This is annoying me because there are drivers on a flying lap who have just had their lap ruined. Yeah, it's a bugbear. You know, will we see a whole raft of... I don't know what their pre-qualifying instructions were, but that's annoying. Now they get up to speed with a minute to go.
And
1 minute to go.
I will just note, when the British Championships raced here earlier in the year, I think I want to say it was the senior category, we saw a number of drivers disqualified from qualifying sessions for exactly that. I will just remind folks of that one. Rest of the orders out there in this one, the 100 of Blake Southern, the 111 of Harvey Sargison, the 115 of Harrison Bishop, Harry Harvey in the 125, Theo Bradshaw in the 143. The runner-up in this category last year, the 182 of Cian Bernard, the 185 of Benjamin Lawn, the 213 of Samuel Paul, the 214 of Braith Murdoch, Max Douthwaite, Louis Radcliffe, Luca Holmes-Ballack, Tom Reed, Sebastian Clark, Ian Campbell, Isabella Stansmore Wilson, Shea Hilton, and the PF plate Zach Turner. Apologies that I had to skip the numbers for that last 10 or so, but there's a lot going on there, and there's only 20 seconds of this session to go.
11 drivers went out early on. Benjamin Lawn, Harry Harvey, Logan Howes, Kartik Kumeta, Samia Paul, Isabella Stansmore Wilson, Adam Gioditis, Harrison Bishop, Ian Campbell were among them. Everybody else hung around, and there is another problem. That's a Jack's Motorsport car. It's the number 55.
Casper McAllister.
Who was down and entered under the Hunter Motorsport banner, but that is not. That is a Jack's kart, if ever I saw one. Now, the yellow flag does not go out. There's another kart parked at the exit of hairpin number 1. Now, yellow flags are waving at the entrance to hairpin number 2. Sorry. A KR Sport kart up and out, the driver up and out, but I'm not sure if that is, and it is the number
Sebastian
2.
Clark.
It's Sebastian Chowan Clark. So I was speaking to Sebastian Chowan Clark. Aaron Yeo on the spanners has done a huge amount of work. Sebastian has been a real star on the rise this year. You will see the Kartmania logo on your screens. Martin Capenhurst at Kartmania. Hello to Gary Pickard from Karting Armchair Experts. We'll be having a chat with Karting Armchair Experts and Martin Capenhurst. I'll be having a chat with them later on as they try to promote the UK's biggest karting show. And now, with the demise of the Autosport International show, the only chance in the UK that you get, to go and look at the karting industry, at Silverstone as a whole. We will Now there's Shea Hilton in the number 888 kart. Always got some good merchandise, has Shea Hilton. Looking at it, Zach Turner, the PF plate, leads. And I'm just looking down, pretty much, apart from Sebastian Clark. And there's Shea Hilton. He's always, they've got a short oval background, which is why you've got the 3 digits. And that always, translates well into karting and driver merchandise. Zach Turner, Cian Bernard, Blake Southern, Charles Kitely, Teddy Cooper, Theo Bradshaw, your top 6. Looking down, yeah, pretty much, I'd say, apart from Sebastian Clark being all the way back there, that's where we expect most of the drivers. No major surprises there.
And the one maybe a little bit lower down than expected beforehand, but I don't think it was his fault. Tom Reed, P10. Tom did not have a toe. I think I saw him at the very front out on his own. So, but you can do something from there. You're in the upper half of the grid for the heats later on today.
I mean, it's hard to believe 30 junior Rotax drivers will not make the Grand Prix. So qualifying is very important. You see there, that's Ian Campbell going through. Ian Campbell, the Potenza Motorsport team. Big good luck to Lewis Gilbert.
Yep.
Lewis Gilbert, who raced British Touring Cars. Now, there was a race last weekend, I believe, at the British Touring Car Championship that Lewis Gilbert made his BTCC debut. Jamie Zyra is here running, the Craft Motorsport team, the Potenza Motorsport team. There's not many of them here. I think it's only Ian with Jamie running out of a garage, just having a nice, quiet weekend. Down in 30th position at the moment. Pressure off, I have to say. The pressure is off. They're just here to learn, to have a good time. There's no big awning around them. It's just Jamie in a garage with a driver, family, to learn. Because Ian Campbell's not a name that we see racing at the British Championship. So a step up this would be for the Scotsman Ian Campbell. Just to give you exactly where in Scotland, he's from Watton, which I'm not quite sure in Scotland where Watton is, but I'm sure it's lovely. I'm sure it's lovely. There's the number 64 asking where'd I come, Charles Kitely, and you saw him, his mechanic said, yep, P4. The driver from Azerbaijan. Wow. Azerbaijan, his mum is from Azerbaijan, John Richardson, who works with the F1 Kids TV program. He's done some commentary on Formula One as part of that with Zach McDonald, Chris McCarthy and all that. And there is the PF plate, Zach Turner. Interesting. Zach and Charlie Wolfett.
Yeah.
Both, dropped their kids off at school this morning, drove to the circuit to get into their junior kart. No, they are, you can run juniors up until you're 16.
Yeah.
And they are choosing to, which is completely their choice. There's the number 84 Thule Motorsport kart of Tobias Johns. Thule Motorsport, and of course, this Andrew Thule, Drew Thule, the 2007 Junior Rotax Kartmasters champion.
Looks into the paddock there. So Turner, 57.12. That is going to be the benchmark for everybody in Group 2, which is underway. Nobody out on circuit yet for Junior Rotax Group number 2 in their qualifying. Quarter of a second clear of Cian Bernard was Zach Turner in that one. Blake Southern got that great pole position here last year in very different conditions when it was damp for the timed qualifying 12 months ago, and went very brave on the dry tyres on that day in history. Well, P3 for this one today with the Dan Holland Racing Team. Let's quickly head down to Ceol.
Zach Turner on the PF plate. Am I right in saying that this is a bit of deja vu for you?
Yeah, it is. Last year I pulled it, so it's good to do it again.
Exactly that. Last year didn't go ultimately how, of course, any driver would have wanted it to. What's different this year?
Well, hopefully make a good start for the final and not crash in the final. You'll be there, so
hope.
How do you feel, though, that you've done it again? You've put yourself in the best position heading towards the heats today. So what's the sort of plan?
Yeah, it's good. Just got to get my head down in the heats now and just try and drive off.
And what is this event like, this day of heats? It's very different to the likes of the British Kart Championships or other series that you guys race in. It's a lot more intense. This is a one-off. What's your kind of aim for the heats?
Just try and stay calm, not crash, get a good starting position for the pre-final, and then see where we end up from there.
So the theme is not crash.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Best of luck.
Cheers. Thank you.
Good to hear that from Zach Turner. He does it once again, puts it pole position in his class in qualifying. Let's go see how the rest goes.
Thank you very much, Ceol. The second group are underway. 3 minutes to go on their session. Very quick run through, if we can, with 33 drivers in this one. Here's who you've got competing in this group: Charlie Wolfett, Jensen Powers, Odie Hull, Lewin Seidel, Aaron Berridge, Max Saul, Ellis Bell, Toby Farthing, Ryan Rapini, Harry Taylor, Harry Holland, Fletcher Jameson, Logan Hartshawn, Pierce Whitehead, Finley Smith, Hugo McCluskey, Tren Mellick, Albie Friend back in action in this one, Josh Cormack, Riley Murrow, Harry Radcliffe, Marcel Popical, Jack Robinson, Ronnie Smart, Cole Denham back with us for another edition of Kartmasters, the Minimax winner from 2023. Kevin Ivanov, Ollie Healy, Ryan White, Finley Lines, Oscar Fabricius, James Fabricius, Aidan Clark and Joe Neal. Those are the competitors with 2 minutes on the clock to go. Most of them have just headed out on circuit. If you're new to karting, if you're new to this form of qualifying, what they're trying to do here is maximise the peak performance of the tyre to time with as the checkered flag goes out. So probably coming across the line with, say, 10 seconds still remaining on the clock, they'll be allowed to finish that new lap that they're on, and that's the lap where they want the tyre to be right in peak operating and performance condition. So they'll use this lap as a bit of a warm-up lap for the tyre, then have one timed flyer, which is again just bringing the tyre into the window, and then that second proper timed lap, that's the one where they want to be getting their fastest lap times in. Just to note, the transponder, the 262, that's Cole Denham, is reported as not working. So if you're a Cole Denham fan, don't worry about him not being up the order. That is a little moment that's just being worked on by the timekeepers. So 50 seconds to go. Ooh, so for a number of them, this is going to be their lap. They've got to go now. There's a spin there on the bridge. Is that the 274 that's gone round? If it is, that's Ryan White.
Yep,
third last year in Minimax. Is it going to be a big problem for Ryan White early on in this session? There's more dramas through hairpin number one. Is that one of the DHRs that's gone round? It's the 239, and Cole Denham was involved in that as well. So that's not that's much more of a problem than a non-working transponder. Cole Denham's not going to get a flying lap in here. At the moment, Pierce Whitehead is top of the timesheets on a 58.63. That's quite a bit off the pace that we would expect to be right at the very top of the order. But here they all come now. It resembles more of a heat at the moment than a qualifying session. Who has picked their way through all of this to get a quick lap time in? Wolfett goes to the top, 57.70. Albie Friend up to P2. They have not taken the checkered flag. Ellis Bell has gone up to P3. Oliver Fabricius has gone up to P4, but Wolfett and Friend still on laps out there, Henry.
Yeah, I want Pierce Whitehead hanging on to a top 10 position at the moment, and he's yet to take the checkered flag. Last year, privateer entry Piers Whitehead from Nottingham nearby was racing in Junior Primo in the Kart Championship. That is a class for people that are new to national level racing, younger half of the junior age bracket. So from Junior Primo last year, Pierce Whitehead has crossed the line. He's 9th fastest at the moment.
Friend goes quicker. Got a bit of a toe off the back of Charlie Wolfett and has taken pole position within group on a 57.53. Is that quicker? No, it's not. It's not quicker than group number one. So Zach Turner has pole position through the heats for today. They'll have to do this all again tomorrow
but
for the third and fourth round of heats. But either way, if you can't be on pole position overall, you'll always take being fastest within your group. That is exactly what Albie Friend has done. And that was all about the timing. Little bit unlucky if you're Charlie Wolfett, because Charlie didn't really have a toe there, but he did hand a toe to his closest rival and teammate, Albie Friend.
And a thumbs up between. This is Albie Friend's, I believe, his only appearance in the UK. The reigning Rotax International Trophy champion. Won that event 2 weeks ago for a third time. Did the 2024 Minimax GP plate winner. And I did see him. This is a good time. As I was leaving the circuit at 9:15 last night, after myself, Andrew Mather, and Piers Pryor recorded the latest episode of Bump Draft for Alpha Live Slipstream subscribers, which is out next Wednesday, by the way. Plug. We can see here that now Trent Valley Kart Club has been one of the supporters of Slipstream. You can see the club meetings here at Trent Valley Kart Club. You can see here the Slipstream on the unbranded orange drink. We do have some branded Kartmasters water, courtesy of Frank Morris and the S8 Racing team. But as I was leaving last night, Albie Friend was practicing doing fronties on his scooter. That's where you stop on the front wheel.
Right.
Which I think, on concrete, if you're a young driver, that's a great way to start Kartmasters. Albie Friends, the driver that burnt his hand in a hotel sort of sauna, steam room at Portimao in 2022, the night before he was due to race in the grand finals of Micromax, and finished on the podium in plaster with a skin graft. So Albie Friend starting Kartmasters, doing fronties on his scooter.
Getting the risk out the way.
Yeah, get the risk out the way early. Sorry, Albie, I just dropped you in it with your dad, George, who's now going to be... Albie, you know when you said last night you were going out to play with your friends? Yes.
Don't do that.
Don't do fronties. There he is, still in one piece. Now behind him is Harry Holland, who is a driver running with the Zip team, usually as a privateer entry, but running with Zip this weekend. And Harry Holland finished 5th in that group. Big shout out. Kartmasters always about the underdogs as well as the big guns. You see the big guns there, Gold Chain Charlie and Albie Friend. Kevin Ivanov, privateer entry, driver number 265 from Kings Lynn. Kevin Ivanov has put his kart 3rd in group. Well done to Oliver Fabricius, 6th fastest. Tren van Melk, one of our international drivers, 12th fastest in group. This is the group where I think we're going to see drivers really far down the order having to fight back as the race weekend goes on. But Ceol Lynch has found one of our contenders down in pit lane. Take it away, Ceol.
Finley Lyons, that is not what you would have wanted for the start of your junior Rotax journey here at Kartmasters. How do you feel?
Obviously I'm a bit disappointed. We went out with about 2 minutes to go, missed the extra lap and got involved in a crash on our lap. So yeah, not great.
That's the problem here. That one lap is so crucial. What are you going to have to do now in the heats today?
Well, we know we've got good pace, so we're just going to have to give it a go in the heats and try and come through to the best we can. Salvage some points.
You are another driver here on double duty. Your junior X30 qualifying went much better than that. Do you think you're going to be able to recover this and challenge for that double again?
I think I'll certainly be there by Sunday, but if we get some decent points today and then have a good quali and some more points tomorrow, I think we'll be all right.
Thank you very much. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Unfortunate one for Finley Lyons there. That's not what we would usually see for you. Let's move along though, as I can hear the karts are out back on track already.
Yeah, P21 for Finley Lyons in that previous session. What I will say, though, is with the nature of the junior categories, you only have to look at what Cian Bernard did here last year when he had a really, really bad pre-final result and still came back all the way through to be on the podium. Now, I know for all of them, it's all about winning here this weekend to an extent. Nobody remembers second place, but I particularly remember that second place drive last year from Cian Bernard. It's not the start they would have wanted, but there's plenty of racing. It's another set of qualifiers and heats tomorrow that they can work their way back through. Nothing's won on at this stage of Kartmasters. We're into Senior X30 now. This is their first qualifying group.
Noah Wolf.
Yes.
Now, it's not unusual to see Noah in X30. He was the vice champion in the UK back in 2024 in this class. However, he's now more associated with the KZ2 classes. And here comes, now this could be the problem because Noah has gone out and Noah Wolf is approaching this gaggle on a flying lap. Now, said gaggle need to sort themselves out into, well, a single file gaggle. We're a little bit away from that. And now you can see at the back in that red and white barrel, Noah Wolf has caught that group and has now got to try and get past 20 karts who are all piddling about, doing their own thing. So yeah, so we're not quite for Noah Wolf as it's not exactly, the green grass of home here at PF International for Noah. It's more sun-bleached grass, but, he is one of the favourites and he knows this place very well. This is the home of British karting, and of course Noah has won 2 GP plates in a single day. So it is almost like the green grass of home for Noah Wolf. Through the Bruno Ferrari chicane, under the Lichfield Bridge, it's Wolf who is still quickest, but Aaron Lask, great to see Aaron back at Kartmasters, a former front runner in TKM Extreme in the British Championship. And we talk about underdog story, ladies and gentlemen. Well, how about in Senior X30? What about number 14, Alfie Gallagher from R1 Racing? Now, that's Alfie's own team. He runs a lot of young drivers. He's very, very into the new E10 cadet class in Rotax. But Alfie, when Alfie was in Minimax, he would go around the paddock, he would go to the bins, and he would take out sets of tyres that the big teams deemed surplus to requirements, and he would go and sell them to club drivers, who needed second-hand tyres. And he would use that money to help fund his racing. So, number 14, there he is, just on your screen, Alfie Gallagher. Again, one of those drivers. Is he going to contend for victory? Well, he hopes to. But, the odds are stacked against him, but that's what makes Kartmasters so entertaining, because there's always a surprise in each class. And what Andrew and myself will try and do over the next 2 days before Sunday is give you a rundown of not just the front runners, but also the people at the back, the people who are just trying, the people, and Alfie Gallagher is not at the back at the moment. Alfie Gallagher is 13th for the R1 Racing team. But again, everyone has their own journey to Kartmasters, and we're trying to, explain to you, the viewers, as Nat Stappen briefly goes fastest. Nat Johnson, Morgan Moore has now taken top spot. Freddie Lloyd is third. The checkered flag is out, Andrew. Harry Bartle has taken the checkered flag, fourth fastest. Macaulay Bishop, sixth fastest. Archie Owen, only 11th fastest. But we've still got Moore, Johnson, Lloyd, Wolf and Harrison Mackie on a flying lap.
Harrison Mackie fresh off a win in the Miami Series Benelux last week for a one-off appearance with the Eichmann's GP team. Should note, Johnston has gone purple through sector number 1. Oh, his second sector isn't the best, though. Can anyone get themselves further up the order and knock Morgan Moore off top spot? Freddie Lloyd can't. Not Nat Johnston can't either. Sam Lewis improves up to P4. Morgan Moore comes across the line. Well, that's brilliant timing for the Irishman. What a turnaround from last week. He had a torrid time up in Cumbria at the British Kart Championships, but that is what we know that driver number 8, Morgan Moore, can do. It's pole position in the first group. There's still a second group to come, of course, for the Senior X30s. He's always a very smiley young man, is Morgan Moore, but he's going to have a beaming smile at that result. 8,000, no, sorry, not thousands, hundredths. 800ths clear of Nat Johnston in second, Freddie Lloyd third, Sam Lewis, Harry Bartle, there in the top 5. Lloyd having a look at the screen again. Well, there's not as big a celebration, if any celebration at all, in reaction to that one. But that is a stacked category, isn't it, this year in Senior X30? Moore, Johnston, Lloyd, these are all drivers who've raced at a very high level, both nationally and internationally.
And this is only half the field.
And this is only half the field.
This is only half the field.
Yeah, just running through the rest of them. Noah Wolf, P6. Macaulay Bishop, P7. Harrison Mackie, on his return to the British karting scene in a driving capacity, P8. Joshua Smith, 9th. And Ewan Charman, good run there for the Charmander, up into the top 10. I'm just looking further down. Are there any other surprises further down the order? Oh, Lewis Bird, P19 in that one.
That's not
less
great.
than a week ago was taking a maiden win in the British Kart Championships. Long overdue, but Bird's not going to be happy with that one. Only just inside the top 20. That is the big one, I'm afraid. But there, just in the background, Morgan Moore, happy to be P1, I'm sure.
Because Morgan is generally a really, really engaging,
He is
a happy character in the paddock. This year, whenever I've seen Morgan, he sort of smiled, but it's a half smile. Now I am sure we will be back to seeing Morgan Moore with a full smile.
Indeed. In terms of his Kartmasters record, it's one of those races that he's yet to have that real standout result in. P9 in junior 2 years ago, I believe, is his best result to date. Could it be different here in 2026 for the Irishman? It gives a camera a little nod there to say, yeah, you are P1, Morgan, after that first group. And I'm just going to have a look at some of the names that we've got in the second group as well. Like I say, that was a properly stacked run of things. You have still got some very big drivers, the likes of Gabriel Stilp, Caden McQueen, all still yet to run. 2
returning drivers, Stilp and McQueen. Stilp with his usual Croc Promotions kart. McQueen, for the first time in his career, with Fusion Motorsport. Caden McQueen, Senior X30, Fusion Motorsport. Discuss. Those are 3 words that will be difficult to keep off the top of the podium, I am sure.
I would say, though, that was a stronger group on balance versus Group 2. So I think that's another big plus for Morgan Moore, that not only is he fastest in that group, that's got, if you count by heavy hitters, drivers who've had titles, British titles, European, IWF appearances, things like this, there were more of them in that group than we're necessarily going to see in the second group.
Now, why is that important, ladies and gentlemen? Well, that means that there are fewer, maybe pre-event front-running contenders for McQueen and Stilp to work with to get a draft, a slipstream off. So that's one thing. But likewise, there might be an opportunity to get out on your own and, do your own thing a little bit more. Ben Cuts-Bland is going to be another underdog story with Vismo International. Spoke about Ben Cuts-Bland. He does a lot of work to just get out for this event every year. Hello to Ben's mum, who I may have... Oh, dear.
Oh, no. What have you done?
Well, I think last year I mistakenly said that she passed away. And then I had a message off her saying, no, I'm still alive.
Still here.
There was a crossed wire, and I got it very wrong. So hello to Mrs. Cuts-Bland. I hope you're still alive.
We're going to move swiftly on. Let's head down to Ceol Lynch.
Yes.
Thank you very much, boys. I'm here with Alfie Gallagher. Alfie, we usually see you on the other side of the fence, training all the rookie talent. So what's it like now being back here at Kartmasters?
Yeah, it's great fun. It's obviously a really fun event to get involved with, but everyone's unbelievably fast. So we're just trying loads of things, struggling with a lot of grip out there with the heat, all the rubber. But yeah, it's always good fun to get back in the seat though.
How did you find qualifying?
Not great. Didn't struggle to find a good track position. Yeah, struggling with too much grip. We're actually nearly tipping the cart over at the moment, but back to the drawing board, work out what we can do.
track positioners a lot around here. Do you think your rookie drivers will be cheering you on this weekend, giving you some advice?
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, they're giving good support, so it's great to hear back from them, and having a bit of a team behind us, egging us both on.
Thank you very much. Best of luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you very much.
Well, that is it from Alfie Gallagher. Let's chat to Morgan Moore, though. He's going to slowly head our way. He's getting congratulated right now. Morgan Moore, brilliant move from him. We saw you have a difficult weekend. Come on in. You can replace me. Morgan, we saw you have a difficult weekend recently over at Rower with the British Kart Championships. How brilliant is it to come and put it on pole?
Yeah, it feels really good, obviously. Pole position, so we'll take it. It's always good starting Kartmasters, yeah.
Do you think this is going to be the vibe now for the rest of your weekend?
Pardon?
Is this the vibe now for the rest of your weekend?
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, we clearly have some speed, so, hopefully we can keep going from there.
As you can tell, the next session's on track because Morgan can't hear me, so let's move on. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Smile has returned. That was the Morgan Moore that we want to see as we look at the second half of Senior X30. Talked about the heavy hitters. Well, Gabriel Stilp and Joey Brown, top of the pile. Now, Brandon Truman is showing us not having gone out. Neither is Joao Castro. I did see Joao yesterday in the number 121 kart. Joao, no, he's down as a different number on my list, or he's not on my list. Joao, Brazilian driver, last year raced a Praga kart. This year, Joao has a different wagon beneath him. And, well, hopefully the wagon is still rolling somewhere because he's not coming up on our screens. But that's not to say that he's not out there at all. Hello to Guillaume Alvarez watching. Yes, a fellow commentator that we know very well. Yes, Guillaume. I have accidentally said, I think someone's passed away when they haven't. So, yeah, that's one for the books that hopefully that you don't ever replicate. Joao Castro for the Croc Promotions team in Senior X30, number 121. Brandon Truman trying to do the double in the number 55 kart for Dan Holland Racing. We have got a minute to go. Harry Cottrell for S8 Racing moves to the top of the charts.
Public service announcement, just for anyone looking at entry lists. He maybe printed them out from before the event. Daniel Bridgen, who was previously listed as the number 5, is now the 35. And Kai Hunter, who was the 35, is a withdrawal from the race meeting.
I'm not going to ask to put the first poll up. Why is Kai Hunter withdrawn? Well, obviously Kai helps Reese Hunter run the Hunter Motorsport team and Venator Racing engines. They're very, very busy. Kai Hunter had a task. His long-time mechanic, Alfie Lawrence, gave Kai a task that when the announcement came through that Kai wanted to come back into the seat, he had a task to lose a little bit of weight. There's Ben Cuts-Bland, that Vismo International kart on your screen. Kai has been very, very busy tuning so many engines, and of course, as you're tuning engines, you don't have time to maybe go out and say jog or diet. Or
be on track.
Or be on track. So a combination of lack of practice, too much time in the engine dyno room up at Hunter Motorsports at Warden Law, karting North East, and I think possibly Greg's may have had, not Henry Gregory, not that Greg's, the chain Greg's, may have had something to do with a combination of those factors. Sadly means we don't have Kai Hunter out with us.
At the moment, Gabriel's still top of the order. 55.57 is the time. It's a 55.36 that they need to beat if they want to take pole position away from Morgan Moore. Across the line, there goes Joao Castro, P20 for Castro in the 121. Who's looking quick through this lap? Oh, are we seeing again what we saw in the first group, that it was the penultimate laps that were the quick ones? Harry Cottrell over the line, stays P4. Aaron Brown back on the podium in the British Champs last week, stays P3. I don't think anyone's going to go any quicker in this one, so it is going to be, at least provisionally, Morgan Moore and the luck of the Irish at the top of the order in Senior X30 after those two groups. Gabriel Stilp, though, is still going to be pretty pleased, I think, with that 55.57. Fastest in group by 2/100ths of a second ahead of Alex Wiley. Aaron Brown, third. Cottrell, fourth. Great effort from Bailey Brooker for the Tim Wilson Motorsport team. At least Bailey has, yes, he is with Tim again this weekend. Top 5 for Bailey Brooker. Has done a lot of racing on the club scene so far this season. Tristan Powell P6, Harry Hurst-Grover 7th, Ben Cutsbland 8th, Hayden Eldridge and Max Ewell all in the top 10 now. Where was McQueen? McQueen P12 in that one. And Brandon Truman did not start. So those are your big hitters in this one.
Antonius Haddad over from the UAE, finishing down in 24th position. Looking further, Jose Halfon. We spoke to him on our race preview show, and at the end of today, we're recording a paddock show, a live paddock show in the paddock, not just by the grandstand. It's going to be a static paddock show, something different that we're trialing for Kartmasters. Jose Halfon from Panama qualifies in Group 16th. Ryan Gill. So, drivers who race, different types of karts during the course of the year. Ryan Gill in the number 43 kart in this category. He is a privateer driver from Wolverhampton. Last weekend, Ryan was at the Access Karting 10th Anniversary Festival at Buckmore Park, driving. He was one of 59 entries in a 100cc senior TKM grid. The BT82 engine, no tag starter, the one that you lift up and you bob it along. Old chassis built between 1994 and 2001. Metal bumpers, old Kartsmart Radecki Rodolfi bodywork. Oof, now we're talking. And Ryan Gill was racing in that last week, and the British Grand Prix in Senior X30 this week. Gabriel Stilp, whose classic interview said, I should be all right as long as I don't do something stupid on the first lap, is with Ceol Lynch now.
Thank you very much, Henry. When we talk comeback drivers, Gabriel Stilp, you are one of them, and you've topped the time session for that one. How do you feel?
Yeah, no, it's good. I mean, yesterday we were struggling, but the last session got red flagged yesterday, and this morning got red flagged, so we never actually got to try some of the setups that we wanted to. But I just felt confident going into it, and it felt all good. The kart felt good, power felt good, so it was a good session.
We did see you come in early on that one. It's quite hectic out there. What was the behind that?
So obviously you're not allowed to roll over at the start, so I just sort of warmed up my tyres, and I saw that there was a big gap in front, but I know I probably would have caught him. So yeah, I just sort of had to just go because I wasn't allowed to roll. I went and then caught a few back markers on the last 2 laps, and I sort of just came in the pits because I knew I wasn't going to go any faster.
Well, you put yourself in a brilliant position then for the rest of the day. What's important going into the heat?
Probably just staying smart, but knowing me, I'm not the smartest driver, so I mean, just got to stay cool and don't get in any shit too early on.
Well, best of luck. We hope you're the smartest you've been so far.
Yeah, hopefully.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's move along though. We're going to try quickly and talk. We're going to quickly go and talk to Caden McQueen. Caden, that's not the qualifying that we would have wanted to see from you. How do you feel?
Yeah, a little bit disappointed. I think we've definitely got a lot more to show than that. I mean, the track position wasn't great. There was a few crashes in front of us which hindered our performance there, but I think we've got a good package underneath us, and I'm sure we can come back. You
are paid professional driver for Ceol Lynch. You, of course, have come back. This is your first home race this season. How does it feel to be back?
Yeah, it's good. It's different. It's nice to be home, nice to do a race on home soil. Yeah, we'll just give it our best shot.
Does it add more pressure knowing that people are saying your name's back in the paddock, or are you just enjoying the moments?
No, just enjoying it really. I think this is my first race this year. I'm probably the only one at the moment. Never know what happens in the future, but yeah, it's just nice to be back.
And for the rest of the day, you're going to try and bring yourself forward for tomorrow?
Hopefully.
Well, best of luck, Caden. Thanks for the chat.
Thank you.
That's it then from down here. Let's go straight back to the box. And apologies for the swearing before.
Yes, a remarkable lack of self-awareness there from Gabriel Silk, where he says, I'm not the smartest driver. And then, well...
Drops a word.
But it's Kartmasters. Another public service announcement. Seb Kirk, son of Tav Kirk, do the dishes, tidy your bedroom, watching at home, or else you'll be mowing the grass at midnight here at PFI tonight. Tav Kirk, who was our guest on Bump Draft. This is now Minimax. Tav Kirk, who runs the circuit here day to day. His son Seb watching back home, hopefully tidying his room, hopefully doing the dishes, hopefully behaving himself. Speaking of behaving themselves, Minimax 950. Andrew, you just told me an extremely interesting little nugget of information about the pace of the front runners yesterday.
Across all of the practices yesterday, the top 5 who took their best laps from all the sessions they did yesterday, which you presume they use all on fresh rubber, 0.05 of a second covering Joshua Cook, Jackson Hilton, Logan Rolfe, Maximilian Eberhardt and Sebastian Behrman. This class, I would probably put it out there, was my favourite Grand Prix of 2025 for pure drama and storytelling. It's a different kind of Minimax grid this year. That was a very experienced Minimax grid in 2025. This has got a lot more drivers who are a little bit newer. Maybe this, their first Kartmasters, or definitely their first one running towards the front. Now, we do have previous Kartmasters winners in this group. We've got 2 of them, Sebastian Behrman and Alfie Garrett, both from their Minimax days. This is a really, really wide open category again so far this weekend. Apologies, I'm not quite sure. No, I can see the big board out in front of us, Henry. 1 minute and 23 seconds of this session to go. We're going to do this old school. Achille Nanagiannone currently fastest, 1 minute 1.25 seconds. Achille's had a very good season so far on the club scene. James Carver second, Eddie Duncan third, Austin Oman and Hubertus Steedhouder in the top 5 at the moment, but we still have time to go. 60 seconds on the clock, so anyone crossing the line now, this will be the start of their final attempt for qualifying today. The 175 of Cook is out front, so Joshua Cook has gone with the sensible option. He is one of the favourites for this competition. He's not wanted to get embroiled in anything going on in the midfield. He's just gone out and done it his own way at the front of the order. I don't think we've got any sector times at the moment, so we can't quite keep you fully up to date as we usually do with how people are doing in terms of purple sectors, green sectors and the like. There down the inside goes one of the Coles drivers. That's Eddie Duncan in the number 57.
The number 64 car, Will Eden for Pro Train, getting squeezed by the number 123, Dian Singh Pahal. Big news for Dian Singh Pahal this week as the clock strikes 0. We can't give you the times just yet. Had a little bit of a hiccup, but Dian Singh Pahal has become an official brand partner of Coventry City Football Club, brand newly promoted back to the Premier League. Dian's kart, not the one he's driving now, a Dian Singh Pahal kart, is in the Coventry City shop. Nice. Not Highfield Road, because that shows how old I am. At the Rico Arena.
The Rico Arena, or whatever it's sponsored
or whatever
as now.
it's called now.
The new ground.
The new ground. There we go. There is the checkered flag. Now, during the course of the 3 days, we're going to be running a bunch of polls on the live chat. We'll get back to that in a moment, because it's Jackson Hilton as the timing and scoring screens adjust themselves. I've got that says Jackson Hilton 60.44 seconds. That's confirmed. So the Hunter Motorsport team, Jackson Hilton, Just looking at number 45. No, that's going to be the Dan Holland Racing kart of Jackson Hilton. So the DHR number 45 sets pole position. There's the Cookie Monster, Josh Cook, who only 7th fastest. We're going to be running a bunch of polls on the live chat. The first one for you to vote on, and we'll keep a record of this, is on the live chat at the moment. We're going to do it for all the different engine builders, but which Rotax class is going to provide the best Grand Prix? Micro, Mini, Junior or Senior? Get your answers into the live chat. Now, we don't have a way of finding who has voted for which class, but, you know, we trust you. We trust you, the Kartmasters viewers. Put your messages in there to say who you have voted for, and we will see whether you, the viewers, are correct. So we're going to run that poll for a while today. We're going to also run the same one for the X30 classes, and then we'll see whether you have predicted which event on Sunday is going to be the best.
Good stuff. Well, there we go for the Mini-Maxers. They'll have their 2 heats later on in the day. Now, what have we got coming up next? It is going to be Micromax, so they're going to stick with the Rotax categories.
Philip Rawson merchandise spotted there by our current, now is he our T4, Tillotson T4 world champion, global champion? Philip Rawson. I know he's a British champion.
British champion, had a very good race here with Lucas Blanford on the support for the British champs a couple of months ago.
And said Philip Rawson supporter is looking at the really, really nice sort of commemorative edition race programme. It's good to see Kartmasters still producing an actual physical programme.
Yes.
You can come to buy. Now, if you want to come and watch Kartmasters, it is £10 per adult per day. Under 16s are free. Trent Valley Kart Club members are free. £10 per day. In the paddock, we have an array of food trucks. Torsion Bar Cafe is now cashless. So if you're coming as a spectator to watch Kartmasters today, tomorrow or Sunday, it's £10 per day. It is free for under 16s, free for Trent Valley Kart Club members, but you must remember that the Torsion Bar Cafe and possibly the Torsion Bar itself is cashless. But there's plenty to do here. We've got lots of activities, and you can watch all this on the big screen in the paddock. Speaking of big screens, he's a big deal. Dian Singh Pahal is with Ceol Lynch.
Thank you very much, Henry. That is correct. Catching up with Dian Singh Pahal, former British champion after that qualifying there. Dian, how was that for you?
I mean, I think I drove 100%. I did my best. P5's okay. 900's off pole. It's very close.
That is how close it is here at Kartmasters. Do you think that this is one of the more challenging weekends, especially in qualifying, when everyone knows how important it is for the rest of the weekend?
It's like no other. Think about it as just practice session. I'll be good.
And the paddock here at Kartmasters, we see you within a lot of paddocks within the British Kart Championships and Europe as well. What do you think is different about the Kartmasters paddock here at PFI this weekend?
The Kartmasters paddock, the thing that's different about it is that Dian Singh Pahal's in it, and it's better than any other.
Thank you very much, Dian. What's the push in the heats then, starting in the front couple of rows?
Do my best. Top 3 would be great. Can't ask for any more.
Well, best of luck. We'll let you get on.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're now going to let in Dimitar Uzanov quickly. Dimi, you're doing the double this weekend. You're doing double duty, running in both classes. I know that wasn't the qualifying you would have wanted. Can you explain to us a bit?
It was just like, it's a pretty hard weekend. Of course, it's a GP plate, but there's a lot of people, so it's not going to be easy.
Absolutely not. And you're in both classes. Tell us, is this something you've done before?
Yeah, I've done it a couple of times. It's not that easy. It's quite hard.
Mentally, I'm sure it can be really challenging going from one into the other, and you've got less time in your hands than other drivers. Is it more tiring?
It is quite tiring, but I can handle it.
Well, thank you very much for the insight. Best of luck for the rest of the day and in your other classes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dimmy. The next set is out on track. Let's head back to the box.
Thank you. A couple of notes to bring you up to speed with before we get into Micromax qualifying. Unfortunately, Sam Pooley, previous champions, aren't allowed in for free. Sam, former Minimax. We'll see you on Sunday, Sam, because we have got a photograph being planned of as many former Kartmasters winners as possible. There's a very special grid walk as well planned for Sunday before the first Grand Prix. Hello to a fellow Henry James watching. Hello to Jensen Hookie, who is watching. Richard Harris, shout out when? How about Richard Harris, shout out now? There we go. Watching Jayan Prakash. David Nichols says he's watching Jayan Prakash in this class. Jayan, of course, is the number 44 kart for Sam Pollitt Racing. Winner of the Rotax International Trophy a couple of weeks ago, punched his ticket to the Grand Finals, leading the British Championship as well. We've had a driver, the number 92, Otley Simpson, one of two sisters racing here. Otley, the younger sister, Aurelia, in Minimax, the slightly older sister. They're from Andover, down in Kent. And Otley, her kart came to a standstill at the outside, in fact, just under our camera position here. And she is watching from a marginal post. Lani Eden. Now, she is another of our young ladies. And she has not gone out either. And I don't know why. So Micromax, the youngest members. Kian Hay, Wraith Owen, Jensen Darlow, Benjamin Schlievar. Fast at the moment. There's Schlievar, the number 78 kart. There's Arthur Bowers in the number 99, being pushed around by Harry Riley. Now, Harry Riley is another one of our privateer drivers. Sunday morning, we're going to have a guest up here for a race, a young driver by the name of Ralphie Smith, who is a good friend of Harry Riley's, and Ralphie will be joining us in the commentary box for a little bit. He's a remarkable young man, is Ralphie Smith, an encyclopedic knowledge of karting at the grand old age of 10.
It's the best time to get you encyclopedic knowledge.
Yes, because your brain
retains it.
Yes, your brain is not full of other stuff like life, that you've got to worry about. Jayan Prakash to the top of the timing and scoring pylon already. Now you're looking at Oliver Woodall in the number 40 kart, another of the Sam Pollitt Racing drivers. This is the category as well where you have got now RCE, Richardson Chassis Engineering, aren't here this Kartmasters, so we have got one single. Well, I think it's the only British kart manufacturer here this week. They're in this class. It's the Apollo karting team. We featured them in the race preview. British-built chassis, Freddie Drury and Luca Bicocchi are in the Apollo karts. At the moment, Drury is 19th and Bicocchi is 14th. But this is early stages. 22 drivers in Micromax. A driver making their Micromax debut this weekend. One to watch, ladies and gentlemen. Sawyer Henderson. Sawyer has been ever present on the podium in this year's British Championship, including a win at Lark Hall in Honda Cadet. Thanks to Martin Jackson Racing, MJR, Sawyer has been given a run. There he is in the all-white graphics kit, number 127. This is his first time in a Micromax. Yesterday, it was going badly wrong, and I don't think he got many laps in. So this is a real baptism of fire for Sawyer Henderson. Let's see how he gets on as the checkered flag comes out.
Looks like Jayan Prakash is going to keep this provisional pole position. There is a little bit of shuffling of the order, but no one is challenging driver number 44 in the sectors. Just waiting for the last driver over the line, which is going to be Robbie Lyons. There goes Robbie. Jayan Prakash on pole position at PF International here for Kartmasters Day 1. What a brilliant bit of driving that is. In the end, the gap, 0.18 of a second ahead of Benjamin Schliver. The driver flying the flag for Bosnia and Herzegovina with another strong run there. Arthur Rhodes got a quick lap in at the end there to go P3. Lenny Barton P4. Kaya Vieira inside the top 5. That's another really good run. Kaya had a great run at Kim Bolton a few weeks ago on debut in the British Championships. Has been doing a lot of club racing as well. And yeah, top 5 at Kartmasters on our first day of qualifying in the heats. That is a very good result. Sawyer Henderson 6th, Ronnie Allen, Jensen Darlow, Will Wainwright, and Rafe Owen in the top 10. Ooh, that's a special livery.
That's a special graphics kit for Hendrix Fallett, the Pantano kart. Normally runs with Tommy Weir Racing. Entered as a privateer, but obviously still on the same kart. And now, Sebastian Crawford did not go out. Sebastian?
No, don't think he's part of the event anymore.
No?
Didn't see him on the entry list.
I saw him he's on my initial entry
one,
list.
Yeah. I don't think he was present. I'll come back to you on that one.
Because he was in the aero suit. He was wearing the new aero suit. There are several drivers here who are wearing the new aero suit. And those love it or hate it, but it's a thing, and people are finding out that it works.
And particularly in your cadet categories, where you've got the lowest band of power, the margins therefore, in terms of percentages, even finer than when you get up to the senior categories. Yeah, did see some of those suits being used out in Europe at Wackersdorf, an event I did quite recently.
Yep, newly homologated.
It's
and
coming in.
Yep. There is Arthur Bowers. Arthur Bowers in the number 99. The only 14th fastest for Arthur Bowers, which is a bit of a surprise. New faces, familiar faces in new places. We didn't catch up with young Harley Hibbert. Harley Hibbert running in Micromax with Fusion Motorsport. And this is the first time that Fusion Motorsport have run a Rotax kart since Jesse Phillips tried to do Micromax back in 2023. So you don't often see Fusion in the Rotax paddock, but they're here racing a Rotax kart for Harley Hibbert. The reason being is because we have a class for Water Swift and Water Swift Restricted, but they're called Mini X30. And this is a public service announcement. It's a very important public service announcement. The Torsion Bar Cafe is cashless, but the Torsion Bar isn't. So you can still go and get a pint with the change in your pocket. And the proprietor of the Torsion Bar was just up here to remind us, didn't bring us a pint, did he?
No.
I know it's early
a warm day.
On a Friday. It's a very warm day. We do a lot of talking, liquid refreshments afterwards. There is a look at some of the numerous Pink Army, the media on circuit. We have the Orange Army, of course, the most important people at Kartmasters, the most important people in all of karting, the marshalling team. But the Pink Army on track, it's great to see because there are dozens of press, photographers, journalists here, which is really, really good to see. Some of those journalists will be here to speak to Jay and Prakash, but they've got to get behind our own Ceol Lynch first.
Thank you very much, Henry and Andrew. Jay and Prakash, your first ever Kartmasters, and you've put it on pole position.
Yeah, I was doing Honda last year and now I moved to Rotax and I enjoy it much more, and I'm really happy I qualified pole.
Tell us, for your first ever Kartmasters, has it reached expectation? All the drivers talk about how different this event is. What do you think?
Well, yeah, it's pretty much the same as the British. Hard people to race against.
Is that what you're expecting for the rest of the weekend? Some really hard racing?
Yeah, top 5, top 3, yeah.
And what is the absolute goal for you this weekend? How are you going to keep your head in the game to the best of your ability?
Try and just believe in myself to win.
Well, best of luck, JM. Thank you for chatting.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is it then from the micros until the heats. Just like that, we are absolutely soaring through the qualifying sessions. That is Mini X30 on track now. Let's head back to the box.
Thank you very much, Ceol. It is indeed 3 minutes or thereabouts to go for the single qualifying session for today's Mini X30 heats. A lot of drivers that have been running in the IAME Water Swift category as part of the British Championships expected to be running well in this one. At the moment, it's Chester Fawkes, fresh off a double victory last weekend up at Rowra in the British Championships. Fawkes currently fastest. New liveries. We sometimes see this. We saw a very nice Kartmasters special from Fusion last year.
Yes.
This year, though, I think the early trendsetter for snazzy livery of the day has got to be the Ceol team, because that brand new all white and pink livery for this weekend with the number 23 at the front. James Roots at the front of the order there. That looks very nice, Henry.
It does indeed. The number 23 and the number 32, Harry Chapman. Harry Chapman is entered as a privateer, but is evidently not. He is with the Ceol team. I've seen Ash Whiteman here, so, you know, Ceol have brought the heavy hitters off track to help run the show. Also see Olivier Algieri is helping to run that team as well. Early contender for best mustache stroke sideboard combination of Kartmasters 2025. I mean, that's not going to stand the test of time as mustache of the weekend. I know that much, but it's a good effort. It's a good starter for 10, shall we say. Chester Fawkes at the end of the opening round of laps in the number 21 kart for the Danny Curl Academy. Has fastest lap. James Root. Alfie Davidson goes to the top of the pile. Now, they're running a single spec, so we haven't got some with Water Swift and some with Water Swift restricted spec, but the age bracket, you have to be in the year of your 9th birthday to do this combined Mini X30 class, which is why Harley Hibbert, the younger brother of Mason Hibbert, who isn't here. Oh yes, he is. He's in the number 33 kart. That's why Harley Hibbert's not in this class. Why he's in Micromax instead. We haven't got our reigning junior Rotax GP plate champion Albie Lapper with us this weekend. That is because Albie is out in Kristianstad in Sweden at the latest round of the FIA Academy, and I believe he is leading that
championship, going into the final round for that one.
So good luck, which means, I mean, we don't have Nanny Babs on the live chat from the Costa del Bromley. There's Reggie Chandler in the number 47 kart. So he's the third kart in line, extremely distinctive race suit graphics kit combination as the checkered flag comes out. Alfie Davidson is quickest at the moment. So, Alfie Davidson, Chester Fawkes, James Roots, Ethan Owen, Mason Hibbert and Harry Chapman, your top 6. Chloe McGill is, well, I think she's got grandparents in Bahrain saying hello, how are you to Chloe, good luck. She is not in this class. And the number 196, another new graphics kit, Albie J. Stubbs, running with the DK Academy, but with his own sort of bespoke DK colour scheme. Crossing the line, that really, really rich, deep, sort of metallic blue livery colour, the kart crossing the line there. They're the daily motorsport karts. They're my favourite liveries. That blue it's electric blue. And the daily motorsport team have brought a number of drivers. Corey Lyons, one of them, he has just gone to 18th place in this session. But it's Alfie Davidson a driver with a GP plate to his name, or does he? Because no, I think Alfie may have won one of the classes that it wasn't an official GP plate. But there he is. He is a former British Water Swift Restricted champion and one of the main contenders for this year's Water Swift title is Alfie. Coming into the pits, got to be careful. Behind the number 144 cart coming in, that was Travis Giddings, who is down at the bottom of the charts. Max Zvaric did not go out in that session, the driver of number 77 for the Ceol Motorsport team. He didn't go out, and Oliver Kleinfelter did go out. Oliver Kleinfelter, 23rd. Bit of a disappointing run for Dimitar Uzanov. Only 17th in that session. Oscar Kenny. Now, Oscar Kenny is not doing double duty. So he is... we've only got 2 drivers now doing double duty. James Roots, there he is. He's got his XL kart with his Dan Holland racing suit because he races for DHR in Rotax. Interestingly enough, we said we haven't got, Annie Babs from Costa del Bromley because Albie Lapper is. We have got karting royalty in the paddock. She's a very special karting man, extremely. Vera Holland is here.
The one and only.
The one and only Dan Holland's mum and dad are here. So both Dan Holland's parents are here. Now, that tells you how special this event is when that is an excellent graphics kit. If you want your driver to stand out, look at Reggie Chandler, the way that his family do that. But you know how important the event is when you don't just get the driver's parents coming to watch, you get the team manager's parents, the team owner's parents coming to watch. So hello to Mr. and Mrs. Holland watching in the paddock. And of course, when I started Kartmasters, they were just karting parents watching Dan win a couple of Rotax 177 GP plates. There's number 36 of Patrick Wood, privateer driver. Now that's a Paralin chassis underneath that graphics kit. The driver from Knaith. Now is it Nath Park or Knaith Park? I wonder if you're from Nath Park, like Patrick Wood. Let us know. Haven't got the results of the poll. See who is winning on that. Now we've got a couple of wrong-uns and ne'er-do-wells up there, including from ex-Project 1, now Jack's Motorsport team manager, overseeing. That gentleman's a friend of Piers Pryor's, which always makes me suspicious.
Very suspicious. So the rest of the drivers coming in then. That is all of the qualifying practice sessions done for today. Not for the race weekend. They will do more qualifying heats tomorrow for the 3rd and 4th round of heats, but those are the grids now set for the 1st and 2nd round of heats here today. And if you're just joining us, this is the order in which the heats will be through this next part of the day. So at 11:55 we will be underway for the first of the Junior X30 heats. That will be a Group A versus Group C race. The groups determined by where the drivers are in the qualifying classification. For all the details on that, do head across the Motorsport Timing UK website and navigate your way through there. Then it'll be Senior Rotax. That's an A versus C race as well. Junior Rotax with the 3rd and 4th races. A versus D, B versus C, because there's just so many juniors in the Rotax divisions here this weekend that they need 4 groups. Senior X30 likewise, there'll be A versus D, B versus C, so 2 heats for them that will be just after 1 o'clock, all being well. Minimax will then go at 1:43 for their first heat. Micromax just after 2 o'clock, and then Mini X30. So it's pretty much the same order as we've seen across the course of this morning for those qualifying
sessions.
22 qualifying sessions, 58 races to bring you on the live stream over the next next 3 days. We have a question from Abdullah saying, do you expect the aero suit to get more popular or to die off? It is only going to get more popular.
Yeah.
Why? Because drivers are winning in it. Now, I spoke to Sebastian Crawford's dad at Le Mans, and I said, well, number one, it was 40 degrees. And I said, does the aero suit keep you cooler? And the answer was a resounding yes. I said, he said, you might not wear it on a November club meeting at Wigan, but it is working in the slipstream and in the draft as well. The facts are coming out that, it helps the drivers. The drivers can feel it getting quicker. And again, I'm not a proponent. I'm not a part of Danro Aero Suit. I'm just saying that something is happening in karting. There's a revolution. And it's not necessarily, popular amongst everybody. But hey, when you start winning with a race suit like that, then you're going to sell more suits. Alfie Davidson is Ceol Lynch's next guest down in pit lane. Take it away, Ceol.
Alfie Davidson, you did it once in 2025 and you've done it again, put it on pole position.
Yeah, it feels good to be fair. We had a bit of traffic on the last few laps and it did affect us a bit, but we had enough pace to pole it really.
Now, we're not going to talk too much on your 2025 Kartmasters experience, but this year, what are you going to do differently?
I've got a different mindset, obviously. I'm just going to go into this weekend feeling good and know I can win from Rara last week, so feeling good, really.
Yeah, this isn't the only track that you've been doing well at recently. Do you think your experience in this class is going to help you so far?
Yeah, definitely. Last year helped me a lot, really. Kartmasters last year was good until the final, obviously, but yeah, feeling good, really.
Well, best of luck for you, Alfie. We'll let you get on with your day.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now coming in is going to be Caden Hikora. Come on in. Caden, now this is your first ever Kartmasters. You've been racing for 5 months, so it would only be right to talk to a real rookie. How have you found Kartmasters so far?
In practice, I struggled a lot, but today I'm really trying my best, and I know I can do well in this race.
Now, you've put it just outside the top 10 for qualifying. That's not bad at all for your first Kartmasters here. How did you find quali? Because it can be quite intense out there.
It was really intense. There was some traffic. I cut my way through it, and it was very hard.
Of course, you're with a very experienced, successful team. Do you think they're going to help and your teammates help push you on this weekend?
Yes, like a lot, because they help me. When I'm following them, I can learn from them because they're more experienced.
Well, thank you very, very much. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Let's move along. Once again, we're going to do 3 here for Mini X30, and that is James Roots. James, we can see you're in your DHR suit. You are on double duty here with XL. How's your weekend going with them so far? This is the first time out with them.
Quite good. I mean, I've definitely improved since I did Watersport Restricted in the last time I was in this class. So yeah, I thought I've improved a lot in this category.
Do you think your experience from Watersport Restricted last year is going to help you this weekend here doing both?
Yeah, but it's very different. You have to carry a lot more corner speed in this. It's a bit grippier tyre, of course, and very different to the Mini. So.
Okay, thank you very much. Good chat. Good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thanks.
All right, and just like that, that is it for qualifying. Karts are already back out on track. Let's see some more.
So here we go then for the first racing action of Kartmasters 2026. We kick off with Junior X30 and their first heat. On pole position, it's Henry Clark for BMR, George Edgar alongside on the front row, Finley Lines and Freddie Wood. They will go from the second row for this one. Rocco Shenton and George House there on row 3. Colby Patterson and Max Mason go from 7th and 8th on the grid, completing the top 10. It's Charlie Wolfett and Zach Champney in this one. Charlie Blenkinsop and Alex Riley, they go from row number 6 George Clark and Katie Donaldson start on row 7. Alfie Brown and Sam Mott go from the midfield on row 8. Sophie Campbell and reigning RWF champion in this category, Max Endicott, they go from row number 9. Then on row number 10, Alfie Ward and Harry Radcliffe. John Foley Jr. and Kai Clark go from 11. Henry James and Knight Measures go from row 12. Ollie Brunt completes the 25-strong field for this one. And here we go then for 10 minutes plus 1 lap for the start of racing here at PF International for Kartmasters 2026. It's a great start, not a good start for one of the crocs there that was spat out the pack. Was that Max Mason in the number 71? I think it was. It was a great start for those on the pole side of the grid. George Edgar on the anti-pole side is already down to around 5th place and going wheel to wheel with one of his rivals from last weekend at Rowrah, Freddie Wood, in the British Championships. But what a start for Henry Clark. What a start for Finlay Lines as well, who's running there in 3rd place. Already, Henry, it's getting a bit ferocious out there.
Yes, nice to see a nice calm start to the very first race of Kartmasters 2026. But up at the front, Rocco Leon Shenton, and as we come, leads the way, there's George Edgar picking up a place. They come through the exit of the Mike Wilson complex through the final chicane. Rocco Shenton leads at the end of lap number 1 by 1.5 seconds. Zach Champney getting a warning, and it was so. George Clark did not take the start. I think that is a case of still kart being repaired after the incident we saw in qualifying. And there's the first Slim Shady of Kartmasters 2026, courtesy of driver number 2, George Edgar, and he went 2 for the price of 1 around the outside of hairpin number 1.
And that's going to be one of the factors here this weekend off the back of this British heatwave of 2026.
Oh, yes.
This is a properly gripped up PF International at the moment. I doubt I've ever seen as much rubber laid down on this circuit at this stage of a Kartmasters than before this year. Finlay Lines having a good scrap there with George House. That's for P5. Freddie Wood just behind them as well, fresh off his maiden British Kart Championships win less than 1 week ago. And here goes Wood trying to go wheel to wheel with Charlie Wolfett there. Charlie Wolfett in the number 95 looked to have got Freddie Wood there. We'll see what it's like down towards hairpin number 1. If you've not watched Kartmasters before, this is what it's going to be like all week. And what a move that was. Was that Alfie Brown stepping through? Yes, it was. In the number 94 on the Birrell Art machine. Out wide goes George House. This battle with Finlay Lines, considering here comes Brown down the inside. Double overtake into the Fullerton S's.
I mean, that was just an example of drivers not focusing on the race lead, because George Edgar has already gapped this group by a considerable margin, and he is setting off after Rocco Leon Shenton. Now, you mentioned something very, very important, Andrew, that we're going to come back to time and time again. These conditions, the heat level, the grip level, does not help drivers who are taller and who are on or over the weight limit. Rocco Shenton, you'll see on the next time we cut to the race leaders, and I say leaders plural because George Edgar has simply marched up to Rocco Leon Shenton and has now caught him. Alfie Brown in 5th position, Zach Champney and Henry Clark running in 3rd and 4th, but yeah, Rocco, he's praying for rain. He is one of the drivers, and there is a look at, is that Max Endicott making the move? And there, at the end of lap number 1, Rocco Shenton led by 1.4 seconds. Here we are, he now is no longer the race leader, and George Edgar can simply mirror signal maneuver down the straight. Shenton knows when the weather's like this, he just has to survive. He just has to survive and stay. He's already looking over his shoulder because he knows that in these conditions he is not as quick as Edgar. But Kartmasters, ladies and gentlemen, the quickest driver rarely wins.
Indeed, 5.5 minutes of this race to go then. So Edgar leads from Shenton, Clark then Champney. Drivers further down the order, because we're keeping an eye on those who have had a bad qualifying and are now starting to show their true pace. Max Endicott up 8 spots to P10. Kai Clark in the 167 up 11 spots to 11th place. There's one of the DMS carts in the middle of it all, and Alfie Ward as well there in the Henry Gregory Motorsport entry is 16th at the moment. So that battle that you saw going through the Mike Wilson complex was all in the second half of the field. There is a move from Alfie Brown up. Is that now 10 positions for Alfie Brown? He was 6th at the end of that last lap. Here's your top 4 running down towards hairpin number 1. Tell you what, this has been a good way to start the racing here at Kartmasters 26.
Look at that. That gives you so much grip. Shenton up on 2 wheels because he is on the weight limit and he's a tall driver. And you saw that he just he just turned the car right to go into hairpin number 1, and like a little puppy dog, the right rear just sort of lifted up off the ground. That is what Rocco and other drivers, including Kai Clark, who is another 6 foot plus 13-year-old, that they are battling with. Kai Clark has gone from 22nd to 11th in the number 167 kart for Fusion Motorsport through the Bruno Ferrari chicane there. Stuart Lyons from TCR UK watching on as his son Finley moves into 7th position. It's gone wrong for Gold Chain Charlie. He has dropped to 19th, and here's another move, and that is the number 38 of Freddie Woods, passing Alfie Brown for 5th.
A good move there from George Howe, slips down the inside of Finley Lyons, although it looks like Lyons is going to get the switch back towards the Fullerton S's. Not if House can hold it round the outside. Good stuff there from last year's X30 Mini European Series champion. There is
Max
another
Endicott
driver with a good record in this category, X30 Junior. Max Endicott going through. How many positions is that gained for Max Endicott now? I think he's up to 9 with that effort. George Edgar sets a new fastest lap of the race. 3 minutes of this one to go. Charlie Wolford starting to come back through this one. We had the problems earlier. It's Rocco's out. Rocco Shenton out of the first heat. Now, what has happened there? Is that a technical problem for Rocco Shenton? He's pulled down behind the barrier to driver's left on the run into turn 1, so he's in a safe position, but he's not going to be happy with that. Walking back to the marshal post. First big drama of Kartmasters 2026, Henry.
Yeah, box up. Well, I mean, it's the recovery is going to be even more box office now for Rocco Shenton. But you see what he's done, and this is a very, very smart thing. He's pulled the kart to the entrance, the closest point of the track, off track, where his dad can pick the kart up and get it back to the paddock. He knows time is of the essence, even though he's only got one more race to do today. Smart, thinking driver, and he's walking back past a shrug of his shoulders. That young man has matured tremendously. There's no fists slapping, there's no punching the steering wheel or kicking the side pods. It's a case of, right, that's happened. What can I do with it? And there's Alfie Ward out again. That's 2 out of 2. And we got our first 3 wide moments. Is that Kai Clark? It is Kai Clark, picking 2 places up, coming out of hairpin number 1. This is now the battle. Well, Katie Donaldson is there in the number 177 for the MDL Motorsport team, the young lady from Scotland. Then it's Clark. Then it's the number 138 of Sam Mott. And behind there, is that Night Measures? No, this is the number 27 of Charlie Blenkinsop. So privateer driver Charlie Blenkinsop being cheered on by Bertie, the Bulldog. But up at the front, George Edgar now leads by half a second. That was getting tasty. Going into the first chicane, that was Kai Clark and Katie Donaldson. Clark picking up the position. Talk about Max Endicott. Now, this might sound strange. He is the reigning IAMI Warriors final champion. So therefore, the best junior X30 driver in the world. That is the official. It's not called the IAMI World Finals. It's the Warrior Finals. We're not allowed to use the World. But in terms of IAMI racing globally, he is the best in the world. And yet, I think that Max Endicott, he flies under radar, and he certainly hasn't had as much fanfare surrounding him as, say, other former British Army Warrior Finals champions have had. This weekend is a chance for Max, I think, to really remind the rest of the karting world. Sam Mott out of the race, the young Welshman for the Croc team. This is a chance for Max Endicott to say, yes, do you know what? You don't win an Army Warrior final for no reason. And here he is. There's 2 positions he's picked up going on the bridge. He passes the premium karting machine of Finlay Lines. He passes Alfie Brown. Brown goes back in on him at hairpin number 1. But this is a real chance for Max Endicott to remind the rest of the karting world that he's here.
It's a very different circuit, this, to the other tracks that feature a lot in the British Championships. As an example, he's been very strong out in Europe so far this year as well. I remember back to his I Am a Euro Series performance at Franciacorta. It's definitely one to keep an eye on. We are on to the final lap. George Edgar leads, Henry Clark second, and Zach Champney. This is a nice start for Zach Champney.
Yes,
third
indeed.
place, having gained 7 places so far in this one. This is now your battle for 4th place with the demise of Shenton's machinery. Wood has had a warning flag in this one. Just a warning at this stage, nothing more than that. But George Edgar had had plenty of speed last week up in Cumbria, but had a bit of bad luck along the way. This will settle the nerves, if there were any nerves, for the FIA gold medalist in the Motorsport Games from a couple of years ago.
The first British gold medalist.
Yes.
In the FIA Motorsport Games. It was
2024.
Is it 2024?
24.
Oh, because it was Jess Gregg. It's 2022. So we've had previous gold medalists in the FIA Motorsport Games. But George Edgar is race winner number 1 of Kartmasters 2026. Henry Clark, Zach Champney. Very strong result for Zach. Freddie Wood in 4th. Max Endicott. And with that pass, because he repassed Alfie Brown, that combined with the fact that Katie Donaldson repassed Kai Clark, means that Endicott gaining 13 places. And this is something I think that we'll probably keep a little unofficial poll going. So the biggest mover in a single race. Well, at the moment, Max Endicott, plus 13. That's the biggest mover in a single race. Kai Clark, plus 12. Katie Donaldson repassed him on the last lap. Clark finishing 10th, gaining 12 places. But here is a quick look at your provisional Race 1 results. George Edgar, Henry Clark, Zach Champney, Freddie Wood, Max Endicott and Alfie Brown. Your top 6.
George House, Finlay Lines, Katie Donaldson and Kai Clark all score top 10s to start their Kartmasters journey. Charlie Wolfett fights back to 11th place, was outside the top 20 at one stage of that one. Charlie Blenkinsop completes page 2 there in 12th.
Max Mason recovering well from his spin on the first corner from Colby Patterson. Sophie Campbell, Night Measures, Mini Measures, Alex Riley and Harry Ratcliffe, one of our double duty drivers, 18th.
Rest of the order, Ollie Brunt, Henry James and John Foley Jr. were the last of your 21 finishers. Retirements in that one, Sam Mott, Rocco, Leon Shenton and Alfie Ward. One did not start, was the number 42 of George Clark. There is Sam Mott walking back to the paddock. The next time we will see these drivers in action, Junior X30 Group C will be out at 3 o'clock. And then Group A will race at 5:42 later today. So anyone who started on the pole side of the grid, they are your Group A drivers. Everybody else Group C. We'll see Group B drivers for the first time when we get to that second of the Junior X30 heats. Max Endicott on the weighing scales there.
Oh, and sadly, well, you're right. Sebastian Louche should have raced this weekend, Sebastian. Yeah. Missing you here, Sebastian, I think would have been a great addition to Minimax or Junior Max now. I forget where Sebastian is. He's graduated out of Minimax. Is Gary Walker, one of the officials team. But here's a quick look back at some of the potted highlights of race number 1.
This was the race start. Not a particularly good one for George Edgar. Lost a number of positions there off the start. That was the spin for Max Mason, who did quite well, actually, to recover back to 13th place in this race. Other early exchanges. Alfie Brown had a really strong start. In the end, would gain 9 places. Finlay Lines going wheel to wheel as well there with Henry Clark. This was a great move and a key move for George Edgar. The first round the outside of Kartmasters 2026 in race trim, and battle for 4th place raged on through the middle part of the race. Now Charlie Wolfett was there. Forget now off the top of my head of what happened to him. Freddie Wood got involved as well, showing he's still in good form from last week. Max Endicott gaining positions all the time in this race, as George Edgar took the lead of the race away from Rocco Shenton. Rocco Shenton would have technical problems and retire later on. This was the scrap between Alfie Brown and Freddie Wood. Charlie Wolford had fallen down the order at this stage. That was a near moment between Kai Clark and Katie Donaldson. Both of them stayed on track to score inside the top 10, but Edgar wins the first one from Henry Clark. A good start for both of those drivers. Henry Clark looking to improve on a 16th last year in Water Swift as one of his best results so far in his time at Kartmasters events over the years. More racing to come up here, of course, at Paul Fletcher International. That's the first heat for Junior X30 done. We'll move towards the Senior Rotax category up next for their first race. There'll be a Group A versus C race, and that is up right now. So let's go through the grid then for race number 2. This is Senior Rotax. Freddie Lloyd starts on pole position for Team Evolution. Jax Motorsports' Mikey Walker starts alongside on the front row, and it's a good couple of slots on the grid for the Jax boys, because Jared Fox-Whiteley starts alongside Miles Barthorpe on row number 2. Joshua Graham, Brian Gandor, they're on row 3.
Row number 4, Guy Cuddington and Eva Morris, followed by Lloyd Hare and Eli Baden. Finley Jones and Ewan Charman round out the top 6 rows. Before you get to Brandon Truman, Liam Hartley, Jack Thompson, Charlie King, James Lowther and Lloyd Palmer.
Next row of the grid, you've got Austin Johnson and Aaron Devan. Louis Westover returning to Kartmasters, starts on row 11 alongside Ollie Goodyear. Drew Preisner and Joey Brown go from row number 12. James Tester, Lucas Howell, they're on 13. Benjamin Baker and Benjamin Lee go from row 14. It's then Alfie Litter and Yusuf Ala Ali on row 15. Arthur Brownless and Bailey Heath complete the 32 strong field here for the first heat of the Uptonsteel Motorsport UK Kartmasters British Kart Grand Prix for 2026. What are we going to see here? Freddie Lloyd in really good form. He's had a good amount of running here at PF as well. Remember, he was straight into business at the start of the club calendar with the Winter Cup, or the Icebreaker Cup, as it was for the drivers here this year.
Finley Jones, the only driver on the grid for Liam Atkin Racing. He's in the number 1, 2, 3 car. Keep an eye out for him. Keep an eye out for Bahrain's Yusuf Al Ali as the lights go out and we're off and racing. Lloyd leads the Senior Rotax field under the bridge for the very first time through the Bruno Ferrari S's and out onto the bowl. And it's a clean start from everybody to the first couple of corners, and we'll wait. Oh, Guy Cunnington gets elbowed wide coming out of turn number 4. That costs him a couple of positions, and everybody behaves themselves through the first hairpin as well. Let's see how many times we get to say that this year at Kartmasters.
Finley Jones had a good start to the race, a little bit of a squirrely moment into the first hairpin. I reckon it's broken up into the top 10 as we come through the Mike Wilson complex on lap number 1 here for Senior Rotax. Let's count them through and how they're looking. It's still the early stages of this first heat. Freddie Lloyd leads. Jared Fox-Whiteley second. It's a Jax Motorsport 2-3 at the moment with Mikey Walker, who's got plenty of support here this weekend. He's running third. Joshua Graham up a spot to P4. Miles Barthorpe and Even Morris completing the top 6. Biggest mover on that first lap, Henry. Joey Brown up 8 places already, knocking on the door of the top 15.
Joey, one of the double duty drivers. This is Joey's secondary class. So we don't normally see Joey in Rotax action. He is normally an X30 driver, so this is his secondary class. Oh, the number 13 getting muscled wide. That was Eli Badding for the Cato Motorsport team. Losing a few places. Eli Badding had a great Kartmasters for a bit last year. The final didn't quite go his way, but again, a driver that obviously brings his best to this event. As you look on the reflection from the wonderful timing and scoring building that we have here at Paul Fletcher International. Out onto the banking, it's Lloyd from Jared Fox-Whiteley, one of those drivers, like we said, knocking on the door, a dark horse in senior Rotax. Jared Fox-Whiteley, and of course Jax Motorsport have their own in-house engine building program now. Max Racing Engines, run by Dodge, David Gregory. So we're expecting lots of wafts from the Jax team. To Hunter Motorsport karts, battling for position, Ewan Charman and Jack Thompson. They're in the lower reaches of the top 10 at the moment. And there's Brandon Truman moving forward, the PF plate holder. Truman gaining a place. That puts him into 11th now.
Plus 5 second in-race time penalty for kart number 46. That's Lloyd Palmer, who's currently 22nd on the road. So as things stand, that would drop Palmer all the way to the bottom of the order pretty much in this one. 6 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Joey Brown continuing that charge. We mentioned him at the end of lap 1. He's now up 12 places, as here is a potential move coming in from the 332 of Eva Morris, 4th last year in the junior race. That's a good bit of overtaking, going wheel to wheel now with Lloyd Hare in the 341. They both get through past Mikey Walker there. Mikey Walker going a little bit backwards at this stage of things. Is that going to be something to think about in terms of setup and how the tyres are working across the course of these races?
Needs more comments in the live chat to help him go quicker. Mikey Walker. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, and I do have the final instructions of this race meeting, but an in-race penalty is non-appealable. You are stuck with it. You can't come and ask Nigel Edwards what it was for. You can, but then you can't say, can you have a look at it? Nope, it's there, and you can't appeal it. So first, and it's another part of the event where, look, let's just clamp down on things early. Let's get on top of the driving standards early. And if you can get a penalty without even going and asking about it, then that'll make you think twice. Because, Lloyd Palmer will know what the penalty was for, whether it was out of the tram lines at the start or whether it was some sort of other on-track infringement. There's the Finley Jones kart, the Liam Atkin Racing. I'm going to try and get through the event without calling it Liam Aitken Racing, because it is Atkin. It is Atkin. So I'm going to try and get through the event as under the watchful eyes of the Orange Army. That is through the final chicane and on to another lap. 5 minutes to go. Ewan Charman moving on to the back of Finley Jones's kart. There's Charmander. P10. No, P8 for Charmander. Jones drops back to 9th. Eva Morris is the KR Sport Kart 3rd in line. In front of this group, Guy Cunnington has wow, that was a move that I'm not sure the driver on the outside appreciated, but it was a aggressive move early on. Now, Miles Barthorpe down to 11th from the front of the grid. This is where you really need to. Qualifying is one thing, but knocking the ring rust off is quite another.
4.25 minutes of this race to go. Plenty going on out there. There's Arav Dewan in the number 21 having a few problems. Here looks Brandon Truman trying to get through on Joey Brown. So Joey Brown in that special livery for this weekend. The number 11 Fusion Motorsport entered kart. So that's what confused us, because it wasn't the normal colours for Fusion. That was he slinging it down the inside, but it was Joe Brown. Here's the battle. Oh, now
Alfie Littler out of the race for Hunter Motorsport. Alfie will go no further in this one.
Battle for the race lead. Now this is the first point of interest for Freddie Lloyd. Some people might have expected Freddie Lloyd to gap everybody else and Scarpa into the distance in this first heat. That is not occurring at the moment. He's got his hands full at the moment of keeping Joshua Graham and Jared Fox-Whiteley behind. Ryan Gandor is there as well in 4th place, within touching distance should these three go to battle in the next few moments. And there for the race lead, Joshua Graham takes the lead in this first heat, and Jared Fox-Whiteley is through. Good racing between these three drivers. Joshua Graham means business.
Yes, indeed. Freddie Lloyd coming back at Jared Fox-Whiteley into hairpin number 1. Canada's Ryan Gandor, who's chosen to race this event rather than the Rotax US Trophy Finals, which are also happening this weekend. So Gandor choosing to race this and not go for a ticket to the Grand Finals this weekend. It looks like the Ryan Gandor that could potentially be on the podium in this event shown up. There are two Ryan Gandors. There's the Ryan Gandor, who is on track at the moment, who is heading towards the front of top class international field. And then there's the Ryan Gandor, who you forget is actually driving until you realise, oh, you finished 17th. I didn't realise you were here, Ryan. It looks like the former, not the latter, has shown up to Kartmasters this year. And this is his first season. Now the battle is on. 2 minutes to go. Fox-Whiteley side by side with Lloyd. Graham defending. Lloyd just gives, that was just looking over to Jared Fox-Whiteley saying, no, after me, please, sir. And Gandor closing in.
Yes, indeed. This is a good scrap between these three drivers. Joshua Graham, one of many drivers in the field here this weekend, who's been on the podium at Kartmasters before. I think back to 2023, and his time in Junior Rotax was P2, but he's not won one of these before. It's a long, long way to go before we get to Sunday's Grand Prix, but this is a positive start for Joshua Graham. He's another driver who's had a bit of a growth spurt as well. He's making us both feel very old here, Henry.
Yes.
As Freddie Lloyd looking around the outside, Jared Fox-Whiteley sticks his nose down the inside. They're going to be side by side over the Litchfield Bridge.
Good racing from both of them. Here comes Gandor. Good racing, respectful racing there from Whiteley. And here comes Gandor. And not quite. This is now Jared Fox-Whiteley. Well, Freddie Lloyd. Oh! And that was there we go. That's Kartmasters. There was a little bit of tetchiness creeping in between Fox-Whiteley and Lloyd. They are both sort of, like two peacocks, and they're still sort of, puffing out their tail feathers and their chests. It's cost them both. Guy Cunnington is like kids these days as he drives past them both.
That's an interesting moment there from Freddie Lloyd. Probably, if there was a race where he was not at his happiest so far this season, where I've watched him race, Henry, it was probably here in the British Championships for the Rotax categories, so make of that what you will. 5 seconds of this race remaining on the clock, so this will be the penultimate lap of the race. Having a look at Guy Cunnington there, that's a bit of a bold one from Lloyd Hare. Cunnington's having none of that. Ewan Charman says thank you very much, I'll have that. Eva Morris was in the dirt there out of hairpin number 1. Charman is pointing forward to Cunnington to say, come on, no, we've got to keep working together here, Guy. We're not actually that far behind Ryan Gandor. Well, they are now. Here comes Lloyd down the inside of Hare. Evolution on Dan Holland Racing, and Mikey Walker having a strong finish to this race as well, which is good to see. So maybe the kart was just not quite there in the first half of this race, but it's definitely on point at the end of it. Final lap board is out. Warning flag for the 341 of Lloyd Hare.
Now let's see how long Charman pushes Cunnington for. So far, Guy Cunnington is trusting Ewan Charman, because Ewan Charman said, okay, look, we'll work together. This is now the last lap. Joshua Graham, 1.5 seconds up the road. You can see the number 8 on his card. 8th in last year's British Championship. He's been winning at British Championship level, has Joshua Graham, since back in 2020. But again, is it unfair to say that he needs this as a breakthrough win? You know,
Maybe so.
He's been to the grand finals on a number of occasions. He is always there or thereabouts. But, you know, you've got to take that big statement win at some point so you can stop being a nearly man and become the man. Or woman, but the man. And Joshua Graham takes the checkered flag. Gandor second for KR Sports. Guy Cunnington and Ewan Charman, third and fourth. Freddie Lloyd under investigation. Now, 3 drivers have been given a penalty. We mentioned Lloyd Palmer in the number 46 kart. 5-second penalty for the number 374, Charlie King. And a 5-second penalty for driver number 13, Eli Baden. So 3 drivers, and Freddie Lloyd is also under investigation. You know, obviously the antics, there was a bit of back and forth between himself and Jared Fox-Whiteley. Moves were made, avoidance was taken, positions were lost, and eventually Lloyd, you could see, finishing 5th. Fox-Whiteley will finish 8th. Here's your provisional result from race 2. Joshua Graham and Ryan Gandor, positions 1 and 2 for KR Sport. Guy Cunnington, Ewan Charman, Freddie Lloyd, and Mikey Walker.
Lloyd Hare comes home 7th on the road. Jared Fox-Whiteley, Finley Jones, and Evan Morris all score inside the top 10. Jack Thompson in 11th place, and a good first run for Louis Westover as well, up 9 spots there to 12th place. Brandon Truman 13th, Joey Brown was up 10 to 14th. Miles Barthorpe had a bit of a tough time out there, down to 15th place. Drew Preisner, Liam Hartley, and Benjamin Lee in the top 18. Lee was up 10 in that one as well. Eli Baden 19th, 20th for James Tester, up 5. Benjamin Baker, Arav Dewan, Lucas Howell and Arthur Brownless all in the top 25, but they'll need bigger results than that across the course of the weekend if they're going to make it to Sunday's big race. Ollie Goodyear 25th, Charlie King 26th, and I think he had a 5-second penalty in that one if I'm not mistaken. Bailey Heath, Lloyd Palmer, Austin Johnson and Yusuf Alalali in the top 30. James Lowther and Alfie Litter were in that race. Litter did not see the end of it. So 31 finishes out of 32. Here are some of your highlights.
Good start. Jared Fox-Whiteley getting across, but it was Freddie Lloyd that led early on. And lots of action back in the pack. Lloyd trying to establish. Now, there's Josh Graham in the early stages. 3rd and a long way back. Same for Ryan Gandor. A long way back. Ewan Charman had his work cut out to get up towards the front. But Freddie Lloyd, although he was able to get some clean air at the start, the leaders, or the chasing pack, were able to sort of peg him back a little bit. Guy Cunnington eventually would finish 3rd. He was down in 15th at one point. But as the battle at the front hadn't joined at this point, there's Finley Jones and there's Ewan Charman, who would finish 4th, having to make his way up. A lot of late lunges going into hairpin number 1, and the number 178 kart there getting spat wide. That was Miles Barthorpe, possibly one of the reasons why he slipped to 18th. Now we had the battle for the lead. Graham takes the lead. Fox-Whiteley pulls a move on Freddie Lloyd there. Lloyd gets him back. And there is Freddie Lloyd. Now, this is where it got a little bit touchy. Fox-Whiteley gives him a hip and shovel. Lloyd sends one in very deep. Fox-Whiteley gets out of the way. They both slow each other down. And as a result, but here we go, down to Ceol Lynch.
Well, our second heat of the day saw Joshua Graham to take the win. How do you feel about that one? That was intense towards the middle of that race.
Obviously it feels very good. Taking the win of the first senior race of the weekend. For me, it was a pretty sensible race on my behalf. I started 5th, made my way up, chased Freddie Lloyd down, got into the lead, defended for a bit, managed to pull a gap, and I just sort of maintained the gap for the rest of the race.
What were your thoughts there off the start? Because a lot of the times so far this year in other various championships, we've seen Lloyd take a lights to flag victory. So how important was it that you caught him up in those first couple of laps?
Yeah, I mean, this track's difficult to lead at. Like, it's very hard to pull away. But, you know, I just did what I could, chased him down and got into the lead as quickly as I could.
Congratulations. Thank you for the chat.
Thank you.
We're going to very quickly move along now to the next heat of the day within the box.
Thank you very much, Ceol. Junior Rotax, heat number 1, race 3 of 58. Zach Turner, the PF plate holder, and Charlie Wolfett on row number 1. Blake Southern and the tiny Carter, Ellis Bell on row 2. Teddy Cooper and Oliver Fabricius, row 3. Followed by Joseph Berkery and Ryan Rapini, Nathaniel Gray and Fletcher Jameson. Luca Holmes-Ballack, and from the Netherlands, Tren van Melk on row number 6. Then it's Jack Beasley and Finley Smith, Benjamin Lawn and Aaron Berridge, Ewan House and Ronnie Smart. The rest of the field, Alex Shepherd, Arden Clark, John Richardson, Toby Farthing, Harrison Bishop and Marcel Poppercool. Poppercool in an aero suit. Adam Gioditis and Riley Murrow, the human highlight reel, followed by Shea Hilton, Jack Robinson, Isabella Stanswell Wilson and Max Bock-Stahl. Then Harvey Sargison, the closer, Cole Denham and Sebastian Chowan Clark. A full grid of nearly a capacity grid of junior Rotax drivers. Watch for the closer, Cole Denham, coming from the back. Watch for Sebastian Chowan Clark coming from the back as well. Riley Murrow out of position. He got his nickname, the human highlight reel, from this event last year, and he'll be moving up. But also Harrison Bishop. Now, his family have got a great little stall in the paddock about how to eat healthily.
They do indeed. So, 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Oh dear, problems for the number 37 of Nathaniel Gray, the driver from Aberdeenshire. Is not going to be taking part in this race. Was meant to start quite high up the order. What was that? 9th place. But away we go then. The lights are green on our screen. It's a good start for Turner, who will hold the lead through the first couple of corners. Can they all make it through cleanly? No. We've got 3 drivers in trouble towards the back end of the field that we can see out of our commentary box window. We'll update you on who they are in due course. But 9 minutes and 40 seconds to go in this one. Turner looking pretty at the front of the field.
Yes, down towards hairpin number 1. One of the drivers that I think had a bit of an issue, well, Ryan Rapini for KX UK, or KX UK, made a bit of a slow start. Ryan Rapini, a Wilton Mill, not a specialist, but he's virtually unbeatable at Wilton Mill. Needs to show that he can do it at all circuits, because he's another driver looking to break through into the top tier this weekend, and a bit of work to do for Ryan, who qualified quite well. Further back, some of the drivers that we saw in trouble, Toby Farthing was one of them. Riley Murrow also a bad qualifying session, puts him out of position and then gets caught up at the start. But here we go, Zach Turner leads, and that is the Ultimate R kart of Ellis Bell battling with Fletcher Jameson.
That's great to see, isn't it? Fletcher Jameson on the attack has been in very good form here at PF International, whether it be a club round or with the national championships. When Fletcher's raced on this circuit in 2026, he has been a force to be reckoned with. We're on lap number 2 then of this first heat of Kartmasters 2026 for Junior Rotax. Looking busy in the midfield there, coming through. Ewan House in the number 26 for Jack's Motorsport, up 3 places at the last count. That may be going up even further. Just to note as well, Sebastian Chowan Clark up 11 spots. Cole Denham, who had problems in timed qualifying, is up 11 spots. Clark now up 15 spots. What a second lap that was from the driver of 2:51. Now breaking up into the top 20. Harrison Bishop, the first driver to get a penalty in this one. Looks like he may have just strayed out of the tram lines before lights out.
Yes.
Plus 3-second penalty for kart 115.
Looking a little bit further down here, Aaron Berridge as a privateer. Now, there's a name. I wonder if there's a relation to Bob Berridge, Amanda Berridge, who run classic Formula One cars. We will find out. Someone will know. A lot of overseas drivers in this race. Max Boxall for KR Sports. He's down in 27th position at the moment. Tren van Melk, who was leading contender at the International Trophy at Le Mans recently. Well, he's now finding out just how difficult British karting is. He is 15th position, having started 12th. The field now spreading out. A little bit of cloud cover settling. Now, that is going to bring track temperatures down slightly. That might help. The grip level is obviously still exceptional here, but a little bit cooler now overhead, and a blanket of white but not completely grey clouds.
So into the middle phase of this race. Then Zach Turner still leads it from Charlie Wolfett. Fletcher Jameson running in third ahead of Ellis Bell and Blake Southern. Hello to everyone watching us down in front of the podium. Hope you're enjoying your day here at PFI. 6 minutes of this race to go. Ryan Rapini currently the fastest driver out there. Ryan, if I'm not mistaken, one of quite a few drivers in this junior road tax category who've come through the Motorsport UK karting pathway. That's a close moment from another one.
Yes.
Who's come through that pathway. Blake Southern going for a move there on Ellis Bell. Wow, that was close. I always just start to back away from the monitors in this box, Henry, when I see a move like that. Thankfully, no major dramas on that occasion.
Last year, Blake Southern, established himself. It was a year ago. He put it on pole in junior in this class, drive for the Jack Dex Racing team. Yes, he started out in Club 100 in rental kart racing. Last year, made a name for himself. Fast forward one season, he celebrated his 16th birthday at Le Mans recently, and he's now battling up at the sharp end of the British Grand Prix and the British Championship and every international event he goes to. A remarkable rise for Blake Southern, who puts a lie to the fact you don't need necessarily to have started at the age of 6.
Yeah.
In Bambinos that have come through the cadet, the Micromax or the Water Swift, categories. You can spend time in rental karting. If you're good enough, when you move into owner-driver karting, then you are good enough, full stop. Ellis Bell, he is a driver definitely good enough to do great things here this week with the Ultimate R team. He is now just in front of Fletcher Jameson. You would have seen on the preview show last night that set of tyres that Fletcher Jameson is using, sponsored by Zach Starbuck, the driver who Fletcher crashed with at this event a year ago. Zach Starbuck is working with the Jacks Motorsport team and has sponsored Fletcher tyres. Every time I hear about what Zach Starbuck is doing in this, it makes me very, very proud to be part of karting, because there's a lot of talk. We've got 4 minutes to go. There's a lot of talk about, kids in karting, they're a bit spoilt maybe, they're not. They work very, very hard. And for some of the activities you see when, kids make mistakes and when you see accidents, and you hear about what people like Zach Starbuck are doing behind the scenes in the paddock to put back into karting, to give back to the sport, it is remarkable. So if there's an underdog that you're cheering for at home, ladies and gentlemen, Fletcher Jameson. Let's recall, Fletcher and Zach watched last year's Grand Prix from adjacent hospital beds, both with punctured lungs. Fletcher Jameson with a broken neck, and here he is.
And doing a brilliant job as well. 3 minutes of this race to go. So Charlie Wolfett now to the front of the order in this one. Wolfett, who's been a winner on this circuit already in 2026. Took rounds of the British Championships back in the 2025 and the start of the 2026 season here at this track. But here goes Zach Turner, who is in good form, has slung it down the inside and got through. Ellis Bell takes advantage of that also up to P2. Wolfett keeping calm at the wheel right now, but he's going to have a challenge perhaps from his teammate Blake Southern running there P4. Luca Holmes-Ballack starting to come into play in all of this. And was that Oliver Fabricius going down the inside? Yes, it was. And the 290 now going wheel to wheel with Rapini. Back to the inside, pulls Ewan House. That's a smart bit of driving from the Scottish driver out of the final corner. And look at this, Zach Turner gets his head down, trying to break away. Here comes Charlie Wolfett to the inside, alongside with Ellis Bell, and has to pull out of that one. Good racing, though. Good space left by both Bell and Wolfett that time around. That's okay. It's heart-raising, heart pressure-raising stuff, but it's okay. They're still in this race.
Marcel Poppercall pops up with the fastest lap of the race. In the aero suit. He's only 23rd at the moment. 90 seconds to go. The Dan Holland Racing Committee haven't really found common ground there. That slowed the Gold Chain Charlie down. Blake Southern taking advantage, having to go around the outside. That was Luca Holmes-Ballack in the number 228 and Charlie Wolfett in the number 6 car, not really getting aligned on the same page, shall we speak. Turner now being caught by Ellis Bell with a minute to go. Ellis Bell's last lap of 58.29. Zach Turner's last lap of 58.39. They are 2.5 seconds ahead of everybody else. Apart from Nathaniel Gray, who ground to a halt on the rolling lap, all 32 drivers that actually took the start are still running. Toby Farthing gets a 5-second in-race penalty. And now there are 2 more Jack's karts. Jameson and, no, is that Ronnie Smart and Ewan House getting mixed up, getting it up in amongst it. Yeah, the 250 of Ronnie Smart coming across the finish line now. And who was that making? Oh, that was
Holmes-Ballack.
Yeah. Oh my goodness me, that was rather close. Was that?
That was with Fletcher Jameson in the number 96.
And the 290 of Oliver Fabricius, the MLC Motorsport team. Oh, and there was a 4-part accident there. That was somebody has done an axle already. That was a bit like an obstacle course, wasn't it? You know, where we had drivers sort of trying to avoid each other, clipping each other, and getting turned broadside across the track.
Aidan Clark was, I think, the 4th driver involved in that one, has fallen down the order. Was Alex Shepherd also caught out?
Yes, Alex Shepherd is the driver parked at the exit of the bridge with a rear axle.
There it is.
That is no longer the correct shape.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame that for Alex. He's had a strong season. Another one of the drivers been doing a lot of racing on the club scene so far in 2026. We're on the final lap here. Zach Turner versus Ellis Bell. I've got to say, Zach Turner has turned his season around, in my opinion. Last time I saw him race here at PF, it was not a happy weekend at all, but this is a positive start. Can he hold off Ellis Bell, though? Ellis Bell looking to the outside. No, not quite able to find the grip and the adhesion round hairpin 1 there. But he's got good speed. He's immediately back on the rear bumper pretty much of Zach Turner. Turner checks over his shoulder. Nothing going there. Bell needs to get within range really by the Mike Wilson complex. Otherwise, this is going to be a win for Turner. This has been a good scrap.
It has been. You know, Ellis Bell, he tried something. It hasn't worked. Put that one back in the memory banks for later on. Zach Turner, Shea Hilton, the 222 involved.
Riley Murrow.
That was Riley Murrow. That was a lot further back in the pack. Zach Turner takes the checkered flag and the win in race number 3. Ellis Bell second. Gold Chain Charlie coming home in third position. Blake Southern is fourth. Teddy Cooper is fifth, followed by Ewan House, Fletcher Jameson, Oliver Fabricius. Well, Lee Murray for MLC Motorsport. He's actually in the USA at the moment, helping Talon Tuning at the US Grand, the Rotax US Finals. But they've only left JT in charge, and MLC Motorsport, Oliver Fabricius running in 8th. New leader in most positions gained, and it is Sebastian Chowan Clark, 24 places. So not only does Sebastian Chowan Clark lead the unofficial competition for most places gained, his mechanic Aaron Yeo is an early leader in kart mechanic bingo. We'll get to that in a little bit. You know the rules. Every kart mechanic needs certain elements, bright trainers being one of them, and Aaron Yeo has those in abundance. Making their way out, Nathaniel Gray will head back to his abandoned kart. That's Bobby Game corner. Oh, I'm wondering there now. We talked about, obviously, the on-track crew, but the Alpha Live crew here. Now, is that Chris Simpson out at Bobby Game corner? It usually is. And we will give our camera ops a bit of love and some name checking as the weekend progresses, because, you know, they are providing you with the best pictures in British karting, the best pictures in world karting, some might say, I have to say. That's not a picture that Nathaniel Gray will want to have repeated time and time again, being walked back to the paddock by a marshal with no go-kart. That is a shame.
More racing from the Junior Rotax category coming very soon. That was just one half of the huge entry here for Kartmasters 2026. Hope you're enjoying your day.
Well,
what day is it? I've already lost track of what
today,
day. Friday.
Today is Friday. This is hopefully not David Manchester getting. Oh, luckily it's a non-alcoholic. Yeah, race directors.
Bit of fruit. Always good.
Even though race directors they can be driven to drink. That is a healthy option. One that maybe half healthy. Bit of fruit for David Manchester. His wife Yaz is up here. She is her and Des Woodcock are Motorsport-Timing. They are our timekeepers. Yaz making sure that her husband is eating healthily. It's apples. He's eating apples because he's on a diet.
Maybe so.
Maybe so.
So let's get into the next bit, which is, of course, the provisional result from that first race for Junior Rotax, race 3 of the weekend. Zach Turner, Ellis Bell, Charlie Wolf at your 1, 2, 3. Blake Southern, Teddy Cooper, and Ewan House come home in the top 6. Fletcher Jameson on a return to Kartmasters, P7 in that first heat. Oliver Fabricius in P8. Sebastian Chowan Clark 9th ahead of Ryan Rapini. Luca Holmes-Ballack and Jack Beasley take us down to 12th place. Tren Van Melik in 13th ahead of Jack Robinson and Cole Denham in the top 15. Cole Denham up 17 places in that one. Joseph Berkery, Harrison Bishop and Aaron Berridge all in the top 20, completed by Marcel Popical and Isabella Stansmore Wilson. John Richardson, Ronnie Smart, Finley Smith, Adam Giordaitis and Harvey Sargson take us to 25th. Benjamin Lawn, Toby Farthing and the rest further down the order. We have to move on though because the screen has just reset, which means we've got another race coming. Junior Rotax heat number 2 up next.
Yes, indeed. Albie Friend will lead last year's GP plate runner-up. Kian Bernard's the start. Kevin Ivanov, one for the Privateers, starting third. Charles Kitely fourth, with Harry Holland for the Zip Factory team and Theo Bradshaw on row 3.
Row number 4, Lewin Seidel of Switzerland starts alongside Louis Radcliffe. Harry Radcliffe is here as well. Starts on row 5 alongside the farmer, Tom Reed. Pierce Whitehead and Conor Large, they go from row 6.
Hugo McCluskey and Alex Lynn are next. Josh Cormack and Tobias Johns, James Fabricius and Logan Howes, followed by Jensen Powers, Braith Murdoch, Joe Neal, Kartik Kometa, Logan Hartshawn and Harry Harvey. Joe Neal is the Uptonsteel, or Mr. Neal is Uptonsteel. Thank you for his support.
Title sponsors of the race here this year. Finley Lyons and Max Douthwaite, they go from row 13. Ryan White did not have a good time in time qualifying. Starts on row 14 alongside Samir Paul. Harry Taylor and Ian Campbell will go from row 15, the last of the 16 rows in this one. Odie Hull and Casper McAllister.
Yeah, Odysseus Hole, the only driver here for Dave Edwards Racing. Dave Edwards is doing a lot of work at a grassroots level to bring drivers, you know, to give them a taste of owner-driver racing. He's got one driver here, he's mechanicking himself, Odysseus Hole.
And looking to run a scholarship for junior Rotax races next year.
Yeah, more of that is needed. It's fantastic because, of course, that is, you know, Dave Edwards is trying to run a business and, you know, giving away scholarships, that impacts businesses, but he's doing it because he loves this sport. Lights are out. We are off and racing for the second junior Rotax heat of Kartmasters 2026. We're all safely through the Bruno Ferrari S's. We go under the Litchfield Bridge and we're safely round the bowl as well.
Good start then for our junior Rotax drivers in this heat, and look at this at the front of the order. Friend versus Bernard, two drivers who both know how to win a GP plate on a Sunday. First of all, though, they've got to get through this heat, and joining this scrap is Charles Kitely there in the number 64 for Dan Holland Racing. So Albie Friend looking under a little bit of pressure in the early stages here, Henry. I've got to say, I'm still getting used to him running in a Dan Holland Racing setup, and it's now a DHR 1-2. Kean Bernard losing a couple of positions, including to his old team there in the hands of Theo Bradshaw.
Yes, Theo Bradshaw and Kean Bernard back the last time that we had a Honda Cadet GP plate. They contended for the win in that event. That was the last GP plate that was eventually decided in October away from the circuit. But Albie Friend back to the inside, coming off the bridge. Oh, and teammate or not, Albie Friend sending Charles Kitely for a ride. Here comes the first of the Zip Factory teams. Is that Bradshaw into third position? He was third. I think he is now fourth because the 227. Louis Ratcliffe. Louis Ratcliffe, the Sam Pollitt Racing team. Kean Bernard also now in Sam Pollitt Racing colours.
Tom Reed coming forward as well. Big week this for the career of Tom Reed. In his first year in Junior Rotax was a big part of that fantastic classic Minimax Grand Prix race 12 months ago. What can he do in this one? Well, he started on the 5th row of the grid. He's now running in 6th place. 7 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in this one. Friend from Bernard, from Louis Radcliffe, then Bradshaw, Kitely, Reed, Large, Lynn, Seidel and Johns. That is your top 10 at the moment. Good start this for Tobias Johns for the Thule Motorsport team, up 6 spots.
Yeah, Thule Motorsports have been reinvigorated this year. I think maybe the signing of Tom Reed, the reigning Grand Finals champion in Minimax, you know, has spurred Drew Thule's team on, and across the board we're seeing more and more Thule Motorsport karts up at the sharp end. Reed with the inside, gets turned around, he's in the middle of the track. Oh, he made the move, and Kitely is off as well at the exit of the corner. So Reed and Kitely coming together. I think that's probably 1-0 to Henry in terms of putting curse the commentators on a driver. I apologise. Now, there is the 227 of Louis Ratcliffe. It's Kean Bernard leading this race at the moment, Andrew.
Yeah, it's happened in the last lap or so that he's managed to get through past Albie Friend. Albie Friend not looking on 10 out of 10 form at the moment. Maybe just waiting for that kart that they've gone for a setup that will be strong in the last 3 or 4 minutes. So they're still a couple of minutes away from that point. Josh Cormack's picked up a 5-second penalty out there in the 221. There's Conor Large getting in amongst it side by side with Alex Lynn, and also part of this. You've got the number 21 of Lewin Seidel, the Swiss driver for KR Sport, is up into the top 5 now. Let's have a look at a replay of a few moments ago earlier on in this race. So this was the Kitely and Reid moment. So it was 2 parts to that incident, Henry.
Yep.
First of all, Reid finding himself racing the wrong way, and then Kitely catching again Tom Reid's kart and going straight to the scene of the accident.
Yeah, Reid made the move, but then had to brake very, very hard going into the first part of the Fullerton S's to get round the corner. That caught Kitely out, Kitely tipping Reid into a spin, but then as Reid rotated, he just clipped the right rear of Kitely's kart, which sent Kitely into the barriers as well. And there is the number 265, Kevin Ivanov. Now, Ivanov was entered on my list as a privateer. However, that graphics cut looks very Cato Motorsport-ish. And Cato Motorsport, Simon Cato Adams, he knows how to. He's won multiple Kartmasters. His drivers seem to do very, very well here. They know, Cato knows this event. He knows how to get the best out of his equipment, his drivers, for this event. We have got a new leader, and it was briefly Louis Ratcliffe. It's now Cian Bernard again. Wait there. Now it's Ratcliffe again.
And here comes Albie Friends. So he talked about whether Albie Friends' machinery might be a little bit quicker and a bit racier in the second half. It looks like that is the case right now, because he's not been dropped by the 2 Sam Pollitt Racing teammates at the very front of this field. They need to keep an eye on Tobias Johns as well. Tobias Johns is now up 12 places in this race, runs P4 in that number 84 machine. Is looking very quick indeed. Plenty of racing still to go in this second heat for Junior Rotax. Other drivers coming through the field. Braith Murdoch up 11 spots, now running P9. Finley Lyons up 13 spots, P12. Harry Taylor 18 spots now, up into 11th places here. Once again go the leaders for Sam Pollitt Racing. Through goes Bernard into P1 once again, but again this is going to bring Friend back into play. It's going to bring Tobias Johns into play. Here goes Albie Friend down the inside for second place. Textbook move through hairpin number 1. This is the point at which, for me, Henry, if Cian Bernard is to win this heat, he's got to kick now. He's got to break away. But right now, he's looking a bit defensive as they run through the Fullerton S's. Also keep an eye there on Alex Lynn. Alex Lynn up 9 places in this race so far for Jack's Motorsport. Plus 5-second penalties coming in as well. We saw one for Charles Kitely earlier on. Tom Reid's now got one as well. So those 2 drivers that we saw off the road earlier in this race, more bad news for them.
Yeah, both Kitely and Reid getting penalties as we look. Oh, sideways under the bridge. That could have been huge. Harry Taylor and Finley Lyons up 15 positions. The KR Sport car at the front of this group. That was Luan Seidel, the Swiss driver, getting sideways under the bridge. That is a wake-up call for Luan Seidel. And the Kevin Ivanov car, Kevin Ivanov, he's got the Red Bull crash helmet. Normal sort of unsponsored race suits, but he is with, and now Friend back at the sharp end. Is this the battle? It is the battle of the race lead. I think I know the answer why Albie Friend may have been a little bit slow at the start. Obviously, after I unfortunately spilled the beans on Albie doing fronties on his scooter, his dad George probably throttled him for a little bit in between qualifying, and that sort of Albie needs to catch his breath a little bit before going out. Now he's, caught his breath. Here he is, lead the way. But the beauty of Kartmasters, you get drivers that you're not used to seeing at British Championship level, showing just how talented they are. Step forward, Alex Lynn. Step forward, Tobias Johns. Johns trying to pick the bones out of that move between Lynn and Ratcliffe, and Johns will get none of them because he gets forced wide onto the grass. And now Lynn and Johns do move to the back of this group because the British Championship regulars, the international regulars, they do have ways. They do have ways, and it's the last couple of laps where the cream really does rise to the top. There is Reed picking up another place in his recovery drive. Kitely has retired.
Has indeed. Will save himself a little bit for later on in the day. Less than 60 seconds to go on the clock for this one, which is plenty of time for this top 3, top 4 to switch places back and forth in the quest for taking this first heat win of the day. Just to note other drivers coming through the field if we haven't already. Ryan White up 12 spots for Hunter Motorsport into the top 15 now. Odysseus Hall for the Dave Edwards Racing Team up 9 spots to 22nd. Quite a simple mathematical solution for drivers. If you're thinking about, am I on course for getting through to the big race on Sunday, finishing in the top half. If you're finishing in the top half of one half of the field, as that works through, that should get you through to the Grand Prix. These 3 drivers are definitely doing that at the moment. They'll be closest to whether this is final lap or not. No, there's going to be 2 more. They get across the line with just over 4 seconds remaining on the clock. Friend still leads from Bernard. Bernard, I thought he was going to have a go there. Friend controls the pace and controls his positioning on track really nicely there. Round the bowl as we've got a red flag, Henry. Red flag, the race is stopped. Not clear in the box to us why. That's not a problem.
There is an incident at the exit of the Mike Wilson complex. That will be... we were just about to start the last lap. That will be all she wrote. I don't know the identity of the driver in question. Luan Seidel has not come round. I think it might be... Well, I can't see the kart. There is Marshall and Dan Ashton with the driver in question. Didn't see the accident. Karts are being stopped on the run into Bobby Game Corner. We will obviously update you with the condition of the driver, the reason for the stoppage. I am now looking at a driver standing up. So, I think it's Luan Seidel, and he was having a little lay down on the grass. He's now standing up. The kart is off to the right. So, and again, Luan, he's got family here. He's from Switzerland. I'm sure there's family here, but I'm sure he's got a lot more friends and family watching back home. I haven't seen the accident. Alpha Live, our policy generally is sometimes you can't avoid showing accidents. It's part of our sport, but we don't go out of our way to show accidents that aren't caught on the live stream, because this is a junior category and these drivers are all 16 years and under, and quite frankly, we don't exploit that here at Alpha Live. It is not our ethos. We're here to promote, not exploit. For
it's not the way.
It's not the way at all. There's part of the scrutiny. There's Gary. There's one of the, and look at that. The marshal keeps his arm on Luan Seidel. Why does the marshal do that? Well, it gives the and that marshal will be talking to Luan. He'll just be running. Oh, how's it going? You know, are you enjoying your morning? To get information, is the driver potentially suffering a delayed concussion? Is the driver compos mentis? You keep your arm on the driver just in case they start wandering off, because he has to go to the medic. Now, of course, this event wouldn't be possible without our sponsors. Here is a word from some of them.
Welcome to the high-octane world of Kart Giza. Kartgeezer.com is officially the fastest growing karting marketplace on the planet. Let's face it, we all love the speed, but the costs can really pile up. If you want to make the sport you love more affordable, we've got the secret. Head over to Kartgeezer.com right now to find deals and start saving on gear today. It's the easiest way to keep your kart on the track without breaking the bank. And did I mention? It's totally free to use. Join the community today.
Welcome back, everybody, to live pictures here at Paul Fletcher International. It is the Uptonsteel Kartmasters Motorsport UK British Kart Grand Prix for 2026. If you're just joining us, we're under red flag conditions at the moment for an incident in the previous race. Let's head down to Ceol Lynch.
Thank you, boys. Thank you, boys. I'll be friend winner of that one for Junior Rotax. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, it was a good race. I just had to stay calm because it's a long race and a long weekend ahead, so I just stayed calm and got the win in the end.
It's never nice to end on those terms, but you have been to Kartmasters before. You know what it's going to take this weekend to do well. What do you think you need to do to give yourself that bit more of a push for the rest of the day in the heats?
Obviously, just stay calm through, and then in the final, just push as hard as I can. Don't go for really anything apart from the win. Yeah.
You did mention a bit on the track conditions there for that race. Can you give us some insight?
Yeah, obviously when the racing starts, there's grass on the track from people going off, so it's a bit slippy, but yeah, had to do with that. So.
Well, thank you very much. Good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
That's it then from Albie Friend. Good to hear from another one of our winners here today at Kartmasters. Next race is already out. Let's get going.
First racing appearance of the day for Senior X30. Here's how they line up for this heat between groups A and D. Morgan Moore of the Republic of Ireland starts on pole position with Aaron Brown alongside on the front row. Reigning British champion Freddie Lloyd starts alongside Bailey Brooker on row 2. Harry Bartle and Harry Hurst Grover go from row number 3. Macaulay Bishop and Hayden Eldridge there on row 4. It's Joshua Smith and Joey Brown starting inside the top 10 for this one. Oliver Meek and Scott Riley on row 6. Cam Edmonds and Dylan Patel there on row 7 ahead of Jacob Marples and Oscar Cole. Aaron Lask and Joao Castro start inside a top 20 that's completed by Laith Khan and Max Cooper. Mayan Patel and Anthony Haddad, they go from row 11. Monty Brathwaite and George Wang on row 12. Row 13, Rhys Newburn and Jensen Buckingham. Charlie Phillip and George Quartermain start inside the top 28. Brandon Truman completes the 29-strong field here in this one. Senior X30 and a really strong group of drivers in this one. This is half of the order in Senior X30 here today. Groups B and C, they will race against each other after this one. There is Freddie Lloyd starting this one from the inside of row number 2. Not a bad place to begin a race from here at PFI. If you're just joining us, Andrew Mather on commentary duties for you today with Henry Beaudette and Ceol Lynch, part of your Alpha Live team. 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Here we go into the tram lines, waiting for those lights to go green. They do so, and away we go for racing in Senior X30. Morgan Moore will control the field through the first couple of corners. That's a strong start from the Irishman. He had a tough week last week in the British up in Cumbria. This has been a much better start for him here in Lincolnshire. Off of the bridge for the first time. A couple of drivers running wide. I think Jacob Marples was one of them. And here down the inside goes Harry Bartle up to P3. Lloyd's had a good start as well. Vehemently points forward to Bartle to say we've got to stay focused on the leader. Whoa, as there's some goings on out of hairpin 1 to hairpin 2. The number 78 of Laith Khan has gone for a bit of grass tracking in the early stages of this race. But it's more from Lloyd, from Bartle. Macaulay Bishop's had a good start as well, up to P4. He does have a record of racing in X30, not as much as his Rotax racing in previous years, but he is strong round this circuit in this kind of machinery. Here comes Lloyd to take the race lead. Good start then for Freddie Lloyd. In comes Bartle as well. Morgan Moore shuffled outside of the top 3 now, drops to 4th. Aaron Brown is there as well. Keep an eye on Aaron Brown, running aboard the Paul Fletcher International entry on home soil for that organisation. There is Bishop down the inside of Bartle. That's for P2. But as we say, keep an eye on Aaron Brown. He was in very, very good form less than 7 days ago up at Rowrah for the British Championships. One of the premium karting drivers running out wide there was that Harry Hurst Grover in the number 91. Yes, I think it was. And Hurst Grover again out wide. Losers out to Oliver Meek. Good stuff there from Oliver Meek, who was racing at Wilton Mill in their club event less than 7 days ago. Oh, plenty to talk about there in the first 2 laps of this race. Lloyd leads from Bishop, from Bartle, from Moore, from Brown. Joey Brown up the order as well. He was in good form less than 7 days ago as well. As through goes Bishop. Here we go then for the first time at Kartmasters in 2026. It's the 2 heavyweights of British karting, Freddie Lloyd and Macaulay Bishop. Macaulay Bishop has the lead of this race into hairpin 1. There's a bit of a defensive shape there from Harry Bartle, running P3. Morgan Moore having a fight with Aaron Brown as well over P4. This is just a heat. It's a long, long way to go for our Senior X30 drivers before they get to the Grand Prix on Sunday. But that's an early advantage going in the direction of kart number 68 for Dan Holland Racing. Macaulay Bishop will lead at the end of lap number 3. There'll be 7 minutes of this race plus 1 lap to go, but look at how close the rest of the field are behind as well. There's some good pace in that second group. Scott Riley's up the order. Scott Riley had a difficult week last week, was a little bit unwell. Seems to have got through that now. Another of the Irish contingent here in this category. Riley's up 6 places so far in this race for the Excel Motorsport team. So I think that's now another position. As here goes Lloyd. Lloyd down the inside of Bishop. So back and forth these two. They know each other very well. And they know that you can't win Kartmasters in the first heat of the weekend. But you can make your job very hard indeed. Now, there's a driver off in the background there. Was it Jordan? Oh, no, it's Charlie Phillip. Charlie Phillip is out of this one. So the number 52, that was breaking down off of the bridge. It's just come down the emergency route, the same way that Rocco Shenton did earlier on in the Junior X30 heat. Here comes Bartle now having a go. Not close enough to get alongside Macaulay Bishop through the Bruno Ferrari S's into the mid part of this race. 6 minutes to go. Jacob Marples is under investigation for something that's happened out there. Who else has come up through the field so far in this one as one of the S8 Racing TB karts goes for a move? That's Hayden Eldridge. Eldridge, an experienced hand in this X30 division, gets up another spot. It's up to 9th place now. But further down the order, Mayan Patel in his first year in senior racing, up 6 places so far in this race. It was really Kartmasters last year that lit the season alive for Mayan Patel when he was in Junior X30. Had a really strong number of results through the second and third thirds of the season. Monty Brathwaite is up 6 spots in this one as well, up to 17th. Jensen Buckingham as well, the MDL team, up 6 spots into the top 20. Side by side there, involving one of the Ceol Motorsport drivers. I think that was Scott Riley getting involved down towards hairpin number 1. Got the number 24 of Dylan Patel in there as well. Fusion Motorsport with a little bit more white on the livery here this weekend. They do often run a special livery for the British Kart Grand Prix. Oliver Meek in the mix there. Also running 12th on the road right now. He's got ahead of Harry Hurst-Grover, who's got back into a decent rhythm here. We saw Hurst-Grover having some issues earlier on in this race. A net loss of 7 positions so far. New fastest lap of the heat has come in. It's from Harry Bartle, 55.89 seconds. He's got the advantage of a double toe at the moment off the back of both Bishop and Lloyd, but pretty much status quo between those 3 drivers at the moment. Aaron Brown running in 4th place now ahead of Morgan Moore. Joshua Smith, noted there, is also on the move as Bishop goes for the overtake, and that in the end is going to be the advantage of Bartle. So Bishop went for it into hairpin 2 on Lloyd. Both of them were compromised. Harry Bartle steps through and says, thank you guys. That's an easy double overtake out of that particular corner. Aaron Brown has caught back up to the top 3 with that. Does Bartle now try and kick for Strawberry Racing and break away from his rivals behind? This would be a nice psychological boost more than anything, I think, at this stage of the race meeting. If Bartle was to win this heat ahead, 2 drivers who you reckon would be in the top echelons for Sunday's Grand Prix. Well, he's not leading this race anymore because Macaulay Bishop went for it coming off the Litchfield Bridge, got the move done, goes back into the race lead. Freddie Lloyd back up to P2 as well. Side by side between Morgan Moore and Aaron Brown for 4th place into hairpin number 2. And here comes Bomber Smith. Here comes Joshua Smith in the 115, up 3 places so far in this race for the Kiddix UK team. Lloyd has a look at Bishop into Bobby Game, gets it done. Bartle again gets both of them. Great racing this in Senior X30. Harry Bartle back to the front of the order then. 2.5 minutes to play. If you're joining us for the first time, if you've not watched Kartmasters before, this is what it's about. This is not a final, folks. This is only the first race of the weekend for these drivers. Lloyd got back down the inside of Bishop, returns to 2nd place. Bishop had a little look round the bowl onto the Litchfield Bridge. Aaron Brown still waiting his moment there in 4th place. He knows how to pick up a shrewd move or 2. Morgan Moore's going to draw alongside him though, out of hairpin 1 towards hairpin number 2. Bartle checking over his shoulder, a good long look over his right hand side shoulder there as Smith gets through past past Brown and into 5th place. That's because Moore has already got through past the number 6 seed from the British Championships last year and is up to 4th place. 90 seconds to go. Monty Brathwaite may be joining this group. Monty Brathwaite up 11 places in this race so far. Is now running P12. The top 9, top 10 covered by less than 2 seconds at the moment. It's Bartle from Lloyd, from Bishop, from Moore, Smith, Brown, Edmonds, Joey Brown, Hayden Eldridge, Dylan Patel. They're all in the mix for this one. And there was Cameron Edmonds making a move for 6th place. Running with the Croc Promotion team here this weekend. Stalwarts of British karting, and particularly the X30 categories, are the Croc Promotion effort. Hayden Eldridge out in the dirt a little bit there. Dylan Patel's got through in all of that. Yellow flags out for hairpin 1. There's an incident outside of our commentary box window. We'll update you on who's involved in a moment's time. I think João Castro is one of the drivers involved. Both drivers okay and returning to the marshal post. 2 laps to go then. Bartle still leads. ahead of Lloyd, ahead of Bishop, Moore and Joshua Smith completing the top 5 now. They're covered by a second. And here goes Lloyd trying to go around the outside. That's a brave move, but not quite able to pull it off on this occasion. Bishop gets down the inside, takes P2. Good amount of grip around the bowl into this Kartmasters weekend. If you're watching from overseas, it's been one of the hottest summers in recent memory here in the UK. And any kind of running here, and not a lot of rain as well, so any rubber that's been laid down hasn't really been washed away through all of the racing activities that have been taking place here at PFI. There was a move for 4th place a few moments ago. Joshua Smith has got through past Morgan Moore. Time is up. Is it going to be these 3 drivers at the front of the order in Senior X30 come Sunday? Is this a little bit of a dress rehearsal for what we could see in 2 days' time? We're on to the final lap. Bartle has control of this one. He has a good record round this circuit, does Harry Bartle. Had a strong finish in the British Championships to finish the 2025 campaign here in Lincolnshire. Bishop's been dropped a little bit. Lloyd taps his helmet, tells Bartle to try and think about this. Lloyd has a look round the outside, nothing doing. Bartle wise to that one, but the job isn't done. Through hairpin number 2 towards the Fullerton S's. Everybody kind of marking each other right now, but Bishop's suddenly back in play. Could try and nip down the inside of Lloyd here for P2. Lloyd covers it off. That should be the win now for Harry Bartle. He just needs to drive clean through the Mike Wilson complex, and he's going to take a very good victory here in the first heat of Kartmasters 2026 in Senior X30. Out of the final corner, Bartle wins the first heat. Lloyd holds on for P2 ahead of Macaulay Bishop. Joshua Smith 4th. Morgan Moore 5th. Decent drive there from Dylan Patel, up 8 spots to P6. Aaron Brown might be a bit disappointed with that, drops 5 places in the end to P7. Biggest mover in that race, Monty Brathwaite. Good race pace there for Monty in kart number 32. Took that Croc promotion machine up 15 places. That's the kind of stuff that you need to do if you're going to qualify from a bad qualifying earlier on today and ultimately get through to the big race on Sunday. It was João Castro and Bailey Brooker, the other driver for Tim Wilson Motorsports, who were involved in that incident off of hairpin number 1. They do not see the end of this one and will need to try and fight through now their second heats and the 3rd and 4th round of heats that are tomorrow. That's not a good start for them in their quest for getting through to Sunday's Grand Prix. Bartle wins that one then from Lloyd and Bishop. Smith, Moore and Patel complete the top 6. Aaron Brown, Monty Brathwaite, May and Patel, Scott Riley. Those are the other drivers inside the top 10. They'll be happy with those results. Hayden Eldridge and Jacob Marples home inside the top 12. Oliver Meek, that's a decent start for Oliver. Aaron Lask, Harry Hurstgrover and Cam Edmonds all in the top half. Jensen Buckingham and Reece Newburn take us down to the end of page 3. George Quartermain, Joey Brown, they're inside the top 20, so something must have happened there to Brown because he was making good progress in the early stages of that one. Antonio Sadat, 21st, ahead of Laith Khan, Max Cooper and Oscar Cole. And then George Wang was the last of the 25 finishers in that one. 3 retirements in the DNS. Castro, Brooker, Philp did take the start. Brandon Truman did not take the start in that one. So we'll try and get on top of the full story of what's happening there with Brandon Truman. But job done for that first heat for these drivers. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from what was a really intriguing first heat for Senior X30. Race got underway, pretty even start for Morgan Moore and Aaron Brown across that front row as they all made their way through. Good start for Freddie Lloyd, challenged Moore in the early stages for first position. That's what happened to Laith Khan, who did rejoin and recovered to P22. First of a number of overtakes for the lead in that race. Freddie Lloyd taking it off of Morgan Moore. Macaulay Bishop moved past a fast-starting Harry Bartle and up to P2, and then went on the attack for the race lead. But you always knew with the calibre of driver at the front of this heat that it was going to go one way, then the other. That was Lloyd getting through past Bishop. Further back, Joey Brown made to say really good progress in the early stages. Was up into the probably first half of the top 10 or thereabouts. Hayden Eldridge also made moves. This was really good stuff from Harry Bartle. Saw Bishop going for the move. Lloyd tried to defend to the inside. Bartle got the move done off the corner, and then he did so again into the Mike Wilson complex, just reminding the two drivers who've both had British senior karting titles that they're in amongst. That's what happened to Joey Brown that caused him to lose a number of positions. Was that with Cameron Edmonds that he had that moment? Let's head down very quickly to Ceol Lynch, who I believe is with the race winner.
Harry Bartle returns to karting in 2026 and he claims a heat win here at Kartmasters. Tell us a bit about that, because that was crazy.
Yeah, I had a pretty terrible qualifying from my part. Still started P5, so it's not bad. Made my way up at the start, made my way up to the lead a couple of times, and with about 2 minutes to go, I got back into the lead and managed to keep it to the end.
Well, thank you very much. Best of luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, that is all we have time for here for Senior X30. Let's move straight along.
Here's a grid for heat number 2 in Senior X30. Gabriel Stilp has pole position. Nat Johnson alongside on the front row. Harry Cottrell and Sam Lewis go from row 2. It's Tristan Powell and Noah Wolf on row number 3. Row 4, Ben Cutts-Bland and Harrison Mackie. Max Ewell and Ewan Charman complete the top 10. Caden McQueen is back in British karting and starts on row 6 alongside CJ Bennett. Row 7, Ryan Gill and Archie Owen. Jose Halfren and Dominic Powerbuck on row 8. Dorian Malek and Lewis Bird, a winner less than a week ago. They start on row 9. Daniel Bridgen and Henry Carter on row 10. Ethan Woodward and Liam Karabelov row 11. Piotr Jurevich and Alfie Gallagher row 12. Dan Kirchhoff and Ethan Higgins up next ahead of Bradley Heath and Sam Houghton. Katie Ashman's had a good season so far. She starts this one though from row 15 alongside Alex Wiley. 30 drivers in the order for this one. Ashman's been doing a lot of racing at Shennington and some good results as well for the VRE team. Was disqualified from the qualifying session earlier on, as was Alex Wiley. We're ready to go though for another race in Senior X30. Race number 6 of Kartmasters 2026 is underway. Into the first couple of corners they all go. Oh, a little bitwide there for Nat Johnson, has to take to the dirt. Rejoins with no further incident. So it's Gabriel Stilp who will lead off of the Litchfield Bridge for the first time. Good start for Harry Cottrell as well in the bright green and white TB kart of S8 Racing. They're based here at this circuit, know it very well indeed. Rest of the order running through towards hairpin number 2 now. Looking pretty good at the moment. A little bit of jostling in the middle of the pack. See one of the Mick Bout Racing drivers, I think that was Jose Halfren from Panama. There's Harrison Mackie, another returning driver to British karting for this Kartmasters weekend. Had a very strong run last weekend for the Uptonsteel GP team at the Miami Series Benelux event. Bit of a one-off. Got the band back together with his older brother Lewis. And, well, like the start of this race, is up to P6. Let's count through your order. Oh, is that Katie Ashman? Yes, it was. In number 53, as there's a lead change. Through goes Harry Cottrell. Harry Cottrell takes first place away from Gabriel Stilp. So it's Cottrell from Stilp. Noah Wolf running there in third. Nat Johnston recovering up to P4. Was pretty much the whole weekend one of the top 3 drivers at the British Championships last weekend. So we know that Johnston is in good form. Here comes Harrison Mackie down the inside of Sam Lewis. Good move there. Driver who's won many a title in X30 racing, both nationally and on the continent. And he's here for one thing and one thing only this week, and that's to take a GP win. Was the winner in the Junior X30 race back in 2024. Here goes Gabriel Stilp though for the race lead. Noah Wolf assists, gets down the inside of Cottrell and takes P2. Wolf knows how to win one of these Kartmasters weekends as well. That double cadet victory back a few years ago. will put him in good stead. He's done a lot of racing since then, of course. He's lost out on second place to Harry Cottrell. Now he tries to get back down the inside through hairpin number 2. And here comes Harrison Mackie. Mackie down the inside of Wolf. That's a good move. Up to P3. Johnston just behind. Max Ewell's going to get involved in this as well in the second of those red, white and silver Mick Barrett racing machines. That's good stuff there from Max Ewell in kart number 75. Enters this Kartmasters weekend, I would say, is one of the dark horses, but if he gets a bit of a run together, shows us what we know he can do, don't rule Max Ewell out of a podium, maybe more, when we get to 48 hours time. Best result for Ewell in his career at the British Kart Grand Prix, P7 in the junior race 2 years ago. Leaders run through hairpin number 1. Was a little bit wide there from Nat Johnston. Caused a bit of a concertina that's actually going to benefit Ewan Charman. Charman down the inside of Archie Owen. Good to see Archie back out on circuit. This is all around 7th place at the moment, and Owen's going to try and fight back here. Gets down the inside into Bobby Game. Good move there from Archie Owen. That will help those ahead. Just spreads it out a little bit more with 6 minutes of this heat to play. Gabriel Stilp still your race leader, ahead of Harry Cottrell and then Harrison Mackie. 1, 2, 3 through the Bruno Ferrari S's. Noah Wolf just starting to lose out a little bit here. This is potentially quite a big lap for Noah Wolf. That's a good first sector from the driver who's mainly been racing in KZ2 so far this year. Still defends into hairpin number 1. Is that going to give Wolf a chance to draw alongside Mackie as things filter through? Mackie looking really good on those hairpins. I thought Wolf was going to be able to get a bit of a switchback on there out of hairpin 2, but Harrison Mackie clearly got a good handling on that Team BMR machine. BMR have had a really good season so far, particularly out in Europe in X30 competition. A big race like this could very much be to their liking. Now Stilp was wide there out of the final corner. Harrison Mackie's going to have a go and take second place away from Harry Cottrell through the first corner. Not much that Cottrell could have done there. That was a good assist as well. I think there was a little bump from Noah Wolf just to give Mackie that extra bit of speed to get through, and now Mackie sets about Stilp. There's Nat Johnston down the inside of Harry Cottrell. That's for 4th place. Here goes Mackie into hairpin number 2. Takes the race lead, but for how long? Because through comes Wolf. Through comes Noah Wolf to the race lead then. 4.5 minutes to play. That's experience. That's racing knowledge from Noah Wolf. Has raced at the very highest level of karting. But back here in Senior X30 on the quest for a 3rd GP plate here this weekend. If he's going to win it, it's going to be moves like that. Fight going on for 5th place, Cottrell and Ewell. Archie Owen not too far behind, just looking a little bit further down the order, who's making good progress with Liam Karabelov up 7 spots into the top 15. Alex Wiley up 11 spots, running 19th at the moment. Lewis Bird has made decent progress in this one as well, up 5 places to 13th. Bird, who did not have a good qualifying, Charman alongside Archie Owen there. Gets through and goes back into 8th place. And there is Lewis Bird in that number 7 machine. There's Alfie Gallagher on your screens, the number 14. Spoke earlier about the R1 Racing outfit. Another team that do a lot of work here at the home of British karting. Just over 3 minutes of this race to go then. End of lap number 7. Wolf leads from Mackie, Stilp, Johnston, Cottrell. That's your top 5. Ewell, Lewis, Charman, Owen, Powell, all in the top 10. CJ Bennett having a quietish race here as there's a move for 4th place from Nat Johnston. Oh, just over speeds things a little bit there. Sorry, that was for 3rd place on Gabriel Stilp. Shouldn't forget as well, this is early days for Nat Johnston in his time in seniors. Gabriel Stilp has been racing at this level for a while now. And if you're new to the sport, if you're tuning in with us here on Alpha Live for the first time, we often say with the seniors, they've just got a little few more race smarts, and that sometimes wins out versus the raw speed of those who were a junior driver in the previous season. That 159 that you just saw making a move there was Alex Wiley. Alex is your biggest mover so far in this race. Started 30th and is now up into the top 15. Really good effort there from the driver racing for the MDL team here this weekend. Best performance from Alex at a Kartmasters Grand Prix last year in the top 15 in the juniors. Here's the scrap going on with Ewan Charman wheel to wheel with Sam Lewis, and Archie Owen may try and take advantage of this as well. Premium Karting have looked very good so far this season in senior X30 competition. They weren't quite able to get the better of Ewan Charman there, who still holds that position ahead of them. CJ Bennett and Tristan Powell for the MDL team joining into this scrap. I reckon we'll have 3 more laps of this one. Here we are back with the fight for third. Gabriel Stilp and Nat Johnston coming down towards hairpin number 1. What has Johnston learnt from that attempt before at trying to get through past the former IWF winner? Down towards hairpin number 2 again. Good coverage there from Gabriel Stilp. Just going to the middle of the road. Very difficult for a driver to then try and get round the outside through hairpin number 2 when the lead driver takes that position. Harry Cottrell still in this race as well there in the TB kart, running 5th at the moment. Henry Beaudette rejoins me in the box. Henry, 30 seconds of this race to go, 2 more laps, and Noah Wolf looking pretty good in this one for the Jade Racing team.
Yes, indeed. I should explain my absence. I have a slightly different look about me now, but we'll talk about that after the race. Wolf, Mackie, Stilp, Johnson, my, Noah Wolf. Say he is controlling things, but these 3 are allowing him to control things by scrapping away. Harrison, Mackie, the number 15 kart, Nat Statman. I've got to say, the 42 kart, Harry Cottrell, just having a storming run. The S8 Racing team have come out in force. There is a move further back. There is Ewan Charman. Yes, Ewan Charman in X30. Not what we're used to seeing him in. He goes past the number 140 of Archie Owen. Haven't seen Archie much this year. Last time I saw Archie race was out in Super Nats in Las Vegas last year. But we're on to the final lap now, and Noah Wolf, well, like I said, it's not unusual to see Noah Wolf at the front leading by such a large margin, and he is on course for another victory. Mackie, Stilp, Cottrell, Johnson, Max Ewell, Ewan Charman, Archie Owen, CJ Bennett, Sam Lewis, your top 10. Ryan Gill running in 11th place, but Noah Wolf comes out of the Mike Wilson complex. Across the line, checkered flag goes out for Noah Wolf. Mackie claims second, Stilp in third, Cottrell and Johnson, and the rest of the runners flood across the finish line. Going back, there's Jose Halfan finishing 23rd, the Panamanian driver. Piotr Jurovic for the VRE team finishing in 24th. Daniel Kiahov, Katie Ashman, Dominic Perobak. Caden McQueen did not take the start, neither did Ethan Woodward.
Yeah, we've sent the message down to our team in the pits to try and find out what happened there to Caden McQueen. We'll bring you an update as and when we can. But for Noah Wolf, that's a good start. That is a really, really good start. He's mostly been racing gearbox karts so far in 2026. Well, he clearly hasn't lost any of his speed behind the wheel of a senior X30 kart. Takes the first win. Harrison Mackie showing that form that was seen in the Benelux region last week is still very much there here back home in Blighty. P2. Gabriel Stilp won't be overjoyed with that result, but it's still solid points for Gabriel with that P3. Harry Cottrell will be happy with P4. Nat Johnston will have learnt there from that top 5. The first of a double top 6 for the Mick Barrett Racing team there with Max Ceol.
We won't ask Gabriel Stilp how he feels about third place, because he might tell us, and we might have to apologise for the language afterwards. Yes. Ben Cuts Bland finishing in 11th place. Lewis Bird only 12th. Although that is from 18th on the grid. Tristan Powell, Alex Wiley, Ryan Gill, Henry Carter, Dorian Malik and Liam Karabelov. Sam Horton and Alfie Gallagher rounding out the top 20. Then Dan Bridge and Ethan Higgins, Jose Halfan, Piotr Jurovic, Bradley Heath, Daniel Kiahov, Katie Ashman and Dominic Perobak. Perobak failing to finish.
A good afternoon and a big thank you to Stu Stretton of Stu Stretton Photography fame, who reports in rear right puncture for Caden McQueen on the outlap.
Thank you, Stu. And can I just say, Stu Stretton, not only a photographer, now a race director in training.
Oh, yes.
Champions Kart Club at Butmore Park 2 weeks ago. Stu Stretton, which I think is fantastic, because we do need more race officials. We need more race officials who have come out of racing, who understand racing and who understand karting. Stu Stretton, for all that I make fun of him, in good faith, Stu Stretton understands this sport better than an awful lot of people. There's Alfie Gallagher looking down to see if he's on weight. A quick look at the highlights, and it was a good start. Now, I was elsewhere while this took place, so this is all new to me. Somebody going grass tracking at the start. Was that a Mick Barrett Racing?
It was Nat Johnston.
It was Nat Stappen getting a bit agricultural. Good battling there, number 157 kart.
Piotr Jurovic.
Yes, and he would eventually finish a little bit further down the order. The number 21, Harrison Mackie, making his way now. Noah Wolf.
At this stage, looked like he was on the back foot in these early laps for Wolf. He came back through. That was Archie Owen getting down the inside of Ewan Charman. More good racing going on with Stilp at the very front of the order. Harry Cottrell started quickly, just faded a little bit in this middle part of the race. Mackie made this great move with an assist from Wolf into the first couple of turns. And then this was the key move. Mackie down the inside of Stilp. And like we saw with Bartle in the previous race, Wolf just getting both of them on the exit of hairpin number 2 would take the lead and not relinquish it. Nat Johnson had a good scrap with Gabe Stilp. This was Ewan Charman up against the premiums. Nat Johnson had a go at Harry Cottrell once again. But in the end, first win of the day for Noah Wolf. We've got to move on, though, because the next field, they're out on circuit. It's Minimax.
The first heat of the weekend for Minimax, race number 7 on your programmes. Jackson Hilton and Alfie Phillipson on row number 1. Maximilian Abrahart and Sebastian Behrman row 2. Dian Singh Pahal and James Roots on row number 3. Josh Cook, Logan Rolfe, Austin Oman, Luke Millward, Oscar Kenny and Otis Cleary round out your top 12.
Next part of the grid, Eddie Duncan and Soren Gallagher there on row 7. Alfie Gowd and Jack Fulbrook-Harmer go from 8. Flynn Grantham and Chloe McGill there on row number 9. It's Akila Nanajanone and Mick Clinkers going from row number 10. Thomas Layla and Dimi Uzanov there on row 11. James Devereaux and Freddie Blackshaw go from row number 12.
Zach Andrew, James Carver, Will Eden, William Moore, Huberta Stihuda, Aurelia Simpson, the older of the two Simpson sisters, Jensen Skeffington, Ethan Manzi, Roshan Bachada and Ayrton Goldsworthy are your starters. Drivers to look out for, well, Mick Clinkers, Dark Horse, the driver from the Netherlands, Hubertus Stihuda. And I hope I'm getting, is it Stihuda or Stihouda? I'd imagine if it's Dutch, it's Stihouda, like the cheese, Gouda, Stihouda. First driver at Kartmasters to race with the name Hubertus, which is an interesting little fact. So here we go. Alfie Phillipson in the number 12 car. Now, that is a Hunter Motorsport car from Jackson Hilton, so he has moved to the Hunter team. Phillipson for Coles Racing. The Hunter Motorsport number 45 takes the race lead. Maximilian Abrahart, another Coles driver, straight to the inside. Now, Dian Singh Bahal, he's down as an RCE entered driver. That's not the case. He is with Dan Holland. Oh, there's a problem for one driver on the outside of the bowl. That driver...
Zach Andrew, the number 27.
Is he back up to speed? Sort of. As we head through the first corner. Now, 250 of you voted in the first online poll about which Grand Prix in the Rotax classes was going to be the best, you felt, and Senior Rotax won that battle. The next poll is which is going to be the best IAMI class. Please get your votes coming in. As we complete the end of this, Achille Giannone in kart number 228, the only driver on an EKS chassis, privateer driver as well. We featured him. He's another underdog story. If you're looking to cheer for a couple of outsiders, a couple of underdogs, Achille Giannone in this class, I think, is one to watch. The Cookie Monster has been... He didn't win the international trophy. That went the way of Austin Oman. In the Euro trophy, the Minimax competitors don't compete in a season-long championship. They compete in like 4, and there is a move from Josh Cook on the number 10. Now, was that the number?
It was the number 10. It was Sebastian Behrman. Austin Omans then got both of them on the exit of hairpin number 2.
Ah, Sebastian Behrman, he's entered as the number 137 on my list. That's why I was getting confused. But Josh Cook won the first 3 Minimax Cups. He won the German Cup at Wackersdorf, the Italian Cup in Italy, and he won the Belgian Cup in Genk. So he's got his ticket secured. He knows how to win the big one-off races, does Josh Cook. As we look at the number 61 of Abrahart coming across the bridge, this is the battle for the race lead. They've got Hilton, Abrahart and Dian Singh Pahal.
Have indeed. Not good news for the 115 of James Carver. Technical flag for the driver, currently 32nd in the order. So hopefully it's just something quite small that can be repaired in the repair area, and James can go back out. But
because that is a thing, isn't it?
That is a thing.
The repair area is a thing. James Carver from Hornchurch in Essex. Hornchurch, the home of ex-British touring car star Bobby Thompson.
Good news for all of these drivers is that there is no cut-off. All of these drivers, all being well, if they go through all of their heats, as per the regulations, command them to, they will be in the Grand Prix on Sunday.
Yes, they will.
6 minutes and 45 seconds of this race to go. Jackson Hilton leads from Maximilian Abrahart. Dian Singh Bahal running third at the moment. The first of those a little bit up the road from these two Sam Pollitt Racing drivers, Austin Oman and Sebastian Behrman. Then Josh Cook in 6th, Oscar Kenny 7th, James Roots 8th, Eddie Duncan and Otis Cleary currently completing the top 10. Chloe McGill, one of your biggest movers at the moment. Chloe's gone forward 7 places up to P11. Chloe had a very good run here in Micromax, the closing stages of the British Championship last year, so she does like this circuit.
There she is in the number 18 for Sam Pollitt Racing. Interesting. Now, Sam Pollitt, obviously, they import their distributors for the Kart Republic chassis, the KR chassis in this class. Most, but not all, the drivers. So you've got Sam Pollitt running the KR brand of kart. You've got Achille Giannone on an EKS. You've got William Moore, the driver from Llandovery. So I do have many Welshmen to cheer for, William Moore being one of them. Luke Millward is on the TB kart. So you've got one TB kart, one MS kart, you've got the EKS, and you have got a single Birol ART being piloted by Dimitar Uzanov. and Dimmy is currently 19th. The rest of the field are all on various brands of OTK wagon. And looking down at Part 1, you've got Sam Pollitt Racing running 4th and 5th with Behrman and Oman. Make that 4th and 6th now because Josh Cook is up into P5 ahead of Austin Oman. But then you have to go all the way back to Uzanov in 17th before you get to the next non-OTK chassis. Pahal gets a good exit off turn number 4. Abrahart looks over his shoulder. Here comes Dian Singh Pahal. There is one of Dian Singh's carts, or Dan Holland have kindly put a cart with all Dian Singh's numbers and graphics and names in the Coventry City Football Club merchandise shop.
The Coventry Building Society Arena.
The Coventry Building Society Arena used to be called the Rico Arena, which used to be the home of Kartmania. And the next break that we have, I will explain my absence because it has to do with Kartmania and karting armchair experts. Martin Capenhurst, who has run Kartmania. This is the 19th year of Kartmania now, but we'll talk about that. 19 years. Well, most of the drivers racing here weren't born 19 years ago. But yet Kartmania has been running. We've got a new leader. It's Dian Singh Pahal, the Sword of Kandar, the Sikh symbol of strength, warrior spirit. Well, Dian Singh Pahal needs to dig into that little bank of warrior spirit because no sooner does he take the lead as he is now shuffled back to P4 because not only have Hilton and Abrahart's gone back ahead, Sebastian Behrman moves into P3.
Sebastian Behrman, winner of the Micro Grand Prix in 2024. It really was a launch pad for a strong second half of the season back 2 years ago. Running through the Mike Wilson complex then with 3 minutes of this race to go. If you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage of the Uptonsteel Kartmasters Motorsport UK British Kart Grand Prix. First day of full racing here at PF International. Andrew Mather and Henry Beaudette in the commentary box for you. Ceol Lynch out there reporting on the latest happenings down in the paddock. There is a move for the race lead. Aberhart, Maximilian Aberhart to the front of the order and is being followed through past Jackson Hilton by Sebastian Behrman. Here comes Joshua Cook as well. Where has Cookie come from all of a sudden? He's gone a little bit quiet in the middle phase of this race and is looking really quick now with 2¼ minutes to go. Jackson Hilton really having to work hard now to make sure that he gets a bit of momentum back and doesn't fall through this pack. Is there in third place. Keep an eye out for Austin Oman as well there. Austin's been in tremendous form over the past few weeks with the Sam Pollitt Racing team. Suddenly, all of a sudden here, Henry, we've got a race on.
Yeah, and Dian Singh Pahal, you said where has Josh Cook come from? The other side of the coin is where has Dian Singh Pahal gone? Because he was leading. He's now back to 6th position, under pressure for that place by another Coles Racing driver, Eddie Duncan, who has just set the fastest lap of the race at a 60.81 second lap. Duncan in 7th position. In fact, Pahal has now separated himself from Duncan. Then you've got James Roots and Oscar Kenny, a top 9. Then Otis Cleary is another second back. Alfie Garrett running according to our screens. Let's have a look. Number 19, that's Jack Fulbrook Harmer. He is a bit further back. Garrett is entered as a privateer on my list, and he is in 11th position. And Flynn Grantham, Chloe McGill, Dimi Uzanov, and from the front row of the grid, Alfie Phillipson has dropped to 15th.
It's a tough race this for Alfie Phillipson. Tough race for Logan Rolfe as well. Last time we saw Logan in action at this circuit on Alpha Live cameras, he was taking a round of the British Championships. At the moment, the PF plate holder is down in 16th place, having lost 8. Oh, here we go. Sebastian Behrman wind that one up. Round the outside, takes the lead of this heat.
Slim Shady, number 1 for Behrman on the banking. And what about Abrahart? Can he come back? Not quite. Here comes Jackson Hilton. Hilton on the high line. He's going to get squeezed. Cook to the inside. 10 seconds left on the race clock, and suddenly the lead group, count them through the Fullerton S's, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All the way back to Oscar Kenny in P9. They're going to come to the last lap board, Andrew, and, well, pick a number, any number. One of these 9 is going to end up winning, but I'm not quite sure which one.
Oh, I don't want to. I don't want to put the curse on anyone at the moment. That was a good move from James Roots. Gets through and gains another position. Nearly 3 wide. Here goes Joshua Cook. Goes down the inside of Aberhart. Takes second place. Good move there from Joshua Cook. Is he about to time a run to perfection here to start off this Kartmasters weekend with a heat victory? Not if Austin Owen has a go there. That is good news for his teammate Sebastian Behrman, because Cook right now is occupied with Owen. That's a little bit close for me, down towards hairpin number 1. Whoa, big slide for James Roots. Halfway round hairpin number 1, but surely this is Sebastian Behrman's race now, because that battle between Cook and Owen has given him the gap. Now there's Aberhart back down the inside, retakes third place. There's a fight going on between James Roots and Jackson Hilton over P6. This is what we expect here with Minimax. For Sebastian Behrman, he has been a GP plate winner before. He's going to start his 2026 campaign, Henry, with victory.
Yes, he is Sebastian Behrman, who this year is quietly going about his business. And yeah, we talk a lot about Cook and a lot about Oman and a lot about Pahal. Sebastian Behrman has entered that conversation, and he's done it quite quietly. And it's just, you know, there's small little improvements every step of the way. Behrman wins heat number 1, race number 7 of the 2026 Uptonsteel Motorsport UK Kartmasters British Kart Grand Prix. I mean, at the next race, Andrew, we've only got 50 races to go. Only 50 races to go, unbelievably. Now, there is a look at your provisional results. Behrman, Cook, Aberhart, Oman, Pahal and Roots. Hilton, Duncan, Oscar Kenny. Oscar Kenny has a ticket to the grand finals. Otis Cleary, Alfie Garrett and Flynn Grantham. Then it's Chloe McGill, Dimmy Uzanov, Logan Rolfe, Alfie Phillipson, Jack Fulbrook-Harmer and Luke Millward for the X-Kart team. Giannone, Clinkers, Gallagher. So Mick Clinkers has a ticket to the grand final. He finished second to Josh Cook in the Minimax German Cup at Wackersdorf, because Cook has already taken a ticket. Then Clinkers was next in line, and Clinkers also has the ticket, but it's just discovering how hard. Why do British drivers currently dominate the Rotax global scene? The answer is right in front of us here, and it's every weekend of the British Championship. Minimax is the one class where British teams as well. Oh, that's an interesting way. Dimmy Uzanov wanted to get some FaceTime just to cool down. There are some of the other drivers going through, getting the nose cone check. That's Gary. No, that is Gary, not Gary Walker, other Gary. This is Gary Other, not Walker. Well, his name's Gary Meacham, thank you, James Fitchie, but we'll call him Gary Other now for this, because he's not Gary Walker, he's the other Gary. Not often you see 2 Garys together in this in the year 2026. You know, I think we should have more Garys. This is my campaign. More Garys in karting. There goes
Gary
Josh
to
Cook.
be the big name in Micromax in about 8 years' time.
Yeah. In about 8 years' time, we want to be commenting on 8 Garys in Micromax.
It does happen. You do go through names. We used to have. I remember when I first started doing owner karting commentary, there were lots of Alfies.
Yeah,
Alfie seems to have gone out of fashion now.
Well, they're now Albies.
It's all the Albies, isn't it?
It's Albies. Having a little look, people checking their phones and looking at the result. First sighting of a Kartmasters bucket hat. It's a plain white bucket hat, which is, I mean, it's It's about as basic as you're going to get a bucket hat. However, it is a bucket hat. Now, why was I absent without leave for the last couple of races? That's because I was having a meeting with Martin Capenhurst and Gary Pickard. Martin Capenhurst, a name that you will be familiar with if you have been in karting for the last the last 30 years. Martin Capenhurst, no, he doesn't run a bucket hat business. He runs Kartmania, which is going into its 19th year and is now Europe's only kart show. Hello to Mr. Bucket Hat there on the banking. If you can write, something on the bucket hat that would make us, laugh, then that would be even better, young man. So Kartmania, this year, it's Silverstone at the Wing on the 14th and 15th of November. It's running in conjunction with the Grand Finals and with Supernats in Las Vegas, but this is the key element of it. It has a proper information centre where you can go as a newcomer to the sport of karting to go to Silverstone. It's £18 per adult. But we'll come back to that. Kartmania on the 14th and 15th of November. Sebastian Behrman might not be there because he might be at the Grand Finals. He's down with Ceol Lynch.
Sebastian Behrman takes the win then for that heat in Minimax. Sebastian, how do you feel?
Yeah, good. I mean, the weekend's only just started, so don't get your hopes too high, but it's good.
Now, you are no stranger to Kartmasters. You are a previous GP plate holder. What do you think it's going to take to do it now in the class above?
I mean, I think it's going to be really good. I think to win, you need the correct mindset, pace, and just driver ability, really.
Thank you very much. You know how this goes. We have near to no time left. Karts are out on circuit. Let's see what's up next.
Well, that's right, Ceol. We do know how this goes. Here's your Micromax starting lineup. J.M. Prakash and Benjamin Schlevar, road number 1. Arthur Rhodes and Lenny Barton, road number 2. Kyle Vieira and Sawyer Henderson making his Micromax debut on the 3rd row of the grid.
Ronnie Allen and Jensen Darlow go from row 4 in this race. Will Wainwright and Wraith Owen start inside the top 10. On row 6, Harry Riley,
yes.
That's his name, and Ollie Woodall.
Bowers, Bikoki, Hay, Falat, Hibbert and Drury with Pocock, Lyons, Simpson, and hopefully Lani Eden is out there. Yes, she is. Here we go. Schlevar, the Sana Racing driver, his usual mechanic, Lewis Malin, was here yesterday. Has got a wedding on, I believe, today, not his own. Ollie Varney now helping to look after Benjamin Schlevar. I forget the name of the other lads. I will be reminded very soon. But Schlevar on the outside of road number 1. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Prakash leads the micros through. Oh, that was very, very close going through the Bruno Ferrari S's. Out on to the banking we go.
Good start then for the Micromax drivers. Down towards hairpin number 1 for the first time. They go then as Benjamin Schlevar going wheel to wheel there with Jensen Darlow, I think that was, for the Jacks Motorsport team. Oh, that's a bit close. Wraith Owens front axle pops up in the air for a moment. Thankfully gets back down onto the tarmac before they reach hairpin number 2. So Prakash leads. Arthur Rhodes second.
Oh, a spin!
Oh, half spin, re-caught there. That was
it was the
number
KR
31
Sport.
of Wraith Owen, was it not?
It was a KR Sport kart, and it was Wraith Owen. Although Wraith Owen entered as Thule Motorsport, so
colours are similar.
Colours are similar. Here comes Benjamin Schlevar now fighting back. Now there is a problem with the rear bumper of the number 113 Apollo kart of Luca Bicocchi, and that will draw the attention of the officials. Now I couldn't see whether it was hanging off or just hanging low, like a sweet chariot.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that one, but don't be surprised if you see the mechanical flag come out for the 1-1-3, 8 minutes and 20 seconds of this race to go. Top three have broken away.
Yep.
Prakash and Rhodes, we're familiar of seeing them racing in this category up towards the front. Sawyer Henderson, though, that is not a name we're familiar with within Micromax. We are within Honda Cadet. This is a really impressive run for the Martin Jackson Racing operation early doors. Nice running here in third place.
Absolutely. Especially considering that testing yesterday did not go well for that team. It saw Sawyer's dad. Sawyer was pretty, phlegmatic about it. What can he do? He's just a pilot. The team get the car working. Martin Jackson was probably looking at that thinking, okay, have we bitten off more than we could chew? No, we're just getting used to it. And we'll let Sawyer do the rest. He is the wild card. Make no mistake about it. The second wild card in this race is running in fourth at the moment, Ceol Vieira, whose family originally from the interior of Brazil, about 3 hours away from Sao Paulo, which in Brazil is next door, because Brazil is a big place. I have been there and I know. So Ceol Vieira was born in the UK, debut British event at Kimbolton last time out and was on the podium. He is running in front of Lenny Barton. Lenny Barton for Strawberry Racing, bursting onto the scene this year, was very quick at both Kimbolton and at Le Mans, the last two major Rotax events. Both occasions undone, a puncture in one, but also inexperience in another. So he's learning. There's a lead change, and it is now Arthur Rhodes, the number 82 car, the runner-up in this year's Rotax Winter Trophy, taking the lead, but not for long. Jayan Prakash and Sawyer Henderson. Now, what do Jayan Prakash and Sawyer Henderson have in common, ladies and gentlemen? Ooh. Andrew Mather will tell you very shortly.
Is it something to do with their training?
It's to do with the amount of strokes that they began their career using.
Both started in Honda Cadets.
It is, yes. That 4-stroke Honda engine teaching drivers to be smooth, to maintain momentum, to not just get it all, not to get the back end of the kart out, to be smooth. And that smoothness is working. The Motorsport, the Apex timing screens. Oh there is the number 81. That's the Luke Christie Racing. Now that is Harry Riley, the LCR, the privateer driver with an Ayrton Senna crash helmet. So it's not a case of I'd be going around the scene and I see the same driver with an Ayrton Senna crash helmet. It's different drivers. Harry Riley has rated. See a Fernando Alonso replica helmet here this weekend. There's obviously a couple of Lewis Hamilton ones, but Senna, his colours remain the number one requested sort of tribute crash helmet in the karting community, even 32 years after he passed away, bearing in mind these drivers are 8, 9 and 10. Further back, the number 16 Jack's Motorsport kart, Jensen Darlow, leading Benjamin Schliever. Schliever, he's got to be the shortest driver here still, as Benjamin. You look at the pedal extension kit on that Sana Racing entry. Sawyer Henderson, we had him marked out. I had him on my list of drivers to just watch out for. Not necessarily an underdog, certainly a wild card. Henderson is driving superbly, bearing in mind this is a different tyre, it's a completely different engine, and there is running wide Ceol Vieira. Oh, and that is all she wrote for Harry Riley.
A real shame for Harry, and just to make things even more frustrating, he's now under investigation, so not the kind of first heat that Harry Riley would have wanted. Again, there's no cut-off in this category.
We're all going to make the main event.
We're all going to go through to the Grand Prix on Sunday. Harry's going to have some work to do to get himself back up those scoreboards for all of these heats. 3.5 minutes to go then. Prakash leads from Henderson, but here comes Arthur Rhodes. No, just elects to slot back in behind the 127. Lenny Barton then running in 4th place. Kaya Vieira in 5th place. And Oliver Woodall making really good progress. Won the Driver of the Day award as the part of the British Championships, one of the first meetings of the year for the Rotax categories, and it really seems to have given him a boost of confidence. Since then, he's taken his maiden win in the British Championships. That was at Lark Hall about a month or so ago. But every time I've seen him on track, he's been looking forward, making progress. He's gained 6 places in this one. He'll just be off the back of shot of this top 5 as they run through the Fullerton S's. But well done to the Sam Pollitt Racing team with the work there with Oliver Woodall. This isn't his. We should note as well, this isn't his usual category. Normally, we see Oliver racing in Miami Water Swift Restricted in those British Championships with Danny Curl and the DK Academy. So the work that Danny's done is showing here as well, that he's able to transfer over into the Rotax categories. Apologies, Ollie, I'm not quite sure how much Rotax racing you've done, but not as much as in my eyes as you've done with the IAME racing so far this year. It's not affecting him up in the top 6 here.
Running in 7th place for the Dan Holland Racing team, Ronnie Allen. Now, I want to try and get this right. Now, I think if I'm getting this wrong, I apologise. But Ronnie Allen's parents, John and Michelle, I'm hoping I'm getting the right Allen right here. They enter kart competitions, which is a company I'm involved with, who give it's like a raffle. But Ronnie Allen's parents, between them, they have won. I'm not sure. No, I think it might be different because they won a kart and they won an engine, but they went for a junior engine. So I'm not sure. Maybe get my Allens mixed up. Before I go down that rabbit hole, I will double check. But I know that several of the people in this event, it's Hendrix Falat, who is still running with Tommy Weir Racing, which is the special graphics kit. Tommy has been in touch. They enter kart competitions, and there's been several drivers that have won a chassis. There's one here in the paddock, a brand new Tony Kart chassis that can be won. I think that draw's be on Tuesday. But there are a number of drivers here that have won bits and bobs, tools, tyres, engines, that are using them here at Kartmasters via kart competitions, which I'll discuss a little bit later on. But I don't. If that's a different Allen family, then I do apologise. But it's a very lucky family, John and Michelle Allen. They've won about 7 different prizes over the course of the last 18 months, including a race suit, a crash helmet, a kart, and an engine. And they spent less than 20 quid.
Not bad.
That's not bad going at all. Prakash leads Sawyer Henderson. Sawyer Henderson has sat, he's waited, he's pushed, he's learnt. That is the key thing. So it's important. He has to learn how this engine tyre package reacts following Jayan Prakash, giving him a bit of a bump draft, a bit of a slipstream down towards hairpin number 1. Prakash, with Dave Tooley running him, was simply outstanding at Le Mans. In a sort of, people saying, has he got a Minimax engine on? And it wasn't, because he was just so smooth, so in control. If he got knocked back or if he dropped back, he just carved his way calmly back to the front. Didn't have it all his own way, but was able to control things very, very well from the front. So Jayan Prakash has learnt how to win on the big stage. He starts his last lap now. Now we see Henderson moving around. Are we going to see Sawyer Henderson go to the outside? And we almost had our first naughty cutback of the weekend, but not quite.
Not on this occasion. Down towards hairpin 1 they go then. Here goes Henderson once again. Oh, has he got too much speed through the hairpin 1 but he's still alongside. No, he's going to lose out. I thought that was going to be a case where Henderson went all in on hairpin 1 and still had a nose alongside by the time they got to hairpin 2. That has not occurred. Here comes Kaya Vieira as well in the 118. What a talent this is. Fresh on the scene here at Kartmasters. Up to P3. Henderson tries to close the door, and Vieira goes round the outside here. Back comes Rhodes. Barton's still in there as well. This is going to hand the win to Jane Prakash, who's going to keep his good form going here in 2026. But what a way to finish here in Micromax.
Yep, a great result for Jane Prakash. Henderson tried. There's no shortage of guts there with Sawyer Henderson. I mean, you do eventually have, even in a Micromax kart, you do eventually have to brake for hairpin number 1 at some point. Henderson has realised just how late you can brake. As we watch the rest of the field come across the line. There's young Robbie Lyons in the Daily Motorsport, that blue kart. Robbie Lyons, younger brother of Corey Lyons. Harley Hibbert finishes 19th. That Fusion Motorsport entered machine. Lani Eden and Otley Simpson rounding out the results. A quick glance at the provisional finishing order. Prakash, Henderson, Rhodes, Barton, Vieira and Woodall, your top 6.
Page number 2 looks like this. Ronnie Allen from Hendricks Fallat, Rafe Owen and one of the local drivers here. Jensen Darlow all finishing in the top 10. Benjamin Schliver and Kian Hay take us to 12th.
Arthur Bowers, Will Wainwright, Luca Bicocchi, Rio Pocock, Freddie Drury and Robbie Lyons. So Bicocchi's rear bumper didn't fall off and he was allowed to stay in the race. Hibbert, Eden, Simpson, sadly Harry Riley failed to finish. I have been able, Andrew Mather, to scrumple up
your schedule.
The first page of the schedule. Don't worry, it will be.
Because it's
it
done.
will be recycled. Now, Andrew Mather, you may notice I look slightly different. Karting Armchair Experts is a global Facebook community with well over 10,000 members. It is a grassroots karting. Gary Pickard is here. If you would like to buy one of these T-shirts, Gary Pickard is in the paddock. He's the gentleman with an orange one of these. Andrew Mather, would you like a Karting Armchair Experts shirt?
Go on then.
Okay, I'll see what I can do. There's a wide variety of colours. I will come up with a colour that I think suits your,
disposition.
Suits your disposition. I've got the Sheffield United variety. So
Don't
Karting
go blue
Armchair
and white.
Experts, they are partnering with Kartmania this year to create an information centre. If you are new to karting, go to Silverstone, November the 14th and 15th. Yes, you will see Jag Rotax, you'll see KR Sport, you'll see Dan Holland racing there, but you will see a number of organisations and groups from the very grassroots of our sport. The Information Centre, which is run by Martin Capenhurst, next to where you actually go in, and Gary Pickard, that will be where you can sit down with a group of people who aren't necessarily angling for you or your family to go down one road. They will simply explain, but where are you from? How old are you? Let's have a look. Let's place you in the best possible position for you in karting. It's Europe's only karting show. There is a kart boot sale where you can go and buy and sell second-hand kart parts. There is also going to be a special kart build for young individuals, students, and people maybe in the British Schools Karting Championship that can literally, from a frame, build a kart during the course of the day under supervision from qualified professionals. That's on Saturday and then on Sunday. It is £18 to get in. Parking is free. I'll repeat that. Parking at Silverstone is free. I know. Look at the look. Free? Silverstone, so you can park all day at Silverstone. If you want to go back on the Sunday as well, you don't have to pay again. Under 5s are free and under 16s are just £10 to get in. There's an awful lot. If you want to go and find out more about Kartmania, who are a sponsor of this event, please go to www.kartmania.co.uk. I'm very sorry to Lani Eden's parents. Lani is not a girl. He is a boy. Ceol, over to you very quickly.
Jane Prakash, a textbook start to your first ever Kartmasters. Pole position and a win in that heat. You must be over the moon.
Yeah, good start and a good finish.
And tell me quickly, you had some pressure there from Sawyer Henderson. How important was it to just keep your head?
Well, I just had to focus forwards and just keep first.
Well, congratulations. I'm so sure we'll see you later on.
Thank you.
And everybody, that is nearly it for the first round of heats today. We've got one more to go, Mini X30. Let's see what happens.
Let's rattle through the starting order for race number 1, Mini X30. Alfie Davidson and Chexa Forks, row number 1. Mason Hibbert, James Roots, row 2. Ilya Sami and our camera cart, Reggie Chandler on row number 3. Ethan Owen and Harry Chapman. Bodie Batch and RBJ Stubbs. Patrick Wood and Caden Hakura on the top 6 rows. Evans Voronins, Ethan Robinson, William Bennett, Cody Vatigan, Dimitar Uzanov and Corey Lyons. Followed by Theo Tyak, Ollie West, Frank Morris, Travis Giddings, Oliver Kleinfelter, Max Zmarich, who has not gone out again. I fear Max may have withdrawn. The number 47 cart, Reggie Chandler. First driver to carry our on-board camera. This is a new position. This is literally, if you ever want to know what a pirate's parrot felt like, on the driver's shoulder, Alpha Live have got you covered. Lights are out. We're off and racing on board with Chandler. The rest of the field head through turn number 1. You can see Chandler soaring away at the steering wheel there. Everyone's safely out from underneath the bridge, 5 wide on the banking. And this is the last race before lunch. Let's see what the Mini X30 grid have in store for us.
Down towards hairpin number 1 then. Looking good at the moment for Chester Forks. Bit of a difference to what we normally see in the British Championships. This is one whole X30 Mini category, more akin to what we see in the IAME Euro Series.
It's a cadet grid. It's the Water Swift and the Water Swift Restricted running to Water Swift spec under the umbrella of Mini X30, just to confuse everybody.
Into the Mike Wilson complex then. Mason Hibbert there sitting in second place. If you're someone who maybe just hops in for Kartmasters each year, got to tell you, this young driver in kart number 33 is in what is one of the most red-hot form streaks you will find in British karting at the moment. All started at Lark Hall about a month and a half ago.
Oh, with a move.
With one of the best moves of the year. And since then has gone on to more race victories. But I tell you what, who else is in red-hot form at the moment is Ilya Sami. So, early doors, we're getting the theme. The 2 fusions in the hands of Hibbert at Davidson versus the 2 DK academies of Forks and Sami. There goes Hibbert back into 3rd place. Davidson has snuck through as well into 2nd place, but don't count out others. Evan Owen there.
Yes.
In 5th place at the moment, the first of the Excel Motorsport team.
First the Welshman.
They'll look to spoil the party for those. Well, actually, no, he's running on a DK Academy livery there, so in an XL suit. So we'll go by the colours of the kart.
Yes,
because that is the Danny Curl team in the number 27, and he's in an XL suit from I think earlier in the season.
Yeah, I've got to say those DK. Have a little look. The number 21 Chester Forks. It's just a little bit of a different graphics kit, as there is a double move. Fusion Motorsport. Oh, the number 99, William Bennett, getting going again. William Bennett, who had a huge article in his local newspaper recently, the Banbury Guardian, talking about that. And there we go, drivers. There's a lot to be said for still writing a press release, old school, writing a press release, or getting your media partner, someone like Fuel Your Media or On Track Marketing or On Point Media or somebody like that, to write a press release and send it to your local newspaper. More people who could possibly help you with your career will be in your local vicinity. Reels, stories on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, you name it. They're great, they're flashy, but if you want pennies, then it's people in your local area that will help you. And you only tell people in your local area, local shop and local people, by putting stuff in your local newspaper like William Bennett has done.
Has indeed. 6.5 minutes to go. I should note Bennett's been running really, really well on the club scene so far this year in Water Swift competitions. There's Evan Owen looking down the inside of Ilias Sami, and in comes James Roots as well. So the Roots are on fire. They're into the top 5. Ollie West having a great drive as well. So Ollie West, one of the drivers we normally find in IAME Water Swift Restricted in the British Championship as an example, up 10 places so far in this one. And I think this is one of the things I'm really looking forward to this weekend with this class as it's being run here at Kartmasters, Henry. I've thought it for a while that some of these drivers that we talk about in what is normally the restricted category, I actually think would benefit from racing with the likes of Davidson, Hibbert and Fawkes.
So too.
And I quite like this. I like that there's more karts on circuit, and I think there's more experience to be gained for drivers such as Ollie West, who has raced this kind of driver before. He did race in the IAME Winter Cup at the very start of the season. This setup is much more akin to what we have in IAME Euro Series with the ages and the technical platforms. So I'm all for it.
Yeah. Okay. Why did we split Water Swift Restricted? Well, you turn the clock back a few years, and at the British Championship, IAME Cadet, as it was then called, it was all about Fusion versus Oliver Roller Motorsport. And if you weren't in one of those two teams, you may as well not have bothered showing up, as we've got a new leader, and that is Mason Hibbert. So, of course, you weren't getting that number of new drivers into the championship, and therefore the IAME Cadet Championship was suffering.
Yep.
So Water Swift Restricted comes in for the younger driver, for drivers necessarily not with the big teams. They could run at the front of their class in the British Championship and learn against people of the same level of experience there or thereabouts. Now you've got a situation where you've got 2 mediocre-sized grids. Combine them as one, and you've got drivers, who learn. And I think, look, at the British Championship level, it is not. We talk about karting being grassroots. This is not grassroots. This is the very, very pinnacle of British karting, the British Grand Prix. We don't give out participation medals because it's all about winning, and the kids know that. Any kid, any driver, any child who is signed up to the British Championship, they're there for one reason only, to win. We give out participation medals for bambinos, not these. And I think that more and more of the families, they realise, okay, we're going to jump in. We're not with a big team. We might be on our own. And we're going to be 25th to start with. But hey, that's 25th in the UK. The driver gets it. So I think it's about time that we do look to combine again, because drivers learn so much more in a grid of 24, where you're all battling like this, than you do in a grid of 10.
Fully agree, Henry. 3 minutes and 10 seconds of this race to go. Here is a scrap between James Roots and the number 23 and Ilias Sami. Ilias Sami gets down the inside and back up to 4th place. Evan Owen's been shuffled down the order a little bit in this pack. There's Albie Stubbs. If you hear trackside, that has got to be one of the most beautiful, detailed combinations of not just kart bodywork livery, but Albie's race suit as well. It is art.
Yes, it is. Now he's running with the. You'll see he's running with the Danny Curl Academy, and I like this from Danny. Danny is giving his drivers freedom. You have the pattern, you have the DK Academy general corporate look, but drivers are allowed to incorporate their own personality, their own sponsors maybe, into that. Albie Stubbs, he has got this special, it's a graffiti style livery. Now, as a graphic aficionado, I in a previous life, I may have worked in and around the world of graffiti art, not graffiti vandalism, graffiti art. He says, don't look at any motorway underpasses and side of trains, but it's an excellent look. The team is, the mechanics, the driver coach, the parents have all got the same corporate logo, and it is exquisite. Here is the Fusion duo at the front, and Chester Fawkes, for example. Now he is part of the Argenti young driver, and that's why you have the blue streaks. In Europe, SP Motorsport, Stan Pex's team, he allows each driver, so it's a Kart Republic team, the end plates of the rear bumper, and on the nose cone, the Kart Republic logo. Each driver, that could have been huge, and that is the first outrageous outside attempt from Alfie Davidson. And Ilias Sami, Chester Fawkes holds him off. But yeah, the Stan Pex team, they give each driver, they're allowed to pick a colour to make their kart stand out. In much the same vein that Danny Curl is allowing. Now LBJ Stubbs getting pushed along there. That was Ethan Owen giving him, what's the Welsh for hurry up? Well, it's hurry up, but that was the hurry up that was given. So clock, 30 seconds to go. Fawkes and Hibbert, then a gap to Davidson. Roots in the 23, running in fourth. Hibbert having another little look around the outside. Has a second bite of the cherry. Side by side further back onto the bridge. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh and eighth all together. Davidson, Roots, Sammy, Owen, Stubbs and Harry Chapman in the number 32 kart joins the party right at the end.
James Roots nearly has a grip flip there. Ilias Sami, wrong place, wrong time, is out of this race. We're under a lap and a half to go in this one now. It's all starting to break down a little bit here in Mini X30. There comes Harry Chapman through in the number 32. Took the E-plate a couple of weeks ago at Shennington in this category. And Ollie West there, number 22, through into the top 10 now. What a race this has been. We're not on the final lap of it yet. Here comes Chester Fawkes over the line to start that final lap. Mason Hibbert not too far behind.
Yes, we saw Ollie West kart. We'll see that again before the morning session is out. But this is the last lap, the battle for the lead. DK Academy versus Fusion Motorsport. DK Academy, just the latest team to try and take on the might of Fusion. The Fusion story started here at Kartmasters well over 20 years ago. I think Alex Albon might have been one of the first Fusion Motorsport winners. Certainly Alex Walker. Oh no, there's Theo Tyack out of the race, the driver from Western Supermare, same town as Jacob Ashcroft. And we're all piling into the Mike Wilson complex, but up at the front, it's going to be Chester Fawkes leading them out of the final corner. Fawkes crosses the line by a whisker over Mason Hibbert. Reggie Chandler, I'm not quite sure how the onboard fared in that one. He finishes 11th. We had a great view of the start. Now, Ollie West. We're coming towards the end of this morning's session at 2:30 in the afternoon. Ollie West finishing in 7th position. His kart, we will catch up with his karts in a minute. There is Theo Tyack, who is, well, at least he's got lunch now. Because it looked like a couple of drivers, Andrew, were getting a little bit hangry in that last race.
A little bit in that one. We'll just quickly run through the result before we get back to Ollie West. Chester Fawkes, Mason Hibbert, Evan Owen. That's your 1, 2, 3 for that one. Harry Chapman, Alfie Davidson and Bodie Batch complete the top 6. Ollie West, biggest mover in that one. There's going to be several people very proud of that drive, up 13 spots to 7th place. LBJ Stubbs and Ethan Robinson, all in the top 10, completed by Patrick Wood. Reggie Chandler, Ivan Zvoronins, the Dubai-based Latvian driver, in the side of the top 12 there. Dimi Uzanov up 4 to 13th, as was Corey Lyons up 4 to 14th. Caden Hakura, James Roots, Oliver Kleinfelter and Travis Giddings all in the top 18. So Roots did actually get to the end of that race despite that scary moment. Cody Vertigan at home in 19th. Cody, another driver who's really been impressing me so far this year on the club scene. Good top 20 for him ahead of Frank Morris. William Bennett, the last of the finishers, 2 retirements in that race in the shape of Theo Tyack and Ilias Sami, and Max Zvaric was a non-starter.
Now,
Henry.
we are coming towards the end of this morning's. I'm sure maybe we'll have an interview with Ceol Lynch. There's Ollie West in the Evolve Motorsport graphics kit. Evolve Motorsport, the team set up and run by Chris Lamar. You will notice on the front of the kart a sticker about Chris Lamar. Racing with Chris Lamar. Chris was recently diagnosed with cancer, lung cancer, and is going to be going through a very, very tough fight. We're still learning about, the seriousness of it, and I know Chris is watching. He was in hospital yesterday. There is a GoFundMe page that you can go and find for yourselves that the British karting community has already far and away outstripped the amounts raised for Chris and his family, because treatment, recovery is going to be an expensive thing. We are all racing with and for Chris Lamar this week. And Chris, I speak for everybody in this paddock that's saying, we love you, keep fighting, we can't wait to have you back with us. And this is the kart family hurting for one of their own who for decades has been a fixture in this paddock. And Ollie West, just one of a number of drivers plastering their karts with Racing with Chris Lamar stickers.
They are indeed. I say that was a really, and you can see how happy Ollie West is with that one as well. There's his dad. And yeah, they can build from that P7. And now I know I don't normally like these colours, but I really do like Ollie West's brand new helmet.
Even though it's got
a lot of yellow on it. And the reason why, on the back of it, we can't quite see it on this angle, Ollie's got all the different circuits that he's racing this year on the back. So you've got PF, you've got Wilton Mill, you've got the new Silverstone circuit, all on the detail of the back. I don't know if we can get Ollie. Ollie, if you can hear us, I know there's a PA announcement going on right now, show us the back of your new lid, because it's really, really cool.
Well, we'll see. Yeah. So look, show us. There we go.
There we go.
There.
Look at that.
Pick a circuit, ladies and gentlemen. I spy Glenagorse, that's in Wales. I spy Lark Hall, that's in Scotland. I spy another circuit in Cumbria. Don't know what it's called. Can't think of it. Never been there.
Moving swiftly on. That is the end of the first round of heats. That's the vast majority of all of our drivers here this weekend having taken part. There's a few in like the Group Bs of the 3 group classes that we wait for later on today. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. There were plenty of them in that Mini X30 heat. This was the race start. Davidson straight over to the middle of the road, trying to defend ahead of Chester Fawkes, and did a pretty good job of it through the first lap. Chester Fawkes got to the front of the order, supported by his teammate Ilyas Sami, the DK train in full force there. There was the first moment for Cody Vertigan.
Yeah, Cody Vertigan with the Evolved team.
So Cody and I think Cody William Bennett got together out of the final corner. That's how William Bennett lost those positions.
That was Brackley versus Kings Lynn, and it was a score draw. Well, maybe a goalless draw, because they both went off and came and finished right at the back. Ilyas Sami.
Oh, yes.
Where did we lose the number 26 kart of Ilyas Sami?
It was in this moment here.
Yes, of course it was. That is nothing but, James Root. Someone call Terry Grant, because if you want to, Terry Grant needs an apprentice stuntman, and step forward, James Roots. Reggie Chandler crossing the line. Are we bidding RIP to one camera at the moment? We're not sure, but there we go, ladies and gentlemen. The lunch break will be short and sharp. We are going to go and get something. Ceol. I'm busy.
Better than calling a Nicole. We don't know who that is.
Yes.
On another event this weekend.
Yes, well, Ceol, not Nicole, not Cody. Ceol is with Chester. See you later.
Chester Fawkes, congratulations. Now, this is a dynamic that we have seen only a couple of weeks ago, or last week, at the British Kart Championships. You against the 2 Fusion teammates. Tell us how hard that can be.
Yeah, it can be very hard because it's a 2 against 1, and they'll always have a bit of an advantage over me because they can push and break away, whereas if I'm at the front, they probably won't push me, so yeah.
Now, there were some big sends around there. For example, Alfie Davidson. I don't know if you caught that in the corner of your eye. He tried to send a huge move around the outside. How was that pressure-wise? Because you must have had to keep your head in the game.
Yeah, I had to keep my head in the game because it was a big scrap, and I just thought if I kept my head, then I could come out on top, and I did, so yeah.
Exactly that. Good job. And there is only one goal for all of you Water Swifts here this weekend. Do you think you still have more to give?
Yeah, I still have more to give because it's just the heat, so yeah, you'll have to wait and see.
Thank you very much, Chester. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, that rounds out the first half of the day here at the Uptonsteel Motorsport UK Kartmasters British Grand Prix. We have seen former British champions, current British champions, world champions, paid professionals and more. But there is still more action to come in only 15 minutes after we take a short break. So I'll see you shortly.
Welcome to the high-octane world of KartGeezer. KartGeezer.com is officially the fastest-growing karting marketplace on the planet. Let's face it, we all love the speed, but the costs can really pile up. If you want to make the sport you love more affordable, we've got the secret. Head over to KartGeezer.com right now to find deals and start saving on gear today. It's the easiest way to keep your kart on the track without breaking the bank. And did I mention? It's totally free to use. Join the community today.
From Friday, July 31st to Sunday, August the 2nd, the stars of British karting come home. 3 days of racing, 2 letters, only one champion. Kartmasters 2026. 30 years in the making. Brought to you by Alpha Live.
Welcome back, everybody, to Kartmasters 2026. We're here at PF International. First full day of racing for us here in Lincolnshire for the biggest race of the British karting calendar. My name's Andrew Mather, fresh from his lunch break. Here is Henry Beaudette. Henry, we're getting ready for another set of heats. Yes. 11 of them to go here this afternoon. We're kicking off with Junior X30. I always find this kind of situation quite interesting because you've got half of the field. We haven't seen them in race trim so far today. We have seen them in time qualifying, but we haven't seen them lap after lap pounding around. The other half, we have seen them. So whilst they're probably a little bit more up to speed with how the track's playing today, they will be at a at least slight tyre disadvantage. This is an important part of the weekend, isn't it?
It is. The reason we haven't seen... So it's Group B and Group C are going to go out first. So we've already seen Group A once. We're going to see Group A and Group B later. Now, why do we run it Why do we run it Group A and Group D? Because Group B, we want them to have the better tyres because the leader of Group B out-qualified the leader of Group C. Yeah. So why put that driver at a disadvantage after succeeding in qualifying? So that's why we run the order in that certain way to reward the drivers that led their group with having, at least in one race, having the better tyres, or not being at a tyre disadvantage. You mentioned the lunch break. Not yet.
Have you not had it yet?
No. El Bandido are the food truck down there. The Torsion Bar Cafe is also down there, which is a bit busy. And,
very popular.
The Marshalls, they have their own queue. I spend my time talking in a box. I don't spend my time out on circuit keeping drivers safe, so I can't join. Henry, just go in. No,
that's not our style.
No. I'd rather moan about it than afterwards.
I thought you'd just gone for another costume. Ladies and gentlemen, he's got more costumes this weekend than Taylor Swift, so I thought you'd gone for another one of them.
Sadly, I won't look like Taylor Swift in any of them. There is one of these shirts, a Karting Armchairs Expert Kartmania shirt downstairs. The person that is delivering my lunch may even bring one with him. But nice. It's time to go racing. It's race number 10 of Kartmasters 2026. It's Junior X30 coming up next.
Here we go then for the second heat of Junior X30. Aaron Richardson will start this one for pole position. George Edgar will be alongside on the front row. Archie Rogers-Tyler and Freddie Wood there on row 2. Sukmani Kira and George House will go from row number 3.
Enzo Buttarazzi and Max Mason are next up, followed by George Quinlan and Zach Champley, Harley Musk and Alex Riley. That's your top 12, and still they come. Luca Narroway, Katie Donaldson, Orion Meta, Sam Mott, Simeon Stone, and Max Endicott.
Rest of the grid looks like this. Devin Taylor and Harry Radcliffe, they go from row number 10. Jacob Backler and Kai Clark go from row 11. Cavan Hayes and Knight Measures start on row number 12. Then Louis Radcliffe completes the 25-strong field. So let me get this right. Anyone who's on the pole sitters side of the grid, first, third, fifth, seventh, etc. This is their first race of Kartmasters 2026 for everybody else. Second, fourth, sixth, eighth, you get the picture. This is their second. This is a key race for George Edgar. If George Edgar can win this race, having taken heat number 1, I don't think anyone can be above him in the scores overnight.
Yes, and at the end of tonight, we are only halfway home in terms of points scored. Aaron Richardson will have a lot to say. So will Archie Rogers-Tyler's. Watch for Sugars. Starting P5, Sukmani Kira, kart number 44. There were a couple of drivers further back. Oh, Aaron Richardson, this could be huge. Hold on to it. Does a full 360. Karts over the grass. That was an absolute mess, Andrew Mather.
It was indeed. Luke Narroway, I think, was off the road as well for the MDL team. So not the kind of start that we were expecting here after the lunch break. Down towards hairpin 1, the back markers go. Into hairpin 2 are the race leaders, and it's not George Edgar at the front, but it is another of the Mick Bout Racing family. It is Archie Rogers-Tyler who leads this race. Freddie Wood is running there in, what's that, 4th place. Looks like Sukmani Kira has had a good start as well. She's up to 2nd place. There's Night Measures in the Kart Geezer livery.
Yeah, the Kart Geezer, which is apparently like Facebook Marketplace, but only for karting. Camille Gohill's dad has set up Kart Geezer, one of the sponsors of this, and look at that. Now, 2 things to notice. Number 1, look at the rubber already being pushed off, and we got a lead change. Sugars to the top step. Normally, you'd say Sukmani, she's sweet enough, but her nickname is Sugars, and she's now going to have to deal with the attentions of a certain George Edgar, who has dusted himself off and is now heading back towards the front. There's a great look at the outside of turn number 2, and an example of how full the grandstand is on a Friday. And I'm looking at the banking down by the bridge. The banking is packed already. Sunday, it's going to be standing, quite literally, they're going to be packing them in here like sardines on Sunday. Sukmani Kira comes across the line to complete lap number 2. Zach Champney. Now, I said, what a move. I did say at the start there was a few drivers at the back who were out of the tram lines. Zach Champney was one of them. Yep. He's been given a 3-second penalty. So has the number 67, well, Zach, the 67 car. Oh, and there's a problem there.
Sorry, Henry. George Edgar nearly did an outrageous move around the outside of Sukmani Kira. Oh, gets tagged from behind. Both Kira and Edgar lose out in all of that, and it's Rogers-Tyler who's come forward again into the lead of this race. Freddie Wood up to P2. There is Zach Champney running now in 3rd place, and George Quinlan all of a sudden on the scene as well. The next Mick Bout Racing driver there in number 17 forward and into the top 5. Now, just listen through what are those other penalties have we got. So we've got the 138.
Alex Riley got a 3-second penalty in kart number 67. Zach Champney in kart number 61. And the number 138 kart was Sam Mott for Croc Promotion. And so they're the 3 drivers, each 2 wheels outside the tram lines, each with a 3-second penalty. Now, one driver we're not mentioning in this race is Kai Clark. He has retired the number 167 Fusion Motorsport kart. And don't do that.
Don't do it, Enzo.
Oh, now that was the front bumper was locking the wheel in place. What happens now, I don't know, but he couldn't turn the wheel. That will be his reason that I had to push it out because I couldn't turn the wheel. What he does now, I don't know. What happens now, I don't know. Aaron Richardson, I do know, is up into 15th position now, just behind Devin Taylor. Devin Taylor in the number 267 machine, and I'm just checking because now he's moved in Rotax. He's moved to global karting literally in the last week or so. He's not in the Rotax category this weekend. Devin Taylor, he is with Henry Gregory Motorsport. Spoke to Henry Gregory briefly during the lunch break. Alfie Ward seized an engine in qualifying. Henry's fixed it. Got it back out for Alfie in the first heat race, and Alfie thanked him by crashing and giving Henry now a kart to prepare as well. But we're getting there. We're getting there.
Zach Champney under investigation. That's a notification that has just popped up on our screens. 5 minutes of this heat to go. Then Wood leads from Rogers Tyler, Kira, Edgar, Champney, Quinlan, Riley, Musk, Backler and Max Mason in the top 10. Good driving from Jacob Backler, who I think's really gone under the radar so far this season. On his good days, he's been very good indeed. And this is one. He's up 12 places in this one as Rogers Tyler now looking down the inside of the newest winner in this category in the British Championships. Freddie Wood drops to second place.
Archie Rogers Tyler, he's changed his crash helmet design. He did have a Nigel Mansell crash helmet. Now, is that... It's got a bit of Lewis Hamilton-esque on the back of it, but it certainly is a very different crash helmet design. A year ago, Archie Rogers Tyler, when he started going backwards, he would have carried on going backwards. This year, a year older, a year more experienced, is moving forward. Another driver moving forward, the BMR Restart, number 288 of current and reigning Miami Warrior final champion Max Endicott, who after the IAMI X30 Euro Series, as we got a change for second place, that's Sugars, back up into P2. At the end of the IAMI Euro Series event at Genk, the Endicott family up sticks and move to go and live in Dubai. There is...
move for the lead again.
So Adrian, Max's dad, working out in Dubai. Max's mum in tow, and Max obviously will, I would assume, start racing out in the UAE X30 series or the UAE Rotax Max Challenge, which is broadcast live, not on Alpha Live, it's by Karting Live TV, but I'm out there with that, and some great coverage over in the UAE. Max Endicott. Now, here's 3 minutes to go. Sukmani Kira and George Edgar to the inside, and George was just sizing that up. It's been, and I'm thinking back, when was the last, I mean, Mick Barrett Racing, they were the team that brought Ben Barnacote his record-breaking 9th GP plate victory back in 2019. There is a Ben Barnacote kart on the roof of the torsion bar, which takes cash and card. Not the cafe is cashless, but torsion bar itself, you can pay anything. If you need a drink, you can pay with anything. 5-second penalty. Freddie Wood. I wonder, and that's not appealable, ladies and gentlemen. Was that something to do with the start line issue? I can't think about that, but Freddie Wood has been slapped with a 5-second penalty. Now, what can Sukmani Kira do about George Edgar with 2 minutes to go? In third place, Zach Champney with those two big eyes. A couple of years ago, Zach Champney pulled off, I think it was at 4-in-1 at the first hairpin when he was in Water Swift. And there's a look at the grandstands. The new black barriers. We had Tav Kirk on the Bump Draft podcast last night, which we filmed literally on the circuit. And the barriers now more in keeping with the PFI sort of colours, black and red. Well, you've got the red curbs, the white curbs, traditional, and now you've got a lot more black barriers around the circuit to keep it in, keeping with the livery. Look at Sugars looking to the inside. That's not... Well, the mechanic, Jono, will be quietly watching and waiting to see what Sukmani Kira can do. I'm learning already. George Edgar looks frighteningly quick and very, very controlled.
Yep.
Aaron Richardson, a 5-second penalty. That would be for turn number 1, I am sure. Edgar defends. Champney closing in for the Jade Racing team. Jade Racing, they've got Dean Hale helping out the Allen family. Here comes Sugars. Not quite.
So there's going to be 2 more laps of this one, and still plenty of drivers could take the best point score from this heat. George Edgar checks to the middle of the road. No way through there for Sukmani Kira, who had a very good run in this class here last year. And if she'd had a bit more luck, she could have been on the podium. And she could be in the lead of this race, but not quite on this occasion.
Oh.
That's a good attempt, though, from the Alpine Racer Academy driver. Good move from Champney as well to get back into or hold on to P3 ahead of George Quinlan. Here comes Freddie Wood as well. Oh, didn't get his braking right there at all. Goes through past Zach Champney. George Quinlan was caught out in all of that as well. There's not really much that Quinlan could have done. Time is up. Out wide there is one of the Fusions. That Harley Musk going for a ride. Yes, it was.
Yeah, the number 21
number 21. Time is up now here, Henry. I'm going to say it. I think you're looking here at two genuine, bona fide contenders for the GP plate on Sunday afternoon. Sukmani Kira was very unlucky to not be on the podium here last year. She has developed her skill set since then, and she likes the big events. She's had some really good results in Miami Euro Series so far this year. Or she just cuts down ahead of Freddie Wood there. George Edgar is making that MBR number 2 machine as wide as possible as they come off of the Litchfield Bridge here in the last lap. For George Edgar, he knows he is 2/3 of a lap of PFI away from being top of the league table at the end of day one.
Yeah, Sukmani Kira. Now, I will not, and there's a crossover. She defends. I will say this, racing accidents happen. Sukmani is a girl, and all the people she's racing with are boys. And there are accidents that just happen because they're karting. Last year, in the Grand Prix, Sukmani Kira was taken out. There's no other word. She was taken out because she was a girl. We're 2 corners from home. And George Edgar wins again. Sukmani Kira, P2. Freddie Wood with a penalty. He finishes P3. Zach Champney with a penalty. He finishes P4. That means that the driver that comes home in 3rd position, we talked about Edgar and Kira being bona fide contenders. Well, we're not talking about this next one as a bona fide contender because he qualified badly. But Max Endicott is a bona fide contender. He finishes 3rd. Jacob Batchelor, his BMR Restart teammate, finishes 6th on the road. That'll be P4. Permission to eat my bowl of
lovely stuff.
Pulled stuff with salad. Salad being the key element.
George Edgar takes the win. That's 2 from 2. All being well, this is a provisional result, of course. Ahead of Sukmani Kira, who gets her Kartmasters campaign going very nicely indeed. Freddie Wood, 3rd place, did pick up in the race 2 plus 5 second penalties for Freddie Wood. So that's going to be costly. That's going to be really, really costly in this one. Zach Champney 4th. Will move up but then move back down because Champney, I'm pretty sure, had one as well in that race. Max Endicott 5th, Jacob Batchelor 6th. These were your big movers in that one, up 13 and 15 places respectively on the road. George Quinlan, Alex Riley, Aaron Richardson, Harley Musk. Those are your drivers that take us down to P10. Harry Radcliffe and Archie Rogers-Tyler, 11th and 12th. Louis Radcliffe, Sam Mott, Devon Taylor. That is your top 15. 16th for Luca Narroway. Good to see Luca out there. Simeon Stone and Knight Measures on page 3. The rest of the order, Max Mason, Orion Meta, Katie Donaldson, Enzo Butterazzi, who is under investigation as well. George House and Cavan Hayes. Those were your finishers. Kai Clark was a DNF. That is a very provisional result, ladies and gentlemen. Quite a few in-race time penalties to be added to the scores in that one. The whole field of the finishers was covered by under 12 seconds, so some of those 5 seconds added on could be quite costly in terms of position, and we've got a few investigations on the way also, and that's before we've had the carts go through scrutineering. There is Sukmani Kira, driver based out of Walsall in the West Midlands. 5th here last year in Junior X30. Could she improve on that here this year? Jacob Batchelor in the number 69 finished 6th in 2024. That's his best results so far in Kartmasters. Don't rule out Max Endicott. He has a knack of appearing on the scene at the optimum moment. That is another good result for Endicott to recover from what was a tough qualifying. Has got some decent points on the board after his 2 races today. Here are some of the highlights, and what a dramatic start this was. Aaron Richardson finding himself a full 360, did very, very well to recover that indeed. Luca Narroway was also wide in avoiding action further down the order. Sumali Kira took the race lead from Archie Rogers-Tyler. George Edgar back down the inside would retake second place, and then the race lead momentarily. Good back and forth there between Edgar and Kira. This was one of the flashpoints of the race. Rogers-Tyler, Wood and others all getting through past both Edgar and Kira. There were problems for Enzo Butterazzi, dislodging or unlocking the front wheel to front bumper interaction there is under investigation. Archie Rogers-Tyler retook the race lead away from Freddie Wood, and then they would lose positions late on. Let's quickly head down to Parc Ferme, over to Ceol Lynch.
George Edgar, another strong performance here for you. Tell us though, what happened at the start of that race? You did a brilliant job to come back through, but it wasn't an easy start for you.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate start. I think we were back down to about 10th at one point in the race, but I just kept fighting my way through, got back to the lead, got shuffled back again, got back to the lead and managed to stay there. So it was a good race. We've managed to win both heats today, so it's looking good.
Well, thank you very much. Best of luck into tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, George. Well, that is all we have time for once again. The second half of the day is not disappointing. Let's head to the racing.
Second heat of the day for senior Rotax. Here's how they line up. Macaulay Bishop and Mikey Walker share the front row. Harrison Crowther and Miles Barthorpe go from row 2. Harry Bartle and Ryan Gandor there on row number 3. It's then Oliver Liversidge and Eva Morris going from row 4. Joshua Turnbull and Eli Baden there on the 5th row of the grid for this one. Adam Wooden and Ewan Sharman on row 6. Matteo Palazzo, Liam Hartley there on row 7 ahead of Bran van der Wacken and Charlie King on row number 8. Joshua Smith and Lloyd Palmer go from 9. Charles Green, Arav Deron, they complete the top 20 for the start of this race. Ryan Caruz and Ollie Goodyear on 11. Matthew So and Joey Brown on row 12. Miles Roby, Lucas Howell, Joe Yao, Benjamin Lee, Declan Luff and Yusuf Alalali. They go from the inside the top 30. Taylor England and Bailey Heath complete the 32 strong field. On board with Mikey Walker, who gave us a good tour recently on one of the onboard laps for the British Championships. We're going to have a whole onboard race with him here for this heat at Kartmasters. Lights are green on our screen. We're racing once again in senior Rotax. Quite a calm start through the first couple of corners. Couple of drivers in trouble towards the back of the field, but it is Macaulay Bishop who has the lead in the early stages. This is a Group B versus C race. For those in Group B, this is the first time we've seen them in race capacity. Oh dear, there's a bit of a mess coming off of the bridge. Several drivers involved. We'll clock through who they were in a moment as the ones who don't come through sector number 1. Bran van der Wacken is one of them. And I think Ollie Goodyear was possibly caught up in that. Lucas Howell, Joe Yao and Benjamin Lee have all had delays on this first lap. Back at the front of the order, Harrison Crowther finding his way forward in kart number 17 for the Coles racing team. Coles have been looking really good so far this year in British karting for the 2026 season, but Crowther's going to have a bit of a job on here. He's got Harry Bartle in support immediately behind, but the gap to Bishop at the moment. Oh, as one of the Guy Cunnington racing team is out. That's Charles Green.
Cheesy Green out of the race. He was one of the drivers, Andrew, that I was just about to go through. That had an issue. Oh, and that's pulling back across at the exit of a blind corner in front of 5 or 6 other carts. That's a good weight loss, weight loss technique. Instant evacuation of anything in your lower intestine. I did see the driver. It was Oliver Liversedge. Now, Oliver Liversedge, he was the driver that was caught on camera at Kimbolton evacuating the contents of his stomach on the rolling lap. Yes, and he's just evacuated the contents of the other half Now, pulling back across the track in front of oncoming traffic there, but he is still in the race.
End of another lap. Bishop leads, but the gap is coming down. It's coming down quite dramatically, in fact. And you got to give it to Harrison Crowther. He's not necessarily doing it with the driver right on his coattails. Harry Bartle has dropped to 4th place. Mikey Walker got through on that last lap. Ryan Gandor up to 5th. Now, who's fallen down along? Oh, Miles Roby has fallen down a long way on our screens, although I think that might be a slight little moment with the data, so semi-ignore me on that one. Adam Wooden there in the 347. Oh, that's not good. That's clashing with Ewan Charman. And, well, Charman will get back into the race. Wooden will head to the marshal's post. 2 drivers on at least first look not giving each other enough room. Now, is Adam Wooden going to try and get back into the race? Yes, he is, and does so, albeit off the back of the field. 7 minutes of this one to go. Oh, Bishop's kicked again. I think Bishop's had the communication perhaps from the sidelines, or has just checked over his shoulder and gone, oh, hang on a minute, Harrison Crowther, you're a little bit too close, mate. I'm going to go down the road and put a 57.6 in and get my race lead back up to 0.9 of a second.
Now, that 57.6 is a good lap. It's not as good as Joshua Smith's last lap. 57.22 as Bomber Smith moves in to the top 12. Oh, and it's right. Eli Baden.
I think that was Eva Morris.
And Eva Morris. Now, we had a nice morning with, very, with good driving. And this will be, the drivers are thinking to themselves, okay, well, there was some black flags yesterday. No black flags this morning. Let's have at it. And there's a raft of penalties for driving standards in the previous race as Eli Baden hobbles into a marshal post. Hopefully, well, he's hobbling. We've had a couple of contentious little issues now in this race, which I think
Joe Brown out.
Oh. And the number 11 car out of the race. There is Ewan Charman picking his pace back up after his earlier incident.
Talking about teams, the Division 1 teams, the perceived Division 2 teams.
Yep.
I want to talk about Harry Bartle. The last time that we saw Harry Bartle in British karting, in the Rotax categories, racing around this circuit was the back end of last year, racing for Strawberry. What a coup this is for Jack's Motorsport, but also I think a kind of message to how much they've developed as a team, that they've been able to sign Harry Bartle for this weekend.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The like Guy Cuddington racing and Jack Marshall will be he'll be poised to send me a message saying, Henry, shut up.
We are a Division 1 team.
But both Guy Cuddington Racing and Jack's Motorsport, they are they're looking to step up. They're looking to join the likes of Dan Holland, KR Sport. Both of them have decided we're going to run our own in-house engine program, which I think is key. You look at Dan Holland with Time Racing engine. You look at KR Sport with KR engines. You look at Strawberry with Cream engines. Now, with the great, they run engines for customers, of course, and the customers win on those engines. But I think Guy Cuddington Racing and Jack's Motorsport have realised if we want to beat these teams, we are going to have to do it with engines we build ourselves, which takes time to get the inventory and the skill level. You've got to go on an official Rotax course, so you can become an official Rotax engine builder. Not tuner, engine builder, or engine service centre. And we're starting to see, this statement. So you get Harry Bartle, and in Guy Cuddington Racing, well, they've already got Guy Cuddington Racing, so you've got your marquee name. And now you put them out there, and that there's no way you can ever say, oh, well, the engines the engines that we get are, from this engine builder. They're not the same. They're not going to be quite as good because, that engine builder's got their own team. So we're doing it ourselves. And I think it's a very smart decision from both Guy Cunnington Racing and Jack's Motorsport. Hey, it adds 2 more engine tuning, engine service centres in Rotax, which has got to be approved. It gives people more options. And also it gives teams like Jack's and Guy Cunnington a chance to go head-to-head with Dan Holland Racing, KR Sport, Strawberry Racing, on every level, not just on the chassis and the coaching, but on the engines as well.
Absolutely. 2.5 minutes of this race to go. Bishop leads from Bartle by just under 2 seconds. Crowther then a couple of tenths back. Ryan Gandor 4th, Josh Turnbull 5th. Not too long in this race to go. Joshua Smith's had some good race pace today. Up 10 spots in this one, running 7th right now. I think it was a little moment with the day too early because Miles Roby has now hopped back up to 11th place. So good to see that Miles is running okay for the MLC team. There on your screens, Liam Hartley for the Jack Dex Racing squad. Big congratulations to Jack recently.
Yes.
Great results at Le Mans.
I know, making it to the grand finals for the very, very first time. Jack Dex, Britain's first entry into... Now, here we go. The last time Great Britain had a DD2 Masters driver in the grand finals was 2019 Sarno. It was James Beecroft. And, he didn't podium. But Jack Dex is going to Portimao with one goal in mind, that is to be on the top of the podium. Harrison Crowther, the On Point Media sponsored driver for Coles Racing. And Harrison hassling Harry Bartle, but not trying to pass him. He's just trying to push him on to show Harry, okay, I'll be here. I'm just as quick as you over a race distance. And Joshua Turnbull, so Coles Racing. And again, at the start of the modern era of the British Championship, certainly in Minimax and Juniors, Coles were the team to beat. They went off the boil a little bit. And now, with Harrison Crowther, I will say Harrison Crowther leading the charge, Joshua Turnbull involved as well, heading back towards the front. And there is the other of the new the teams with the new in-house engine programs. Guy Cunnington Racing, that is...
Matteo Palazzo.
That's Matteo Palazzo.
And a bit of a close moment.
And yeah, and
he's involuntary noise.
He's 7th, now 8th now. Our camera cart, Mikey Walker, still running in 6th. Ryan Gandor, the Canadian for KR Sports, sitting there in P5 again. That's 2 clean, solid races so far for Ryan Gandor. Here's Mikey Walker into hairpin number 1, chasing the aforementioned Mr. Gandor. Gives you an idea of just how bumpy and what the drivers are feeling, because that camera is simply reflecting what the drivers are feeling, what the drivers are seeing. Out of Bobby Game corner into the Mike Wilson complex, through the complex, now into the last chicane, across the start finish line we go. Bishop leads by 1.5 seconds. He was 3/10 slower than Bartle and Crowther last time, but on the final lap it doesn't matter. And you can still see the field spread is quite surprising. As you saw from the very top of the banking then from our Alpha Live camera up, as Bishop came around to go onto the bridge, there is still people going around the Bobby Game corner, half a lap behind. Now Crowther begins to put the pressure on Bartle, gets a run to the inside at the short chute, has to fall back into line. Turnbull closing in, out of the Fullerton S's, onto the back straight. Still Bartle P2, under no pressure. Well, I say under lots of pressure, but Crowther not sticking a nose where it's not wanted. Going into the Mike Wilson complex, checkered flag comes out. Macaulay Bishop is your race winner. Crossing the line Bartle, 2.2 seconds back Crowther. Here comes the rest of the field. There goes Matthew So across the line for the Jack Dex Racing team. Benjamin Lee and Bailey. There's Joe Yao. Yusuf Al-Ali with a NASA panel waving about just in front of Taylor England. There's Adam Wooden. Last driver home in 28th position. As race number 11, we have, let's count them, there are 20 races today, so there are still 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 races to go, but here's your results from race number 11. Macaulay Bishop, Harry Bartle, Harrison Crowther, Joshua Turnbull, Mikey Walker and Rayan Gandor. Lots of penalties coming in, including one for number 33, driver number 33. That would be Benjamin Lee. We haven't quite seen Miles Roby, whose dad Andy Roby was a top level gearbox driver, long circuit back in the day. There's Eva Morris. Did she get a 3-second? No, she didn't get a penalty yet for that incident with Eli Baden. Bran van der Weyken finishes down in 15th position, just in front of Miles Barthorpe.
Good racing there. I'm just trying to work out who's highest in the intermediate scores, who's done 2 races. I think it might be Ryan Gandor on 8 points, because Bishop's only raced once in Rotax. Graham's raced once, Bartle's raced once. I may be wrong on that one, but yeah, it's going to be a lot of drivers still to run in that the third and final heat. Today, the scores could really be shaken up. What's confusing is it's all the double duty drivers where we go, hang on, we've seen Bishop twice. It's like, yes, but not in Rotax. So I'm sure we'll be corrected in the comments if we're wrong, but pretty sure at the moment 10th place in those scores. Ryan Gandor, 8 points from 2 races. That could be quite a useful score today. The third and final heats for Senior Rotax will be the last race of the day, due to go off at 6 p.m. And tomorrow they do it all again with another timed qualifying session first thing in the morning, and then 2 rounds of heats for everybody to bring us to the full complement of 4. And then for Sunday it's super heats, top 36 in each category go forward to the big one, to the Grand Prix in their classes later on in the weekend. There is Charles Green, sadly walking back, having retired from that one, and will have scored, if you're new to this form of heat racing in karting, at this stage of the weekend, big points is bad. There'll be a lot of points going on the scorecard there for Charles Green, as classified 32nd. Here are the highlights from that latest heat in Senior Rotax. Pretty good start. Macaulay Bishop led it from the front. Harrison Crowther got into second place. Eli Baden had a decent start to this race. That wouldn't be a happy corner for Eli later on in the heat. There was Taylor England going down the outside on the way to a P27 finish. This was the moment where Eli Baden and Eva Morris collided. Eli out of the race. Front bodywork damaged in the process. Morris would continue on. It was a good attempt from the number 19 of Liam Hartley. He just finished outside the top 10 in that one. Harry Bartle would take second place away from Harrison Crowther. More scraps going on involving Charlie King there, one of Strawberry's big hopes here this weekend in the Senior Rotax category. They won last year in the hands of Callum Bradshaw. But there was no touching Macaulay Bishop in this one, so Bishop and Graham will face off against one another in the third and final heat. For now, though, let's head down to Ceol Lynch.
Macaulay Bishop, good job. Once again, a victory in senior. That was pretty textbook for you. Not much went on, did it?
No, obviously I started from pole, got a good start. And yeah, I was just bridging the gap nice every lap. there was some debris or something on the track and into the first 2 corners in the early stages of the race. It kind of threw me off balance a little bit because I nearly actually went off the track into the wall. But I managed to save it, and then, yeah, no, just looking after the tyres nicely, looking after the engine, just making sure everything lasts until Sunday, really.
Exactly that. You had a 1.8 second gap by the end of that one, and it looked comfortable. Do you think there's more to give?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Thank you very much. Best of luck.
Thank you.
We will see Macaulay in the other class, and he's got one more senior road tax heat to go. Let's go back to the action.
Thank you very much. Ceol Lynch Junior Rotax, race 3. It's Group A versus C. Their third heat, Zach Turner and Cian Bernard on row number 1. Blake Southern and Charles Kitely, row 2. Teddy Cooper and Theo Bradshaw, row 3. Joseph Berkery, Louis Ratcliffe, Nathaniel Gray. Hopefully he gets started this time. Tom Reed, Luca Holmes-Ballock and Connor Large.
Jack Beasley and Alex Lynn go from 7. It's Benjamin Lawn and Tobias Johns both looking to move forward from 8. Ewan House and Logan Howes go from row 9. Alex Shepherd and Braith Murdoch on row 10. John Richardson and Kartik Kamata go from row 11. Row 12 is Harrison Bishop and Harry Harvey.
Then it's Adam Gioditis, Max Douthwaite, Shay Hilton, Samir Paul, Isabella Stansmore Wilson and Ian Campbell, with Harvey Sargison, Casper McAllister and Sebastian Chowan Clark. Starting shotgun on the field after a DNF in qualifying. Casper McAllister listed as not going out in this race, and there is why. He has got a different race suit on, but that was Casper McAllister working on the kart, or his mechanic working on the kart. Will he try to get started and join the race at the back? Lights are out, we're off and racing. Turner takes the racing line, over the grass goes, I think was that Joseph Berkery or maybe even Charles Kitely from the outside row. But they get back on, they just a little bit of grass tracking. As we head off the bridge, we look to the top of our screens and everybody's still pointing the right way.
Yeah, indeed. So we continue on this first lap. Everybody will have got their second heats done by the end of this mini rotation. No need to be waiting for others to finish their day later on. So everybody knows that this is moving time, particularly if you've had a bad first heat. Zach Turner leads this one from Blake Southern. Cian Bernard trying to get down the inside. No way through there. There's Teddy Cooper for the KX UK team, the Kiddix UK team. Running quite nicely at the moment. Has been going under the radar a little bit as Bernard checks the inside. Nothing Blake Southern could do about that. That was some great speed for Cian Bernard towards turn 1. He wants one thing only this weekend, and that is to go one step further than last year, where he charged from the back of the grid to, in the end, finish second. And he could have won that race that was taken by Albi Lapper. Just wasn't quite his day 12 months ago.
Blake Southern running the number 100. Well, his mate, quote unquote, at the lunch break said, by the way, Henry, Blake Southern, he chose the number 100 to remind everybody that he's from Club 100 and because he loves John Vigor. Blake Southern was like, no, I'm not. That was the number that Jack Dexter chose for me randomly. So
but that's not as good a story.
It's not a good a story. Never let the truth get in the way of a good story. I keep telling you that. There is a change. That is Cian Bernard into first place ahead of Zach Turner. Teddy Cooper watching and waiting in third place. Then a gap to Southern. Whether he is John Vigor, whether he's just John Vigor's number 1 fan or not, but he's in the number 100 and he started in Club 100 on the karting pathway. I cannot recall a driver winning Kartmasters, winning the British Grand Prix, who raced in Club 100. And Mr. Club 100 next to me, Andrew Mather.
I can't think of anyone either.
Instantly, the steam starts pouring out of his ears as the brain cells whir into life to see. In fact, let's have let's try and see if we can, between us here and between you on the live chat, what is the best Kartmasters finishing position for an ex-Club 100 driver?
Well, I can straight away give you 5th.
And I can straight away say that Sam Pooley won Kartmasters as a Minimax driver, then went into Club 100
in the BUKC.
But no, he didn't start in Club 100. 5th, who was 5th from Club 100?
Well, I'm semi-claiming Sugars here, because Sugars did have a stint in Club 100. It's not where she started.
Okay, well, yeah, half right. Okay, so we'll work on P5, Sukmani Kira, having been a Club 100 driver, and the best, and that's her best finish in the Grand Prix.
She was in Honda Cadet and doing a bit more racing. But then she had that little stint, and then 5th last year in Junior X30. In Junior Rotax, we've had 4 laps of this one. Cian Bernard leads from Zach Turner, Teddy Cooper 3rd, Blake Southern 4th, and then Theo Bradshaw there again in the top 5. Luca Holmes-Ballack has had a good start to this race. He's just lost a position, but is still on a net gain of 4 from where he started the 228 Dan Holland racing machine. Further down the order, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson up 11 places to 18th.
Great start for the Cato Motorsport young lady, Isabella Stansmore, who I believe she's the only young lady in Junior Rotax this year.
Sebastian Chown Clark as well. Clark up 12 spots, but needs more time and more positions, really. 21st. I mean, this is where, for some of the drivers who didn't have a good qualifying this morning, Henry, they have got that chance of a reset tomorrow. But, yeah, Clark's going to need some big scores between the end of this point and the end of this race, and then tomorrow, just to give him a little bit more certainty that he doesn't need to do anything too big when we get to the Superheats tomorrow. And as Bernard, your race leader in this one, showed, you just need to be on the grid for the Grand Prix on Sunday. It doesn't necessarily mean you need to be in, say, the top 10, particularly in Junior Rotax. You've just got to be there in that top 34 or so to make sure that you've got a chance. Here, there's been a change for the lead. Turner's back through ahead of Bernard, but this one isn't done with 4.5 minutes to go.
You don't even need to be on the grid, believe it or not, because Cian Dewis won the Minimax Grand Prix in 2015. The year after Sam Pooley won Minimax, he won it starting from the pit lane.
He did indeed.
Yes.
That's Ewan House down the inside. Bit of a Jack's Motorsport derby there. That was on Alex Lynn. That was for 13th place, I think, or there or thereabouts. 4 minutes to go. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson has been cursed. Plus 5 second penalty. That was both of our faults.
So I'd say 2-1. 2-1. 2-1 to me for being the worst commentator. And there's a half move. Now, that is something that Cian Bernard does not want to do.
No.
Don't make, if you're going to make a lunge coming off the bridge, you have to fully commit instantly. Oh, the number 282
That's
car.
Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. So she's got a problem looking down at the chain guard there. As, oh, look what we got happening here. Well, Turner's disappeared up the road. Bernard back up to 2nd place, and Theo Bradshaw now in 3rd place. Cooper going wheel to wheel with Southern. Southern had a really good run at Wilton Mill last week. A lot of drivers using that event as a bit of preparation for next part of the British Championships. That's on your Alpha Live screens next week. Busy part of the year. 2 minutes and 50 seconds of this race to go. You've got to think, really, for Bernard and Bradshaw here, they have got time, enough time, if they work together to pull Zach Turner back, but they've got to be inch perfect now across the course of the next 2.5 minutes.
Looking, I mean, I could be wrong, but looking, balance of probability, I'm not sure that Bernard and Bradshaw, ex-teammates for the Zip Factory team, I'm not sure that catching Zach Turner is top of their list of priorities in this race. I think establishing themselves over each other is the top of their list of priorities. I want to say the Honda Cadet final a few years ago. Or was it Micromax? I'm now
Keane's win.
struggling. Yeah,
Keane's win 2023 Micromax.
Yes, but Ceol Bradshaw also won 2023 Micromax.
Yes.
That was the one that was decided in October. Just say no more about that. Hopefully we have 7 GP plates decided on the day tomorrow. I'm not saying that Bradshaw and Bernard don't get on. It was nothing, to do with them per se in terms of what happened on track. It was to do with motors. That it took Motorsport UK, the technical departments, until October to finally clarify, ratify, and make it official. Here we go.
Not long to go in this one.
Over a minute. Yep.
9 laps completed. Zach Turner still has the lead. It was 1.46 seconds. It's now 1.15. At that rate, I think they've got a chance of catching. If you could find another 10th per lap, that would be pretty useful. And I tell you else what would be quite useful is the pace of Blake Southern. If he was able to just join the back of this duo, make it a trio, a bit more waft to push back towards Turner. Blake Southern just did the fastest lap of the heat so far. Bradshaw's just gone purple through sector number 1. So Turner's not got this race won yet. In fact, he's just lost 2/10 through the first sector to Bernard and Bradshaw. Change going on there for 10th place. Logan Howes, Nathaniel Gray. This is good to see for Nathaniel Gray. Needs the points.
Yes.
Had a DNF earlier on in the first round. This is the hardest class to qualify for Sunday's Grand Prix for due to the sheer number of entries. 66 of them going for, 36 places on the grid. Or is it 34?
36.
36.
66 entries, not 67. Not 67. No.
Don't never do that in this complex.
Sorry. hand gestures.
Titus has got a warning flag. We're sending Beaudette to the stewards for what he's just done there.
For brain rot in the commentary box.
What would Henry Jr. say about that?
Well, he would be disowning me as we speak. There is the number 143 of Ceol Bradshaw. Kean Bernard is now... well, we're going to get the last lap board next time around. 5-second penalty for Joseph Berkery. Here we go. 1 lap. I can't see Zach Turner throwing it away from this point. Can he? No, he might not throw it away. Kean Bernard is going to give it the beans on this lap.
If Zach Turner can hold on, he's going to be top of the table overnight. Blake Southern nearly loses it. Coming round the third part of the boot there. Keeps it pointing in the right direction. Theo Bradshaw checks over his shoulder. Yeah, he's still there, Theo. Wow, that was a mighty close moment as they went side by side through there.
Southern to the inside again, and this time he does make the move stick. And I think Theo Bradshaw was like, you obviously want 3rd place in this heat.
That's a naughty cutback.
That was a naughty cutback. First of the event. I'm not quite sure on the Thomas Flembog scale of naughty cutbacks. I mean, it was a good 5.8. It was a good 5.8. I'm sure that the Flembog scale will go up one way, only up, as the weekend progresses. Benjamin Lawn gets a 5-second penalty as Turner wins by 0.3 of a second over Bernard. Southern, Bradshaw, Cooper, then Holmes Ballock, Reed, Louis Radcliffe. Louis Radcliffe falling to 8th. Braith Murdoch and Logan Howes. Good drive, number 13, Logan Howes with George Whitbread Racing. Well done. Nathaniel Gray, Ewan House, looking at Connor Large, Jamie Rogers driver, finishing in 13th position. Connor, again, new to the sport, can race seniors in Europe. And that, I've got to say, our drone pilot yesterday did some superb aerial shots of of the facility. Zach Turner, Cian Bernard, Blake Southern, Theo Bradshaw, Teddy Cooper and Luca Holmes-Ballack, your top 6. Tom Reed, Louis Radcliffe, Braith Murdoch, Logan House, Nathaniel Gray and Ewan House, your top 12, followed by Connor Large, Kartik Kometa for the Vantage Racing team. That's Aidan and Sean Rudge's team. Sebastian Chowan Clark from 33rd to 15th. Alex Shepherd, Casper McAllister did get going and finished ahead of John Richardson, Joseph Berkery, Charles Kitely. It went badly for Charles at the start and didn't get any better. Tobias Johns, fantastic in his first heat race, 22nd in that one.
Zach Turner top of the table overnight then. That's 2 races, 2 wins, and even if Albie Friend goes and wins the next one, Turner will take the tiebreaker, having been a little bit faster in timed qualifying earlier on today. So a very good piece of work from the PF plate holder. That plate tells us quite simply he's in good form around this track in recent times, and Coles Racing will be very, very happy with their work here today. Here are some of the highlights from that previous race. Turner leading them in and through the Bruno Ferrari S's.
Was that the start of Charles Kitely's descent down the order? It was always a little bit tasty. You can see Teddy Cooper in the number 79 KX UK Racing machine. I'm not quite sure if it's Kiddix anymore or if it's just KX Racing. And the number 95 getting stuck in, Kartik Kometa. Driver running the Indian flag, but the Vantage Racing team based out of Feltham.
Race continued on with some good moves up the field, the likes of Louis Radcliffe. Radcliffe would come home P8 in this one. This is where it got a little bit tasty in the battle behind Zach Turner. It's that moment there where Zach Turner had this race won. That was the point for him to break away. And even though he wasn't quite the fastest driver at the very end of the race, that's not always how Kartmasters works. As long as you're consistent, you're up the front, you keep out of trouble, you get a great result like that. Let's hear who's down with Ceol Lynch in Parc Ferme.
Zach Turner, pole position, another heat win earlier. We didn't quite get to chat to you after that, and you've done it again. Safe to say you must enjoy it here at PFI?
Yeah, it's a good track. Just try and get away, but just got to save the tie for the pre-final and stuff like that.
You did lose the lead there at one point. You managed to regain. How important is it that when stuff like that happens, especially in these hectic heat races, you keep your head up and you don't look behind you, because there was a lot of drivers ready to take that place off you?
No, obviously focus, but yeah, it's quite hard to do. Honestly, I don't really know how to do it.
Last year, on pole position, you didn't quite have the day that you've had today. You must be feeling a lot more confident this year.
Oh yeah, it's better than last time, that's for sure.
Brilliant job, good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
Thank you very much. That is it from Zach Turner, but not it from the Junior Road Taxes. More of them up next.
Thank you, Ceol. This is the last Junior Road Tax heat of the day. At the end of this race, we will know who is the intermediate points leader after Friday's racing. Albie Friend and Charlie Wolfett, row number 1. Kevin Ivanov and Ellis Bell, row 2. Harry Holland and Oliver Fabricius. Luan Seidel will not be in this race. He is okay, but not racing after a flip in the last heat. Ryan Rapini, Harry Ratcliffe, Fletcher Jameson, Pierce Whitehead and Tren Van Mellick.
That's your top 6 rows. Hugo McCluskey and Finlay Smith, they go from row number 7. It's Josh Cormack fighting through from row number 8 alongside Aaron Berridge for the start of this race. James Fabricius is alongside on the 9th row of the grid. Ronnie Smart, Jensen Powers and Aidan Clark, they go from row number 10. Joe Neal and Toby Farthing on row 11. Logan Hartshaw and Marcel Popical flying the flag for Poland. They go from row number 12. Finney Lyons and Riley Morrow, that's a heavyweight row 13 in this class. Ryan White and Jack Robinson go from 14. Harry Taylor and Max Boxall go from row 15. Odysseus Hull and Cole Denham start on the 16th and final row of the grid. Who are we on board with in this one? I do believe we're on board with Kevin Ivanov in the 2.65. Starts this one from 3rd place on the grid.
Have we been joined by Maddox Pelletier on the live track, who races in the USA. I hope so. Maddox, let me know in the live chat whether it is Maddox Pelletier. And I will give you some drivers to cheer for.
Whoa.
And there's the number 22 going around. That is Aaron Berridge. Yep. Aaron Berridge lucky not to be collected there. Quick phone call to the nearest dry cleaners to get his race suit sorted and cleaned up ready for tomorrow. But he carries on. Watching there, we spoke about, thanks to Adrian Entercott for tuning in. Now, this is our new race leader. It's Kevin Ivanov for Ceol Motorsport with the onboard camera. Kevin has shot off like a cat with a firework up its backside. He leads by at least a dozen kart lengths. At the end of lap number 1, Ivanov has the advantage with Wolfit, Bell, Friend, Holland, Rapini, Jameson, Smith and Van Mellick next.
Start infringement for Pierce Whitehead. Kart number 127 plus 3 second penalty. That'll have been for drifting outside of the tram lines before the lights went out. That's not good news for the driver currently 13th on the road. Other drivers going in a better direction. Finley Smith up 6 spots to 8th. Finley Lines up 9 spots to 16th. Riley Morrow as well. Keep an eye on those two, Lines and Morrow. Those are two drivers who could work together and pull their weight through the pack. Finley Lines had a good run last week at Rower in the British Championships. There he is in the bright green helmet. And Morrow is a couple of places further back, the 221 of Josh Cormack. Josh Cormack's had a growth spurt since I just noted there. It's a lot taller than the last time I saw him race around this circuit at the back end of 2025. 8 minutes of this race to go. Ivanov leads from Wolfit by 1/4 of a second. Not anymore though, because here comes Gold Chain up the inside, takes the race lead.
Just as easy as that. Ivanov was taking the racing line. He wasn't thinking about defending. I would say that's probably a smart move at this stage for Kevin Ivanov. Let's not forget, you know, he entered as a privateer. He's with Ceol Motorsport. However, Ivanov he's an underdog in this race, you know, for the Grand Prix. Sit back, learn. Just get those heat points stacked up. You've got a good start to the day. This could be a good end to the day for Kevin Ivanov, who would be in the top 8 in points if things finished as they are. Albie Friend is still second in points, tied with Kian Bernard. He gets the tiebreaker by virtue of the fact that he is a race winner. He won his first race, although Gold Chain Charlie, number 6, is now second in points, and that is because Charlie leads this race from Ellis Bell. Bell pushing Wolfit down towards turn number 1. There's Albie Friend. Easy as you like. He passes Fletcher Jameson down into hairpin number 1. Harry Holland keeping a watching brief in the number 77 kart.
Big step forward for Harry Holland in terms of if you compare today to last year. Harry, the best result, 47th in 2024 was the best result that we've seen from Harry Holland at the Kartmasters before. So if you can keep this form going, we're talking about getting through to the final.
Yep.
That'll already be a PB for Harry Holland, but I don't think that's necessarily going to be the aim. As Finley lines up into the top 10 already. What a drive this is from the former Minimax O-Plate winner.
Well, 2 weeks ago at Le Mans, Finley Lines was magnificent. He went undefeated through two long days of heat racing and the soup heats. No, it didn't happen for him in the final, but he has proven time and time again that he's one of the fastest junior drivers, and that is a defensive move that, well, the number 134, Finley Smith, he's still at it. Finley Smith and the number 290 MLC Motorsport car of Oliver Fabricius. Well, they're getting their money's worth, you know. This circuit is 1,384 metres long, and I forget how many metres wide, but they're literally checking every inch of tarmac there in that battle between Smith and Fabricius. That's over 9th position with Riley Murrow closing in behind them. Murrow again, speak to his mechanic Lee Taylor, blisteringly quick, just moving into juniors, so he still likes a crash, you know, still just getting involved in too many incidents. Now, top of your screen, on board, looking at the battle for the lead. So this is Kevin Ivanov looking at the rear bumper of the number 46 Ultimate R kart of Ellis Bell, who is in turn looking at the back of the number 6 Dan Holland racing kart of Charlie Wolfett. Behind Kevin Ivanov, closing in, is Albert Friend, although Albie's still got a bunch of work to do, as we now have 4 minutes plus a lap to go.
And this was the stage of the first heat for Albie Friend, where suddenly the kart seemed to come alive.
Yes.
So don't rule out Albie Friend, even though he's a little bit of a way back from that top three. Marcel Poppercourt, there's a bit of evidence for the aero suit. 58.20 is a new fastest lap of the heat so far. Marcel currently up 5 spots into the top 20, currently running a 19th.
Oh, well, it might be a coincidence, but it isn't. Poppercourt, bad qualifying session, set the fastest lap in his first race.
Yep.
And has just set the fastest lap in this race.
Yep.
Obviously, Marcel is a very good driver. He was racing for the RS competition team out at Le Mans recently. Cato Motorsport, who runs him and is running him this weekend. Well, Cato was at a wedding in Ireland, watching from a hot tub in Ireland. Yeah, no, as you do. And now Marcel is back. But, you know, I was speaking to the UK distributor for the aero suit, and, you know, so this is the event where they get the most data from, because they're getting all data, because this circuit, it's so aerodynamic dependent, it's so slipstream dependent. You can gauge how fast you're traveling through the fast corners, you know, and a lot of it will come down to, not a lot of it, but some of it, an element of it will come down to, you know, how much drag is being created by the clothing that each driver is wearing. Poppercourt with the fast, and of course, you know, that's a lot to do with the way that Cato has got the kart set up and the way that the kart is performing, but also that final hundredth of a second, couple of hundredths, maybe a tenth. There's other areas like your clothing that you can go to get that. Finley Lines, it doesn't matter what race suit he's got on, he's still motoring towards the front. He is now closing in on Albie Friend, and he's closed in hand over fist, has Finley Lines.
To Gina Coleman. We might try and, if we can catch Dave on a paddock show. What I will say is head over to social media, have a look at some of the posts that have been put out or prepared by Dave Edwards Racing and Jake and Phil Anders, Lad and Dad Karting. They're involved in that scholarship, upcoming scholarship programme.
Well, I tell you what, you have a look around. We'll try and get you on the paddock show. Well, the paddock show is from the podium.
From the podium
tonight. We ain't moving.
No.
It's like a round table discussion, audience participation. So at the end of the racing, and there's a whole host of people already sitting with a beer, other alcoholic or non-alcoholic beverages are available. They're watching on the big screen. Hello to you in the paddock, watching on the big screen from the seating area. That's where we're going to be hosting the paddock show tonight. So, like Leslie Crowd used to say, come on down. The price is right for the paddock show tonight. So, hey, and if there happens to be a couple of carts that are wheeled in to the foreground of the paddock shop that are just there for decorative purposes, some of those carts may be, I don't know, available for £1.23 via kart competitions, or a scholarship cart for Dave Edwards, then who are we to say, no, you can't bring your carts to the paddock show? Because, normally we bring the paddock show to the paddock. The paddock is bringing themselves to us. As I look up There is the number 291 kart with a rear bumper hanging off, and that will be all she wrote for James Fabricius, who is already down in 29th position, just in front of Odysseus Hole in that Dave Edwards racing kart we were just mentioning.
2 laps to go then. Wolfett hanging on a little bit here, is overlooking his shoulder, moving to driver's right-hand side. That could open up things for Ivanov to try and go around the outside. No, not quite working. Finley Lyons up to third. You're not telling me that Finley Lyons could win this race. Where did he start? Down around 25th place. Well, he's up to third now. He's just going to drop down to fourth, just back behind Albie Friend. And again, this is the stage of the first round of heats where Friend suddenly found a bit of pace. Ellis Bell checks the inside and touches with Charlie Wolfett. Both of them spin out. Is that a defining point of Charlie Wolfett's Kartmasters campaign? He was in control of this race. Albie Friend now leads it. Now we go on to the final lap. Finley Lyons with the bit between his teeth, trying to win from 26th position on the grid, 25th position on the grid in this heat. What a performance this is, and don't count out Ivanov, and don't count out Fletcher Jameson.
I had 24 places gained by Sebastian Chowan-Clark as the most, and Finley Lyons has just gained his 24th position in this race, and it's for the race lead. At about this point a lap ago, Andrew Matthews said, don't tell me Finley Lyons is going to win this race. Finley Lyons gold, hold my maximum group router. And here we go. Oh, now it's no drivers. Don't get messy. Through the Mike Wilson complex, Finley Lyons, P24 to P1. Gauntlet laid down.
What a race for Finley Lyons, and it shows again. He's got good pace around this PF International circuit. He ran Charlie Wolfett very, very close here in the recent British Championships round for the Rotax categories. They went unbeaten into the final.
Which is impressive, because Finley Lyons is 24 years younger than Charlie Wolfett. But Charlie Wolfett is 15 going 16, but he's just been in the category a long time.
Finley Lyons has announced himself there as one of the front runners, and I tell you what, if he'd offered Finley Lyons after time qualifying today a result of 6 points, he would have snapped your hand off. If he can get a good qualifying tomorrow, he could be in contention for a pole position in one of the super heats on Sunday morning. That's all for tomorrow. That's your provisional result from heat number 4 for Junior Rotax. Lines from Friend from Fletcher Jameson in the 1, 2, 3. Kevin Ivanov 4th, Harry Holland and Ryan Rapini in the top 6. Oliver Fabricius, the first of the Barnsley brothers, home in P7. Harry Taylor, Ellis Bell, Riley Morrow, that's your top 10. Charlie Wolfett did get back on circuit, gets points for 11th place, gets ahead of Finley Smith. Lyons wasn't the only driver to charge through the field. Should have noted Taylor up 21 positions, up 19 positions.
The closer,
Denham. Marcel Poppergall up 10 to 14th. Trent Van Mellick completes the top 15. Jack Robinson, Josh
12.
Cormack is there in the top 20 with Ronnie Smart, Max Boxall and Logan Hartshorn. Ryan White, tough day for Ryan White, but at least he was up 6 in that one to 21st. Harry Radcliffe, Joe Neal, Jensen Powers. These are all drivers that dropped in that last heat. Aidan Clark, 25th. Pierce Whitehead, 26th, and has a penalty. Aaron Berridge, Hugo McCluskey, Odie Hole and Toby Farthing, the last of the 30 finishers. One retirement, which was James Fabricius, and Lewin Seidel did not take the race start.
That was yesterday here at PF International. If you look at the top left-hand side, you'll see the field, which is the overflow car park. I arrived this morning, not late, before anyone says anything. Well, maybe about 5 minutes late.
Oh, look, it's us.
Yeah, look at this in the middle of it. That was us recording the Bump Draft podcast yesterday. Well, Finley Lyons, I was going to say, that field is jam-packed this morning, and it's only going to get fuller and fuller and fuller.
It's
fuller.
probably a public service announcement.
Get here
that I
early.
understand that there are a lot of people coming down. If you have got friends that you can car share with, that would be a very good idea, particularly for Sunday.
Yeah, car share, because even though this is the home of British karting, you know, a lot of people can come to watch Finney Lines on Sunday, and it's quite as well because he's speaking to Ceol Lynch right now.
Thank you very much, boys. It is only right we have a good old chat with you right now. You must be so proud of that drive.
Yeah, it was mega. As soon as I got a good start and I saw the leaders hacking, I just knew it was going to be good. We ended up with a win. It's unbelievable from 24th.
You started down in 24th. That can't have been a race that you were expecting. Talk us through that last lap, though, because that was the most intense lap of that entire race.
Obviously, we went into Peter onto the last lap. We defended hard. We went into hairpin one. He left half a kart. We stuck one down the inside, and it was job done from there.
I think, Finley, that everyone hopes this is a proper turning point for your weekend. Do you think that's what it could be?
Hopefully.
Well, congratulations. We'll hear from you shortly.
Thank you.
That is a great end then to Finley Lines' race. What a drive from him. That is what Kartmasters is all about, seeing drives like that. Let's switch it up completely though, because Senior X30 is up next.
From one young Irish person to another, Ceol Lynch to Morgan Moore on pole position. Nat Stappen starts alongside the Irishman. Then it's Freddie Lloyd and Sam Lewis, Harry Bartle and Noah Wolf. Macaulay Bishop and Harrison Mackie are next. Josh Smith, Ewan Charman. Then it's Oliver Meek and CJ Bennett. Cameron Edmonds and Archie Owen, Jacob Marples and Dominic Perobach. They're next. Then it is Aaron Lask and Lewis Bird. Laith Khan, Henry Carter, Mayan Patel, Liam Karabelov, Monty Brathwaite and Alfie Gallagher. Reece Newburn, Ethan Higgins, Charlie Phillip, Sam Horton, Brandon Truman and Alex Wiley, although we don't have Brandon Truman. And now I have... mobile phone reception isn't great up here in the commentary box. Somehow my phone has just clicked in, and now all the mistakes I've made coming in, people messaging me.
Any broadcastable?
Any broadcastable? Well, there's a... got this one wrong. Yeah, no, it's not John Allen. JJ Allen is the driver that has won lots of stuff on kart competitions. So I was stopped there. Thank you to there. Aaron Yo has sent me a picture of. I love his trainers. I do love Aaron Yo's trainers. He's leading Kart Mechanic Bingo, ladies and gentlemen. And no, I was incorrect. Finney Lines didn't bottle it at Le Mans. Finney Lines just didn't win the final at Le Mans. Here we go then, Senior X30, race number 14, and it's a first false start of the day. That isn't, so ladies and gentlemen, again, public service announcement. If you are coming to Kartmasters and you can car share with somebody, please do, because it is very, very busy. If you are not busy on the weekend of the 14th to the 15th of November, please go to Kartmania at Silverstone, where you can learn an awful lot about grassroots karting. And if you're new to the sport, or if you're watching this, you think, I know somebody's son or daughter in work, or a colleague that is really interested in karting, Silverstone, the 14th and 15th of November, Kartmania is the place they have to go to get all the information about where they can start karting, by people that don't run teams, that don't have a certain, area they're trying to push you into. It's simply information and finding the best outlets in this sport for you.
Absolutely, or come to events as well. If you can't wait till November, if you want to get involved, you can come down and have a watch.
But of course, if you turn up at a circuit, you'll be but you'll be greeted by that person at that particular circuit. And even if you've travelled 4 hours away, there might be another circuit within 20 minutes you don't know about. This is what we're trying to say. We're trying to make the jump into this sport at no matter what level, as smooth as possible. Even if it's a case of going indoor karting, arrive and drive. Simple as that.
Let's get ready for this race then. X30 Senior into the tram lines for 10 minutes, 1 lap, lights are out. We're racing once again here at PFI, and it's a good start for Nat Johnston. Through the first couple of corners, it's the first mess, it's the first big one under the bridge.
And I'm looking up, okay, drivers, yellow flags waving. There are 2 drivers still sat in their carts waiting. They're both getting up and out of their carts. So drivers, okay, wagons, not. Oh, and it's a big repair job for Mark and Dave Litchfield, because that is 2 of their Alex Wiley being one. Now, is it late?
I think it might have been Aaron Lask was the other one. Slow procedure deployed, so the whole circuit is neutralised. The timer ticks on by. It's not a red. We keep the race running, but no overtaking.
One of the MDL cars, you can see just coming at the hairpin number 1 at the very top of your screen, is still okay. That is a number 193.
Look at the left-hand side pod there, Henry, of CJ Bennett's MDL machine. That's taken a hit, but it's done its job.
There's 3 MDL carts involved in that. So it was Aaron Lask, whose kart is still running. CJ Bennett is not running, and I'm looking to see who is the 3rd driver. Charlie Phillip. No, Aaron Lask has now just come round. Joshua Smith hasn't come round for the Kiddix UK team. CJ Bennett and Charlie Phillip. The 52 kart of Charlie Phillip was the other kart involved. I'm looking to see now. There was a. I tell you who it was that was pushed sideways. It was Noah Wolf. Ooh. Wolf was the red and white Birrell Art Jade entry driver who was tipped sideways in front of the field. That caused the scattering behind that resulted in the... I mean, that Aaron Lask kart going through, that's the kart that's still running. I'm going to say MDL Motorsport, you know, they had a good couple of... They've still got some drivers in this race, but not as many as they did.
Static yellow, so I think we're going back to green here for 7.25 minutes. Nat Johnston at the front of the field. Dan Ashton gives the instructions to the drivers on the fly. We are back racing again for the remaining time here in race number 14, Heat 3 for Senior X30. Into the Bruno Ferrari S as we go. Nat Johnston's going to have to get his tyres up to temperature. Here comes Freddie Lloyd round the outside of Morgan Moore up to 2nd place. These 2 went toe-to-toe less than 7 days ago in the first final at Rowrah in the British Championships. Macaulay Bishop's looking to make a move, and down the inside goes Lloyd. Brilliant move by the reigning British Senior X30 champion. He leads once again.
How to stamp your authority on the rest of the field. Do what Freddie Lloyd did in the first half a lap of the restart. He was more switched on. His tyres, he had kept his tyres up to temperature, and he just puts 2 excellent moves on to take the race lead. That is a power move, not necessarily engine power. That's a mental power move. That is, you've got to get up much earlier in the morning, drivers, to beat me on a restart. Lloyd now with Johnson pushing him along through on. But that shows you just how tight that run through the Bruno Ferrari S's is.
Jacob Marples had a huge oversteer through the initial right and then caught it all back up. Ewan Charman's in a bit of difficulty out wide off the Litchfield Bridge. In this second round of heats, you can start to feel we've still got another day and a half before we even get towards the Grand Prix on Sunday afternoon, but you can start to feel the temperature rising here at Kartmasters 2026. Sam Lewis is in the mix there. Archie Owen as well. Archie Owen with Lewis Bird. Lewis Bird moving up the order now. Fresh off that victory at Rowrah last week, and he's not done there. Down the inside of Owen. That's classic Lewis Bird. He does like this place. He runs well many times here at PF International, and now he's got that monkey off his back last week of having not taken a win in the main championship. He's never had a win in Kartmasters as well. His best result was 7th. In fact, he's finished 7th 3 times at Kartmasters, last time in 2024. He is here to improve on that here this weekend, and not just by a little bit. He wants to be back on the podium come Sunday once again.
Yes, the Andrew Mather Bible of statistics is growing all the time. There's a spreadsheet like no other. You will notice, however, Lewis Bird, one thing that separates Lewis from the drivers around him, he's a lot taller. And like we've said, this weekend, with the grip levels as they are, with the weather like it's forecast to be, and with the ambient temperature as high as it is forecast to be, does not favour the taller driver. And we have a 5-second in-race penalty for driver number 15, Nat Johnston. That will close the book on the race winner for this one, because Freddie Lloyd has just taken the win. Even though it's 4 minutes to go, no one is going to catch Freddie Lloyd from this group, because this is now the group that's effectively battling over P2.
I'm going to put my neck on the line here,
Go on,
Henry.
then.
I think that's for a jump start. I did think that Nat Johnston's start was a little bit too good. He was on the front row.
But
I don't know if we can have a look at a replay of but it's a little bit difficult because we'll have the head-on shot. What we really need is the side-on shot to see where he was in relation to Morgan Moore. Either way, if it's not that, it's something else, and he's got a plus 5-second penalty to deal with for the remaining 3.25 minutes of this race. Technical flag is out as well for the 193 of Aaron Lask. That's the second of the MDLs that was involved in the first lap incident. There is Noah Wolf charging through the field. Oh, has to pull out of that one. That was on his teammate Liam Karabelov. That was for 15th place.
Yes, Aaron Lask getting the technical flag, possibly for the fact that one of his side pods is quite literally in the seat of the kart. Now, we do have another, this is something else, ladies and gentlemen, with 3/4 minutes to go. The number 67 kart, the Croc Promotions machine, running in 14th position of the Bear, Oliver Meek. Now, that graphics kit is the alternate Croc Promotions graphics kit. I'm a fan. I appear to be in the minority. We'll have a little look. We've got 2.5 minutes or so to go. So it's 14th position, Oliver, make that 13th position. Kart number 67, just in front of Noah Wolf. So as we're looking at this battle, there is Aaron Lask. And, there's Gary. And is that Gary and Gary? Featuring together on screen for the first time.
Double Gary squared.
Double Gary squared. But I do like the alternate Croc Promotions livery. There it is, just behind these two karts. There's the 67 of Oliver Meek. Now, I'm a fan of the slightly darker Croc Promotion livery, but I appear to be outnumbered by the team themselves, who don't like it, or who prefer the standard one. But I think that's quite a smart, livery. And, Oliver's got a paddock pooch. Oliver does have a paddock pooch, a retriever, which is very good. Well, Oliver now trying to retrieve a top 10 result out of this one as Macaulay Bishop goes fast as the ball with a 55.91, 0.4 of a second quicker than your race leader Freddie Lloyd.
This is going to be a good scrap. Macaulay Bishop versus Harrison Mackie, and down the inside goes Bishop on Mackie to take 4th place. Both of these drivers, junior British champions in their time in the juniors. Two very talented young men. What I have noted, though, with Harrison Mackie, and I know I'm not really one to talk about hairstyles, he has developed a set of 1990s curtains on the front of his head.
Oh, the Backstreet Boys have called. They want their style tips back. That's good. Lewis Mackie, congratulations to Lewis Mackie, now the team manager of Ekman's Grand Prix. Well done to Lewis
He's done it right.
Mackie.
He just got rid of all of it.
Yeah, There's a Bishop again to the inside. That is Bishop passing our pole sitter, Morgan Moore. You may recall, ladies and gentlemen, about 3.5 minutes ago when I said Freddie Lloyd has won this race because nobody in the chasing pack has got the ability to catch him, and with Nat Verstappen, I wish he was Nat. he wishes it was Nat Verstappen. Harrison Mackie having some communication there with Morgan Moore. Macaulay Bishop ain't finished yet. The clock has struck 0. There's a great move from Harry Bartle in the 3.73. Bartle just picking up where he left off, and it doesn't matter, whether it's Rotax or X30. Bartle is, he's in Dream Street at the moment. Last lap, Bishop is going to use Nat Johnson to get past Freddie Lloyd. Lloyd might be aware that Nat Johnson has a penalty. He won't be aware the person pushing Nat Johnson past him doesn't have a penalty. I think Bishop's gone, no. If I'm going to pass Freddie Lloyd, I'm going to do it, he's going to see me come in. Because this is one of the, I think, the premium elements of this event. The fact that we get to see, and we get to see Bishop versus Lloyd a lot, but not in a one-off race. No. Not in a one-off race where no one's thinking championships, no one's thinking points. It's just all out for the win. And this is a little taster, just a little aperitif for you, ladies and gentlemen. Checkered flag comes out. Freddie Lloyd takes the win. Who has won the latest pole?
Home has won the latest pole. What I am surprised is that In the Sky has come third. We've got lots of people watching in helicopters, planes, trains, and all. If a train is in the sky, that's a problem.
I just watched Transformers the movie, which does have a train in the sky.
That's true.
Yeah, the original one, the 1980s cartoon.
Or like the Polar Express.
The Polar Express, yeah, the 1980s Transformers cartoon where Optimus Prime died 20 minutes in and broke the hearts of every child of the 80s. Here's a look at the results, provisional results. Freddie Lloyd, Macaulay Bishop, Nat Johnson, Harrison Mackie. Now, Nat Johnson, with a 5-second penalty, that will drop him back to about 10th position. So Bartle and Morgan Moore will both move up, so will Sam Lewis. Dominic Perobok, that's a good result for the Vantage Racing, the VRE driver. Ewan Charman, Lewis Bird, Noah Wolf recovers to 11th place. Then Mayan Patel, Cameron Edmonds, Oliver Meek, Croc Graphics Kits, alternate or regular, you decide. Premium Karting's Archie Owen, finishing in 15th, Karabelov, Brathwaite, and Reese Newburn. Henry Carter, Ethan Higgins, Alfie Gallagher with R1 Racing. Alfie Gallagher, who is also his R1 Racing, the rookie racing program. Alfie is putting back in again, as he always does, and even sponsoring this event. When you see the rookie racing logo appear just underneath the Uptonsteel, when we've got Atlantic Embroidery, Angry Motorsport Division, GFX, is there. There's County Cups, because, there's Macaulay Bishop. His cup of karting joy is quite full at the moment, I would say. Interesting. Maybe we can have a little... This is where, the three of those, Mackie, Lloyd, Bishop, having a chat. And this is where you see, this is psychology. Freddie Lloyd. I'll chat to everybody. If you don't want to talk back to me, that's absolutely fine. Yep. Bishop wants to do his own thing. Freddie, I'm really, really enjoying watching these youngsters grow.
Particularly these three.
Yeah, because they've all got a bit about them.
They have.
They all think, I spoke to McCoy, he goes, Henry, I know I'm the in karts. Freddie Lloyd, he knows he's good. Harrison Mackie, they know they're good. Does it make them arrogant? No, of course it doesn't. You have to have the self-belief and the self-confidence to do this game, and they've all got it. And now it's a case of they want to be the big dog in the yard, and there's only room for one big dog in the yard, and each of those three are just, angling.
How would I kin it to outside of karting? I always think there's a bit of a Mark Cavendish style of Mark Cavendish in cycling, most Tour de France stage wins ever.
Yeah.
And his whole thing was sprinting. He wasn't a GC rider. He was sprinting and nailing that last-minute lunge for the line.
Ultimate power delivery at the end of 200 kilometres driving at the French Alps or through the Pyrenees, but you've got to be there at the end.
Right at the end.
Yeah.
And you've probably got to put some people behind you to make it happen. You can't do it alone. You've got to duck and weave.
And in beforehand, before you even get out onto the roads, you've got to be able to say, right, you're my teammate, you will support me at the end. And it's the same thing here, there's the drivers, they've all got this, there's lots of team, and no one takes team orders, but this is where, the sprinters are lining up at the end for that final dash to the finish line. There is, now, is that Mark Litchfield? No, that's one of the MDL. It's one of the surviving MDL karts from that race being put up, but Ceol Lynch now has one of the wannabe big dogs in this class, Freddie Lloyd, with her.
Thank you very much, boys. Freddie Lloyd, we've not seen you win in Senior X30, have we?
Well, not today. Today's been, tough with the heat, so the pace is very good, but unfortunately we haven't shown that yet. But with a win there, it's definitely boosted our confidence a bit more.
That's right, and added to your long list of wins in Senior X30 this year. Compared to what we've seen from you this year already, we've seen you drive off a lot when you get into the lead. This race seemed like more of a maintenance of the kart and stuff, because Bishop got behind you at that point. Were you considering it at that point, or were you confident?
Well, we got the speed to stay at the front, but it's more about just managing the gap, like round here, 'cause especially when it's a tiny bit windy. When you're behind someone, the toe is just very, very big, so it's very hard to drive away. The only place you get away is really around the corners, like down the straight. It's hard.
And I know you mentioned it briefly before, doing both classes on a day like today, especially in this heat, is that making your day harder?
Yeah, I'm so tired.
Well, best of luck for the rest of it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We still have one more to see from Freddie Lloyd later on in Senior Road Tax, but not just yet. Until then, let's get back to the racing.
Thank you very much, Ceol, getting ready for the fourth and final heat of the day. Second of the second round for Senior X30. Here's how they line up. Gabriel Stilp and Aaron Brown, they'll share the front row for this one. Harry Cottrell and Bailey Brooker go from row 2. Brooker could do with a good result here. It was a DNF in the first round. Tristan Powell and Harry Hurst-Grover there on row number 3. On row 4, we find Ben Cutsbland and Hayden Eldridge. Max Ewell, Joey Brown, they complete the top 10. Caden McQueen had a puncture in his first race. Hopefully we'll start this one on row 6 alongside Scott Riley. Row number 7, Ryan Gill and Dylan Patel. Jose Halfren and Oscar Cole there on 8. Dorian Malak and Joao Castro go from the 9th row of the grid. Daniel Bridgen and Max Cooper complete the top 20. Ethan Woodward, Antonius Haddad there on row 11. Piotr Jurovic and George Wang there on row number 12. It's then Daniel Kehiov and Jensen Buckingham on row 13. Bradley Heath, George Quatermain and Katie Ashman complete the 29-strong field for this one. This is groups B and D from timed qualifying earlier on this morning. About to do battle. Very experienced front row here. Gabriel Stilp, Aaron Brown. What can they do on the run down towards the Bruno Ferrari S's? For the last time today, let's go racing for X30 Senior. We are racing. I thought for a moment there we were going to have a false start, but we are good to go. Green, great start for Aaron Brown, who takes the lead in the early stages of this one. A little bit of a hesitant start there from Gabriel Stilp. The rest of them run through. It's a cleaner start than we saw in the previous heat. Good start for Bailey Brooker as well for the Tim Wilson Motorsport team. Brooker's up to P3. Demotes Harry Cottrell for the S8 racing team down to 4th place. Can they all make it through the first hairpin? The answer, yes. Good driving from the Senior X30s. You can see towards the back of the field, Katie Ashman has already gained a few places. She's been in great form so far this season at Shennington Kart Racing Club. And looking to move up, having been disqualified from time qualifying earlier on today. There on the attack for the MDL team, Tristan Powell in the 388 muscles his way through past the number 12 of Vismo International's Ben Cutsbland. Different livery for the Vismo team. Last year they're kind of running in a mix of orange and dark brown and white. Now they're running in the all blue. End of the first lap, Brown leads from Still, Cottrell, Brooker, Hurst Grover, Powell, Joey Brown, Cutsbland, Ewell and Caden McQueen, who's already further than he was in the first heat. Whoa, running a little bit wide there. That's a rough ride.
That's the 87
for the 87 of Oscar Cole, who was in 20th place. Falls all the way down to the bottom of the order. Who was that coming off the bridge? Is that a premium I can see?
It is... It can't be another MDL kart in stripes. No, it looks like a premium.
Oh, Harry Hurst Grover has not come through the first sector. Yes, it is Harry Hurst Grover who has not come through the first sector, so was running in P5. That is not good news, as there's another kart. Oh, there is more trouble for one of the MDLs. It's the 345 in strife this time around.
12, Ben Cutsbland. At least it gives us a good chance to look at that Vismo graphics. Vismo International is run by a gentleman called Han. And there was only one of them, and it was Han Solo, quite literally Han Solo. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be here all weekends. Aaron Brown. Now, I watched the start of this race from just outside the commentary box. I was checking the weather, as I do every 3 to 4 races.
It's still good out there?
It's still good out there, yeah. A little bit smoky, but it is quite good. And Aaron Brown, he was ahead by the time they flashed into my view from the outside the front row. Now, Gabriel Stilp is still there in second place. There is the number 142. So, Caden McQueen on a mission. Oh, the Maxim Motorsport, number 77 of Daniel Kiahov, out of the race. And the